odd we have scarcely any notices concerning the fabric of Argentan. In 1763, the widow Louvain endeavored to establish at Mortagne, Orne, a manufacture of lace like that of Alencon and Argentan, and proposed to send workers from these two towns to teach the art gratuitously to the girls of Mortagne. We do not know what became of her project, but at the same period, the Époux Malbich de Boisselenay applied for permission to establish an office at Argentan with the ordinary exemptions under the title of Royal Manufacture. The title and exemptions were refused. There were then, 1763, at Argentan 3 manufactures of Point de France, without counting the General Hospital of St. Louis, in which it was made for the profit of the institution, and evidently with success. For in 1764, a widow Roger was in treaty with the hospital to teach her 2 daughters the fabrication of point d'Argentan. They were to be boarded and give 6 years of their time. The fine on non-performance was 80 livres. In 1781, the Sieur Gravel d'Isfalaise made a fruitless application to establish a manufacture at Argentan, nor could even the children of the widow Wariot obtain a renewal of the privilege granted to their mother. Gravel was ruined by the Revolution and died in 1830. Illustration, Fig. 93. Point d'Argentan, Grand Bride Ground, 18th century. To face page 206. 207 Arthur Young, in 1788, estimates the annual value of Argentan point at 500,000 livres. Taking these data, we may fix the reigns of Louis Roman XV and Louis Roman XVI as the period when point d'Argentan was at its highest prosperity. It appears in the inventories of the personages of that time, most largely in the accounts of Madame du Barry, from 1769 to 1773, who patronized Argentan equally with Point d'Angleterre and Point à l'Aigle. In 1772, she pays 740 francs for a complete garniture. Lappets, flounces, engageantes, collarettes, onages, fichus are all supplied to her of this costly fabric. One spécialité in the Argentan point is the bride picoté, a remnant perhaps of the early Venetian teaching. It consists of the 6-sided buttonhole bride, fringed with a little row of 3 or 4 picots or pearls round each side. It was also called bride épinglée, because pins were pricked in the parchment pattern to form these picots or boucles, loops on, hence it was sometimes styled bride bouclée. 208 The écaille de Poisson Réseau was also much used at Alencon and Argentan. The manner of making bride picoté is entirely lost. Attempts were made to recover the art some years since 1869, and an old workwoman was found who had made it in her girlhood, but she proved incapable of bringing the stitch back to her memory, and the project was given up. Point d'Argentan disappeared and was re-established in 1708, but though a few specimens were produced at the Exhibition of Industry in 1808, the industry died out in 1810. It was again revived with some success by M. Lefebvre in 1874. In January 1874, with the assistance of the mayor, he made a search in the greniers of the Hôtel Dieu and discovered 3 specimens of point d'Argentan in progress on the parchment patterns. One was of bold pattern with the grand bride ground, evidently a man's ruffle. The other had the barrette or bride ground of Point de France. The third picoté, showing that the 3 descriptions of lace were made contemporaneously at Argentan. The author of a little pamphlet on Argentan, M. Eugene de Lanley, remembers having seen in his youth in the Holy Week, in the churches of Saint Martin and Saint Germain, the statues of the apostles covered from head to foot with this priceless point. Argentan is now much made at Burano. Plate LVI illustrates one of their fine reproductions. Plate LVI. Illustration, French, Point d'Argentan, 18th century. Period Louis Roman XV, needlepoint borders. Both these have the hexagonal ground of the genre Argentan. The upper one is chiefly filled in with the Oel de Perdrix, or Réseau Rossissé, width 338 in. The lower one has been pieced together, width 7 in. Victoria and Albert Museum. To face page 208. 209 Chapter 15. Isle de France Paris d'Ape, Seine. Quel heureux style passé midi qui vous eladit une petite souris, que fait-elle de la dentelle, pour quitte la réunie de Paris? Old nursery song. Early in the 17th century, lace was extensively made in the environs of Paris, at Louvres, Geysers, Villiers-le-Bel, Montmorency, and other localities. Of this we have confirmation in a work published 1634, in which, after commenting upon the sums of money spent in Flanders for ouvrages et passements, tant de point coupé que daughters, which the king had put a stop to by the sumptuary law of 1633, the author says, Pour empêcher Isel dispense, il voyatout l'Isle de France, et otters le cuissant rimplis de plus de dix mille familles, dans lescals les enfants de l'un et l'autre sexe. Des l'âge de dix ans ni sont instruits qua la manufacture des dits ouvrages, dont il s'en trouve d'aussi, boet bien fates que ceux des étrangers. Les Espagnols, qui le scavent, ni s'en fournissent illours. Who first founded the lace-making of the Isle de France, it is difficult to say. A great part of it was in the hands of the Huguenots, leading us to suppose it formed one of the numerous industries introduced or encouraged by 210 Henry Roman IV. And Sully. Point de Paris, mignonette, bisette, and other narrow cheap laces were made, and common guipures were also fabricated at St. Denis, Ecouen, and Groslay. From 1665 to the French Revolution, the exigencies of fashion requiring a superior class of lace, the workwomen arrived gradually at making point of remarkable fineness and superior execution. The lappet fig, 94, is a good example of the delicacy of the fine point de Paris. The ground resembles the fawn chant, the six-pointed star meshed raceau. Illustration, fig 94. Point de Paris reduced. Illustration, fig 95. Point de France bobbin lace, 17th century, with portraits of Louis Roman XIV and Marie Therese. Mrs. Palliser gives this illustration the above designation in her last edition, in her former ones, that of Flemish lace. The lace has lately come into the possession of Mr. Arthur Blackbourne. It appears to be Flemish work made for the French Queen. To face page 210. 211 Savary, who wrote in 1726, mentions how, in the Château de Madrid, there had long existed a manufacture of points de France. A second fabric was established by the Comte de Marsin, in Paris, towards the end of the same century. Having brought over from Brussels his nurse, named Dumont, with her 4 daughters, she asked him, as a reward for the care she had bestowed upon him in his infancy, to obtain for her the privilege of setting up in Paris a manufactory of point de France. Colbert granted the request. Dumont was established in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine classic land of embroidery from early times cited in the Révolte des Passements. Tel broderie qui enavoit jamais, esté plus loin que du Faubourg S, Antoine au Louvre. A cent Suisse of the king's was appointed as guard before the door of her house. In a short time, Dumont had collected more than 200 girls, among whom were several of good birth, and made beautiful lace called Point de France. Her fabric was next transferred to Rue Saint-Sauveur, and subsequently to the Hotel Saint-Chamond, near the Port Saint-Denis. Dumont afterwards went to Portugal, leaving her fabric under the direction of Mademoiselle de Marsin. But adds the historian, as fashion and taste often change in France, people became tired of this point. It proved difficult to wash. The flowers had to be raised each time it was cleaned. It was thick and unbecoming to the face. Points d'Espagne were now made instead, with small flowers, which, being very fine, was more suitable for a lady's dress. Lastly, the taste for Mechlin lace coming in, the manufacture of Dumont was entirely given up. In the time of Louis Roman XIV, the commerce of lace was distributed in different localities of Paris, as we learn from the liver commode already quoted. The gold laces, forming of themselves a special commerce, had their shops in the Rue des Bourdonnais, in which silk laces were especially sold, and the Rue Saint-Honoré, entre la place aux Chats et les Piliers des Halles, while the Rue Bédézy retained for itself the spécialité of selling points at dentelle. The gold and silver laces of Paris, commonly known as points d'Espagne, often embellished with pearls and other 212 ornaments, were for years renowned throughout all Europe, and, until the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, an object of great commerce to France. Its importance is shown by the sumptuary edicts of the 17th century forbidding its use, and also by its mention in the Révolte des Passements. It was made on the pillow. Much was exported to Spain and the Indies. How those exiled workmen were received by the Protestant princes of Europe, and allowed to establish themselves in their dominions, to the loss of France and the enrichment of the lands of their adoption, will be told in due time when we touch on the lace manufactures of Holland and Germany. Plate LVI. Since 1784, little lace has been made in Paris itself, but a large number of lace makers are employed in applying the flowers of Binch and Meyercourt upon the bobbinet grounds. Chantilly Dape, Ois. Dan Sapomp Elegante admires Chantilly, de Harrows en Harrows, de Gen Agem Belly, de Lille, Les Jardins. Although there long existed lace makers in the environs of Paris, the establishment for which Chantilly was celebrated owes its formation to Catherine de Rohan, Duchesse de Longueville, who sent for workwomen from Dieppe and Havre to her château of Etrepagny, where she retired at the beginning of the 17th century and established schools. The town of Chantilly, being the center of a district of lace makers, has given its name to the laces of the surrounding district, the trade being distributed over more than 100 villages, the principal of which are Saint Maximian, Viermes, Méric, Luzarches, and Damartin. The proximity to Paris, affording a ready sale for its productions, caused the manufacture to prosper, and the narrow laces which they first made use and point to Paris were soon replaced by guipures, white thread, and black silk lace. Plate LVI. Illustration, French or Dutch, borders of gold and silver thread and gimp lace, 18th century, from the treasury of St. Mary's Church, Danzig. Widths, 118, 1¾ and 4¼ in. Victoria and Albert Museum. To face page 212. 213. Some 20 years since there dwelt at Chantilly an elderly lady, granddaughter of an old proprietor, who had in her possession one of the original pattern books of the fabric, with autograph letters of Marie Antoinette, the Princess de Lamballe, and other ladies of the court, giving their orders and expressing their opinion on the laces produced. We find in the inventories of the last century Caiffier de Coeur de Dentelle de Soie Noire, Mantelet Garni de Dentelle Noirs, a Petite Duchesse et une Respectueuse, and other caifs, all of Dentelle de Soie Noire. White blonde appears more sparingly. The Duchesse de Duras has une paire de manchettes à trois rangs, deux fichus et deux paires de sabots en blonde, the latter to wear, probably, with her robe and singe. Du Barry purchases more largely. See pages 181, 182, and 224. Fig. 96 is a specimen taken from the above-mentioned pattern book. The flowers and ground are of the same silk, the flowers worked en grillet, see chapter Roman 3, grillet or open stitch, instead of the compact tissue of the blonde's mates, of the Spanish style. The cordonnet is a thicker silk strand, flat and untwisted. This is essentially Chantilly lace. The fillings introduced into the flowers and other ornaments in Chantilly lace are mesh grounds of old date, which, according to the district where they were made, are called vitré, marriage, and cinq trous. Chantilly first created the black silk lace industry, and deservedly it retains her name, whether made there or in Calvados. Chantilly black lace has always been made of silk, but from its being a grenadine, not a shining silk, a common error prevails that it is of thread, whereas black thread lace has never been made 214 either at Chantilly or Bayeux. The distinguishing feature of this lace is the fawn chant, an abbreviation of Chantilly, the six-pointed star race, or, as it is better described, a diamond crossed by two horizontal threads. Chantilly fell with 93. Being considered a royal fabric, and its productions made for the nobility alone, its unfortunate laceworkers became the victims of revolutionary fury, and all perished with their patrons on the scaffold. We hear no more of the manufacture until the Empire, a period during which Chantilly enjoyed its greatest prosperity. In 1805, white blonde became the rage in Paris, and the workwomen were chiefly employed in its fabrication. The Chantilly laces were then in high repute, and much exported, the black especially, to Spain and her American colonies. No other manufactories could produce mantillas, scarfs, and other large pieces of such great beauty. It was then they made those rich large-patterned blondes called by the French blondes mates, by the Spaniards trepada, the prevailing style since the First Empire. Illustration, Fig. 96. Chantilly reduced from one of the order books, Temp, Louis Roman 16. About 1835, black lace again came into vogue, and the lace makers were at once set to work at making black silk laces with double ground. And afterwards they revived the hexagonal ground of the last century, called fawn de Lenken, for the production of which they are celebrated. The lace industry has been driven away from Chantilly by the increase in the price of labor consequent on its vicinity to the capital. The lace manufacturers, unable to 215 pay such high salaries, retired to geysers, where in 1851 there were from 8,000 to 9,000 lace makers. They continued to make the finest lace some years longer at Chantilly, but now she has been supplanted by the laces of Calvados, Caen, and Bayeux, which are similar in material and in mode of fabrication. The generally so-called Chantilly shawls are the production of Bayeux. 216 Chapter 16. Normandy. Dangling thy hands like bobbins before thee, Congreve, way of the world. Scène inférieure. Lace forms an essential part of the costume of the Normandy peasants. The wondrous Bergen, with its long lappets of rich lace, descended from generation to generation, but little varied from the cornets of the 14th and 15th centuries. Fig. 97. The countrywomen wore their lace at all times, when it was not replaced by the cotton nightcap, without much regard to the general effect of their daily clothes. Madame the hostess, writes a traveler in 1739, made her appearance in long lappets of bone lace, with a sack of linsey woolsey. The manufactures of the pays de coq date from the beginning of the 16th century. It appears to have been the first center in Normandy, as in 1661 Havre laces occur in the Révolte des Passemans. Lace-making was the principal occupation of the wives and daughters of the mariners and fishermen. In 1692, M. de Saint-Aignan, governor of Havre, found it employed 20,000 women. 217 Illustration, Fig. 97. Coches, from an engraving of the 18th century. It was in the province of Normandy, as comprised in its ancient extent, that the lace trade made the most rapid increase in the 18th century. From Arras to Saint 218 Malo, more than 30 centers of manufacture established themselves, imitating with success the laces of Mechlin, the guipures of Flanders, the fond clair or single ground then called point de Bruxelles, point de Paris, black thread laces, and also those guipures enriched with gold and silver, so much esteemed for church ornament. The manufactures of Havre, Honfleur, Baalbec, EU, Fécamp, and Dieppe were most thriving. They made double and single grounds, guipure, and a kind of thick Valencians, such as is still made in the little town of Honfleur and its environs. In 1692, the number of lace makers at Havre and its environs was not less than 22,000. Corneille, 1707, declares the laces of Havre to be très recherchés, and in an engraving, 1688, representing a marchand linger and sa boutique. Among the stock in trade, together with the points of Spain and England, are certain cartons labeled Point du Havre. It appears also in the inventory of Colbert, who considered it worthy of trimming his pillowcases and his camisoles, and Madame de Simeon had two toilettes garnies de dentelle du Havre, with an estiapane and suite. Next in rank to the points du Havre came the laces of Dieppe and its environs, which, says an early writer of the 18th century, rivaled the industry of Argentan and Caen. The city of Dieppe alone, with its little colony of Saint Nicolas d'Allermont, a village 2 leagues distant, inhabited by the descendants of a body of workmen who retired from the bombardment of Dieppe, employed 4,000 lace makers. A writer in 1761 says, "A constant trade is that of laces, which yield only in precision of design and fineness to those of Mechlin, but it has never been so considerable as it was at the end of the 17th century. Although it has slackened since about 1745 for the amount of its productions, which have diminished in value, it has not altogether fallen. As this work is the occupation of women and girls, a great number of whom have no other means of subsistence, there is also a large number of dealers who buy their laces, to send them into other parts of the kingdom, to Spain, and the islands of America. This trade is free, without any corporation. But those who make lace without being mercers cannot sell lace thread, the sale of which is very lucrative." Plate licks. Illustration, French Chantilly, flounce black silk bobbin made much reduced. Plate LX. Illustration, French Lapaille, black silk guipure bobbin made. Photos by A. Dryden from laces the property of Mr. Arthur Blackbourne. To face page 218. 219 Illustration, Fig. 98. Petit Poussin Deep. About 20 years later, we read, "The lace manufacture, which is very ancient, has much diminished since the points. Embroidered muslins and gauzes have gained the preference. Yet good workers earn sufficient to live comfortably. But those who have not the requisite dexterity would do well to seek some other trade, as inferior lace workers are unable to earn sufficient for a maintenance." M. Ferret writes in 1824, "Deep laces are in little request. Nevertheless, there is a narrow kind, named poussin, the habitual resource and work of the poor lace makers of this town, and which recommends itself by its cheapness and pleasing effect when used as a trimming to collars and mourning dresses. Strangers who visit our town make an ample provision of this lace." Fig. 98. The lace makers of Deep love to give their own 220 names to their different laces, Virge, Ave Maria, etc. Fig. 99, and the designation of poussin, chicken, is given to the lace in question from the delicacy of its workmanship. Point de Deep. Fig. 100 much resembles Valenciennes, but is less complicated in its make. It requires much fewer bobbins, and whereas Valenciennes can only be made in lengths of 8 inches without detaching the lace from the pillow, the deep point is not taken off, but rolled. It is now no longer made. In 1826, a lace school was established at Deep, under the direction of 2 sisters from the convent of La Providence at Rouen, patronized by the Duchesse de Berry, the Queen of the French, and the Empress Eugenie. The exertions of the sisters have been most successful. In 1842, they received the gold medal for having, by the substitution of the Valenciennes for the old Deep stitch, introduced a new industry into the department. They make Valenciennes of every width, and are most expert in the square grounds of the Belgian Valenciennes, made entirely of flax thread, unmixed with cotton, and at most reasonable prices. Illustration, Fig. 99. Ave Maria Deep. A very pretty double-grounded old Normandy lace, greatly used for caps, was generally known under the name of dentelle à la Vierge. Fig. 101. We find only one mention of a lace so designated, and that in the inventory made in 1785, after the death of Louis Philippe, Duke of 221 Orleans, the father of Égalité, where in his chapel at Villers-Cotterets is noted, "Un aube en Baptiste garni en gros point de dentelle dit à la Vierge." Illustration, Fig. 100. Point de Deep bobbin made. The lace of EU, resembling Valenciennes, was much esteemed. Located on the site of a royal chateau, the property of the Duc de Penthièvre, himself a most enthusiastic lover of fine point, as his wardrobe accounts testify, the 222 lace makers received, no doubt, much patronage and encouragement from the seigneur of the domain. In the family picture by Vanloo, known as the Tasse de Chocolat, containing portraits of the Duc de Penthièvre, his son, and the unfortunate Princess de Lamballe, together with his daughter, soon to be Duchess of Orleans, the Duke, who is holding in his hand a medal enclosed in a case, wears a lace ruffle of Valenciennes pattern, probably the fabric of his own people. Fig. 102. Illustration, Fig. 101. Dentelle à la Vierge. 223 Arthur Young, in 1788, states the wages of the lace makers seldom exceed from 7 or 8 sous per day. Some few, he adds, may earn 15. Previous to the Revolution, the lace made at Deep amounted to 400,000 francs annually. But Normandy experienced the shock of 1790. Deep had already suffered from the introduction of foreign lace when the Revolution broke out in all its fury. The points of Havre, with the fabrics of Pont-l'Evêque, Dieppe, Calvados, Harfleur, EU, and more than 10 other neighboring towns, entirely disappeared. Those of Dieppe and Honfleur alone trailed on a precarious existence. Illustration, Fig. 102. Duc de Penthièvre Vanloo, M. de Versailles. Calvados. The principal lace centers in the department of Calvados are Caen and Bayeux. From an early date, both black and white thread laces were made, of which the former was most esteemed. It was not until 1745 that the blondes made their appearance. The first silk used for the new production was of its natural color, écru, hence these laces were called blondes. 220, for the blonde of the time of Marie Antoinette, is a very light fabric with spots or outline threads of thicker silk forming a pattern. Later, in the time of the Empire, the Spanish style came into vogue. The 18th century patterns were again copied at Caen in the middle of the 19th century. After a time, silk was procured of a more suitable white, and those beautiful laces produced, which before long became of such commercial importance. A silk throster, M. Duval, was in a great degree the originator of the success of the Caen blondes, having been the first to prepare those brilliant white silks which have made their reputation. The silk is procured from Berg Argental in the Cevennes. The Caen workers made the Chantilly lace, Grillet Blanc, already described, and also the Blonde de Caen, in which the flower is made with a different silk from that which forms the réseau and outlined with a thick silk strand. The réseau is of the Lille type, fond simple. It is this kind of blonde which is so successfully imitated at Calais. Lastly, the blonde mate, or Spanish, already mentioned. In no other place except Chantilly have the blondes attained so pure a white, such perfect workmanship, such lightness, such brilliancy as the blondes de Caen. They had great success in France, were extensively imported, and made the fortune of the surrounding country, where they were fabricated in every cottage. Not every woman can work at the white lace. Those who have what is locally termed the Halline grass are obliged to confine themselves to black. In order to preserve purity of color, the lace makers work during the summer months in the open air, in winter in lofts over their cowhouses. Warmed by the heat of the animals, they dispense with fire and its accompanying smoke. Generally, it was only made in summer, and the black reserved for winter work. Puchet speaks of white lace being made in Keene from the lowest price to 25 livres the ell. According to Arthur Young, the earnings, 225 of the blonde workers were greater than those of Dieppe or Havre, a woman gaining daily from 15 to 30 sous. The silk blonde trade did not suffer from the crisis of 1821 to 32, when the thread lace makers were reduced to the brink of ruin by the introduction of bob and net. The demand for blonde, on the contrary, had a rapid increase, and Caen exported great quantities by smuggling to England. The blonde makers earning 25%. More than the thread lace makers, the province was in full prosperity. The competition with the machine-made blondes of Calais and Nottingham has caused the manufacture of the white blondes to be abandoned, and the Caen lace makers have now confined themselves to making black lace. Caen also produces gold and silver blondes, mixed sometimes with pearls. In 1847, the laces of Keene alone employed more than 50,000 persons, or 1/8 of the whole population of Calvados. Bayeux formerly made only light thread laces mignonette and what Puchet calls point de Marly. On Nivoit dans ces dentel, he writes, que du réseau de diverses espèces, du fond et une canatil à gros fil, quan conduit autour de ces fonds. Marly, styled in the Dictionary of Napoleon Landais, a tissu à jour en fil et en soie fabriqué sur la matière à faire de la gaze, was in fact the predecessor of tulle. It was invented about 1765, and for 20 years had great success, and was much worn by Marie Antoinette. When the mesh ground with an edging of loops, which constituted this lace in the decadence of Louis Roman XVI, had a pattern, it was pois, rosettes, or the spots of point disparate. In the Tableau de Paris, 1782, we read that Marly employed a great number of workpeople. Et elan avou des soldats valides et invalides faire la Marly, la promena, el offrir, et la vendre eumermes. Des soldats faire la Marly. It was to this Marly, or large pieces of white thread net, that Bayeux owed its reputation. No other fabric could produce them at so low a price. Bayeux alone made albes, shawls, and other articles of large size of thread lace. 226 lace was first made at Bayeux in the convents and schools, under the direction of the nuns of La Providence. The nuns were sent there at the end of the 17th century to undertake the supervision of the workroom founded by the Canon Bocher in the old church of St. George. In 1747, the Abbé Suhard de Lausels provided additional rooms for them in a house in the Faubourg Saint-Loup, close by the church of Notre Dame de la Poterie. In a short time, more than 400 young women were employed at the two sets of workrooms, and in 1758, the aldermen of the town presented to the intendant of the province a pair of thread lace cuffs, which, according to the accounts of the municipality, cost 144 livres. It was not until 1740 that a commercial house was established by M. Clement, from which period the manufacture has rapidly increased and is now one of the most important in France. The black laces of Caen, Bayeux, and Chantilly are alike. The design and mode of fabrication being identical, it is almost impossible for even the most experienced eye to detect the difference. They are mostly composed of piece goods, shawls, dresses, flounces, and veils made in small strips, united by the stitch already alluded to, the point de racroc, to the invention of which Calvados owes her prosperity. This stitch, invented by a lace-maker named Cahanet, admits of putting a number of hands on the same piece, whereas, under the old system, not more than 2 could work at the same time. A scarf, which would formerly have taken 2 women 6 months to complete, divided into segments, can now be finished by 10 women in one. Plate licks. About 1827, Madame Carpentier caused silk blonde again to be made for French consumption, the fabric having died out. 2 years later, she was succeeded by M. Auguste Lefebvre, by whom the making of blondes mates for exportation was introduced with such success that Kahn, who had applied herself wholly to this manufacture, almost gave up the competition. Mantillas, Spanish, Havanese, and Mexican, in large quantities, were exported to Spain, Mexico, and the southern seas, and were superior to those made in Catalonia. This manufacture requires the greatest care, as it is necessary to throw aside the French taste and adopt the heavy, overcharged patterns appropriate to the costumes and fashions of the countries for which they are destined. These mantillas have served as models for the imitation made at Nottingham. Plate LXI. Plate LXI. Illustration, French, blonde mate in Spanish style 19th century, photo by A. Dryden. To face page 226. 227 illustration, Fig, 103. Modern black lace of Bayeux, much reduced. To the exertions of M. Lefebvre is due the great improvement in the teaching of the lace schools. Formerly, the apprentices were consigned to the care of some aged lace-maker, probably of deficient eyesight. He, on the contrary, 228 placed them under young and skillful foramen, and the result has been the rising up of a generation of workers who have given to Bayeux a reputation superior to all in Calvados. It is the first fabric for large pieces of extra fine quality and rich designs, and as the point de Lenken lace has also been introduced into the city, Bayeux excels equally at the pillow and the needle, figs. 103 and 104. Messrs. Lefebvre have also most successfully reproduced the Venetian point in high relief. The raised flowers are executed with great beauty and the picots rendered with great precision. The discovery of the way in which this complicated point lace was made has been the work of great patience. It is called Point Colbert. See page 188. In 1851, there were in Calvados 60,000 lace workers, spread along the seacoast to Cherbourg, where the nuns of La Providence have an establishment. It is only by visiting the district that an adequate idea can be formed of the resources this work affords to the laboring classes, thousands of women deriving from it their sole means of subsistence. Bayeux is now the center for high-class lace-making in France. M. Lefebvre considers that the fichus, mantillas, etc., that are made of fine white thread in the country round Bayeux have all the suppleness and softness which contribute to the charm of Mechlin lace, to which they have a close affinity. Bretagne. No record of lace-making occurs in Bretagne, though probably the Normandy manufacturers extended westward along the coast. At all events, the wearing of it was early adopted. Illustration, Fig. 104. Point Colbert, Venetian point in relief reproduced by M. Lefebvre. To face page 228. 229 embroidered tulle or point disprit was made in Brittany as in Denmark, and around Genoa, where its production still continues. Embroidered muslins with openwork lace stitches were also made in Brittany during the 18th century and called broderie des Indes, after the Indian muslin scarfs that were brought to Europe at that date and set the fashion. There is a popular ballad of the province, 1587, on Fontenelle le Ligure, one of the most notorious partisans of the League in Bretagne. He has been entrapped at Paris, and while awaiting his doom, sends his page to his wife, with these words, "We spare our readers the Breton dialect." Page mon page petit page, vavait à Codelin et 10 à la pauvre héritière Denis plus border des dentel. Denis plus border des dentel, parce que son pauvre époux est en peine. Toi, rapporte-moi une chemise à mettre, et un drap pour m'ensevelir. One singular custom prevails among the ancient families in Bretagne. A bride wears her lace-adorned dress but twice, once on her wedding day, and only again at her death, when the corse lies in state for a few hours before its placing in the coffin. After the marriage ceremony, the bride carefully folds away her dress in linen of the finest homespun, intended for her winding sheet, and each year, on the anniversary of the wedding day, fresh sprigs of lavender and rosemary are laid upon it until the day of mourning. 230 Chapter 17. Valenciennes d'Ape, du Nord. Ils s'attachoyant à considérer des tableaux de petit point de la manufacture de Valenciennes qui représentent des fleurs, et comment ils les trouvient parfaitement beaux, de magelot, leur haute, voulait les leur donner, mais ils n'y les accepteront point. 1686. Voyage des ambassadeurs de Siam. Part of the ancient province of Hainault, Valenciennes, together with Lille and Arras, is Flemish by birth, French only by conquest and treaty. Its lace manufacture has been supposed to date from the 15th century, its first productions being attributed to Pierre Chauvin and Ignace Harrant, who employed a three-thread twisted flax. This early date, however, is probably not correct. It is more probable that Valenciennes developed from and took the place of the lace-making foundation of Colbert at Le Quesnoy. The lace of Le Quesnoy is never mentioned after Louis Roman XIV, whereas after that reign, Valenciennes comes into notice. It reached its climax from 1725 to 1780, when there were from 3,000 to 4,000 lace makers in the city alone. One of the finest known specimens of the earlier fabric is a lace-bordered albe belonging to the ladies of the Convent of the Visitation at Le Pai. The lace is 28 inches wide, consisting of 3 breadths, entirely of white thread, very fine though thick. The solid pattern, which with its flowers and scrolls partakes of the character of the Renaissance, comes out well from the clear Raceau ground. Illustration, Fig. 105. Valenciennes, 1650–1730. To face page 230. 231 from 1780 downwards, fashion changed. The cheaper and lighter laces of Brussels, Lille, and Arras obtained the preference over the costly and more substantial products of Valenciennes les Éternelles Valenciennes, as they were called, while the subsequent disappearance of ruffles from the costume of the men greatly added to the evil. Valenciennes fell with the monarchy. During the War of Liberty, foreign occupation decimated its population, and the art became nearly lost. In 1790, the number of lace workers had diminished to 250, and, though Napoleon used every effort to revive the manufacture, he was unsuccessful. In 1851, there were only 2 lace makers remaining, and they both upwards of 80 years of age. The lace made in the city alone was termed vraie Valenciennes, and attained a perfection unrivaled by the productions of the villages beyond the walls. In the lace accounts of Madame du Barry, we find constant mention of this term. Vraie Valenciennes appears constantly in contradistinction to Batard and Fosse, simply leading us to suppose that the last-mentioned appellations signify the laces fabricated in the neighborhood. In support of this assertion, M. Dieudonné writes, "This beautiful manufacture is so inherent in the place that it is an established fact, if a piece of lace were begun at Valenciennes and finished outside the walls, the part which had not been made at Valenciennes would be visibly less beautiful and less perfect than the other, though continued by the same lace maker with the same thread and upon the same pillow." 232 Illustration, Fig. 106. Valenciennes period Louis Roman XIV. Plate Elzé. Illustration, Valenciennes 3 specimens of 17th and 18th century. Arranged by age, the oldest at the top, which was made for a royal personage with the initials EP. It is now the property of Mr. Arthur Blackbourne. Widths of the middle and lower pieces 1/2 and 2/2 in. Photos by A. Dryden. To face page 232. 233 The extinction of the fabric and its transfer to Belgium has been a great commercial loss to France. Valenciennes, being specially a dentelle linge, is that of which the greatest quantity is consumed throughout the universe. Valenciennes lace is altogether made upon the pillow, with one kind of thread for the pattern and the ground. Fig. 106. No lace is so expensive to make, from the number of bobbins required, and the flax used was of the finest quality. The city-made lace was remarkable for the beauty of its ground, the richness of its design, and evenness of its tissue. Its mesh is square or diamond-shaped, and it has no twisted sides, all are closely plaited. The ornament is not picked out with a cord on it, as is the case with Mechlin, but like Mechlin, the ground went through various modifications, including the fond de neige, before the raceau was finally fixed. From their solidity, Les Belles et Éternelles Valenciennes became an heirloom in each family. A mother bequeathed them to her daughter as she would now her jewels or her furs. The lace makers worked in underground cellars from 4 in the morning till 8 at night, scarcely earning their 10 pence a day. The pattern was the especial property of the manufacturer. It was at the option of the worker to pay for its use and retain her work, if not satisfied with the price she received. This lace was generally made by young girls. It did not accord with the habits of the mere bourgeoise, either to abandon her household duties or to preserve the delicacy of hand requisite for the work. It may be inferred, also, that no eyes could support for a number of years. The close confinement to a cellar, many of the women are said to have become almost blind previous to attaining the age of 30. It was a great point when the whole piece was executed by the same lace worker. All by the same hand, we find entered in the bills of the lace sellers of the time. The labor of making vraie Valenciennes was so great that while the Lille lace workers could produce from 3 to 5 ells a day, those of Valenciennes could not complete more than 1.5 inches in the same time. Some lace workers only made half an ell, 24 inches, in a 234 year, and it took 10 months, working 15 hours a day, to finish a pair of men's ruffles, hence the costliness of the lace. A pair of ruffles would amount to 4,000 livres, and the barbes plaines, as a lady's cap was then termed, to 1,200 livres and upwards. Illustration, Fig. 107. Valenciennes. Illustration, Fig. 108. Valenciennes, Lapit period Louis Roman 16. To face page 234. 235 The Valenciennes of 1780 was of a quality far superior to any made in the present century. The raceau was fine and compact, the flower resembling cambric in its texture, the designs still betraying the Flemish origin of the fabric tulips, carnations, iris, or anemones such as we see in the old Flemish flower pieces, true to nature, executed with Dutch exactness. Fig. 108. The city owed not its prosperity to the rich alone. The peasants themselves were great consumers of its produce. A woman laid by her earnings for years to purchase a bonnet and vraie Valenciennes, some few of which still appear in the northern provinces of France at church festivals and holidays. These caps are formed of 3 pieces, barbes, passe, et fond. The Norman women also loved to trim the huge fabric with which they overcharged their heads with a real Valenciennes. And even in the present day of bon marché, a peasant woman will spend from 100 to 150 francs on a cap which is to last her for life. The last important piece made within the city walls was a headdress of vraie Valenciennes presented by the city to the Duchesse de Nemours on her marriage in 1840. It was furnished by Mademoiselle Ursule Glareau, herself an aged lady, who employed the few old lace workers then living with the patriotic wish of exhibiting the perfection of the ancient manufacture. L'Île d'Ape, du Nord. Ces points coupés, passements et dentellas, qui vendent de l'Isle et de Bruxelles, consolation des dames, 1620. The fabrics of Lille and Arras are identical. Both make white lace with single grounds, fond simple, but the productions of Lille are far superior to those of Arras in quality. The manufacture of the capital of French Flanders vies with those of the Netherlands in antiquity. As early as 1582, its lace makers are described, at the entry of the Duke of Anjou into the city, as wearing a special costume. A gown of striped stuff, with a cap of fine linen plaited in small flutes. A silver medal suspended from the neck by a black ribbon completed a dress which has descended to the 19th century. The piece of Aix-la-Chapelle having transferred Lille to France, many of its artisans retired to 236 Ghent. They are described at that period as making both white and black lace. The art, however, did not die out, for in 1713, on the marriage of the governor, young Boufflers, to Mademoiselle de Villeroy, the magistrates of Lille presented him with lace to the value of 4,000 livres. Illustration, Fig. 109. Lille. The beauty of the Lille lace is its ground, called Point de Lille, or Fond Clair. The finest, lightest, most 237 transparent, and best made of all grounds. The work is simple, consisting of the ground with a thick thread to mark the pattern fig, 109. Instead of the sides of the mesh being plaited, as in Valenciennes, or partly plaited, partly twisted, as in Brussels and Mechlin, 4 of the sides are formed by twisting 2 threads round each other, and the remaining 2 sides by simple crossing of the threads over each other. In the 18th century, more than 2/3 of the lace-making population of Europe made it under the name of mignonettes and blondes de fil. The tray was finer in the last century, but in 1803 the price of thread having risen 30%. The lace makers, unwilling to raise the prices of their lace, adopted a larger tray in order to diminish the quantity of thread required. The straight edge and stiff pattern of the old Lille lace is well-known fig, 110. The laces of Lille, both black and white, have been much used in France. Though Madame Junot speaks disparagingly of the fabric, the light clear ground rendered them especially adapted for summer wear. They found great favor also in England, into which country 1/3 of the lace manufactured throughout the Département du Nord was smuggled in 1789. The broad black Lille lace has always been specially admired, and was extensively used to trim the long silk mantles of the 18th century. 238 in 1788, there were above 16,000 lace makers at Lille, and it made 120,000 pieces of lace, representing a value of more than £160,000. In 1851, the number of lace makers was reduced to 1,600. It is still gradually diminishing, from the competition of the fabric of Meyercourt and the numerous other manufacturers established at Lille, which offer more lucrative wages than can be obtained by lace making. Illustration, Fig. 110. Lille. The old straight-edged is no longer made, but the rose pattern of the Mechlin is adopted, and the style of that lace copied. The semé of little square dots, points disparate, on the ground one of the characteristics of Lille laces, still retained. In 1862, Mrs. Palliser saw at Lille a complete garniture of beautiful workmanship, ordered for a trousseau at Paris, but the commercial crisis and the revolutions of 1848 virtually put an end to the lace industry of Lille and Arras. 239 Arras, Artois, Dape, Pas de Calais. Arras of rich array, fresh as flowers in May, Skelton. Arras, from the earliest ages, has been a working city. Her citizens were renowned for the tapestries which bore their name. The nuns of her convents excelled in all kinds of needlework. In the history of the Abbé du Vivier, we are told how the abbess, Madame Saint Dite la Sauvage, set the sisters to work ornaments for the church. Les filles dans l'ouvertures les jours assemblés, en y parissent pas moins que l'abbesse ilaise. Celle-ci d'une aiguille adjuste au petit point un bel et idottle que l'église, en a point brach doret de soy un voile de calice, l'autre fait un tapis du point de haute lice, dont elle fait un richet precia frontal, une otter cowed une ob, au fait un corporal. Une otter une chasuble, au chap non peril, ou l'or, l'argent, la soie, eringues a merveille, representant des saints vestis plus richement quelure éclat, en aurit souffert de leur vivant l'autre de sun, caro detachant la dentelle, en orn les surplis de quelque ob nouvelle. Again, among the first rules of the institution of the Filles de Saint-Agnes, in the same city, it is ordained that the girls apprendront a filer au cowder, fair passment, tapisseries aux choses semblables. The Emperor Charles V is said, however, to have first introduced the lace manufacture into Arras. Arras was one of the seats of Colbert's manufactures, probably of the Flemish bobbin lace. It flourished in the 18th century when, writes Arthur Young in 1788, were made coarse thread laces, which find a good market in England. The lace workers earn from 12 to 15 sous. Puchet corroborates this statement. Arras, he says, 240 fait beaucoup de mignonette et entoilage, dont on consomme beaucoup en Angleterre. The fabric of Arras attained its climax during the Empire, 1804 to 1812, since which period it has declined. In 1851, there were 8,000 lace makers in a radius of 8 miles round the city, their salary not exceeding 65 centimes a day. In 1881, however, the trade had enormously decreased, only one house making a speciality of the old patterns. The old Arras laces are now no more. Illustration, Fig. 111. Arras modern. There is little, or indeed no variety in the pattern of Arras lace. For years it produced the same style and design. As a consequence of this, the lace makers, from always executing the same pattern, acquired great rapidity. Though not so fine as that of Lille, the lace of Arras has three good qualities. It is very strong, firm to the touch, and perfectly white, hence the great demand for both home and foreign consumption, no other lace having this triple merit at so reasonable a price. Fig. 111. The gold lace of Arras appears also to have had a reputation. We find among the coronation expenses of George I a charge for 354 yards of Arras lace, Atrabatici Lassany. 241 Bailul Dape, du Nord. As already mentioned, up to 1790, the Vraie Valencienne was only made in the city of that name. The same lace manufactured at Lille, Bergs, Bailul, Avesnes, Kassel, Armentières, as well as that of Belgium, was called Fosses Valenciennes. Armentières et Bailul n'y font que de la Valencienne fosse, dans tous l'esprit, writes Puchet. En nom, states another author, Fosses Valenciennes la dentelle de même espèce, inférieure en qualité, fabriquée moins serrée, dont le dessin est moins recherché et le toilet des fleurs moins marqué. Of such is the lace of Bailul, whose manufacture is the most ancient and most important, extending to Hazebrouck, Bergs, Kassel, and the surrounding villages. Previous to 1830, Bailul fabricated little besides straight edges for the Normandy market. In 1832, the scalloped edge was adopted, and from this period dates the progress and present prosperity of the manufacture. Its laces are not much esteemed in Paris. They have neither the finish nor lightness of the Belgian products, are soft to the touch, the mesh round, and the ground thick, but it is strong and cheap, and in general use for trimming lace. The lace, too, of Bailul is the whitest and cleanest Valenciennes made. Hence it is much sought after, for exportation to America and India. The patterns are varied and in good taste, and there is every reason to expect that in due time it may attain the perfection, if not of the Valenciennes of Ypres, at least to that of Bruges, which city alone annually sends to France lace to the value of from £120,000 to £160,000. 242 Chapter 18. Auvergne and Valais. Le Pays d'Ape, Haute-Loire. As early as the 15th century, the countrywomen from the mountains of the Valais would congregate together during the winter within the walls of the neighboring cities, and there, forming themselves into companies, gain their subsistence by making coarse lace to ornament the albs of the priests, the rochets of the bishops, and the petticoats of ladies of quality. And very coarse and tasteless were these early products, to judge from the specimens which remain tacked on to faded altar cloths, still to be met with in the province, a mixture of netting and darning without design. They also made what was termed dentelle de ménage, with the coarse thread they used for weaving their cloth. They edged their linen with it, and both bleached together in the wearing. The lace region of central France, of which Le Pays is the center, is considered to be the most ancient and considerable in France. It is distributed over the 4 departments, and employs from 125,000 to 130,000 women. It forms the sole industry of the Haute-Loire, in which department alone are 70,000 lace makers. The lace industry of Le Pays, like all others, has experienced various changes. It has had its trials and its periods of great prosperity. In the chronicles of Le Pays of the 16th century, we read that the merciers of Notre Dame, 243 des Anges, qui, suivant l'usage facient dans Notre-Ville le commerce des passementeries, broderies, dentelles, etc., comptient alors 40 boutiques, et quils figurant avec enseignes et torches au premier rang dans les solennités religieuses. Judging from local documents, this manufacture has for more than 2 centuries back formed the chief occupation of the women of this province. It suffered from the sumptuary edicts of 1629, 1635, and 1639, and in 1640 threatened to be annihilated altogether. In the month of January of that year, the Seneschal of Le Pays published throughout the city a decree of the Parliament of Toulouse, which forbade, under pain of heavy fine, all persons of whatever sex, quality, or condition to wear upon their vestments any lace, teint de soie de fil blanc, ensemble passement, clinquant door ni d'argent fin au faux, thus by one ordinance annihilating the industry of the province. The reason for this absurd edict was twofold. First, in consequence of the large number of women employed in the lace trade, there was great difficulty in obtaining domestic servants. Secondly, the general custom of wearing lace among all classes caused the shades of distinction between the high and low to disappear. These ordinances, as may be imagined, created great consternation throughout Le Pays. Father Reges, a Jesuit who was then in the province, did his best to console the sufferers thus reduced to beggary by the caprice of Parliament. Ayes confiance en Dieu, he said, la dentelle n'y périra pas. He set out to Toulouse, and by his remonstrances obtained a revocation of the edict. Nor did he rest satisfied with his good work. At his suggestion, the Jesuits opened to the Auvergne laces a new market in Spain and the New World, which, until the year 1790, was the occasion of great prosperity to the province. The Jesuit father, who died in December 1640, was later canonized for his good deeds, and under his new appellation of Saint François Reges, is still held in the greatest veneration by the women of Auvergne as the patron saint of the lacemakers. Massillon, when Bishop of Clermont, 1717, greatly patronized the lacemakers of his diocese, and, anxious that the province should itself furnish the thread used in the manufacture, he purchased a quantity of spinning wheels, which he distributed among the poor families of Beauregard. 240 for the village in which the summer palace of the bishop, previous to the Revolution, was situated. The lace trade of this province frequently appears on the scene during the 18th century. In 1707, the manufacturers demand a remission of the import duties of 1664 as unfair, and with success. Scarce 10 years afterwards, notwithstanding the privilege accorded, we again find them in trouble. Whether their patterns did not advance with the fashions of the day, or the manufacturers deteriorated the quality of the thread too, often the effect of commercial prosperity the shops were filled with lace, propers, les unes pour elidily, daughters pour les mères du sud, which the merchants refused to buy. To remedy this bad state of affairs, the commissioners assembled at Montpellier coolly decide that the diocese should borrow 60,000 livres to purchase the dead stock, and so clear the market. After some arguments, the lace was bought by the Sieur Gerfanian, syndic of the diocese. Prosperity, however, was not restored, for in 1755 we again hear of a grant of 1,000 livres, payable in 10 years by the states of Valais, for the relief of the distressed lace makers, and again a fresh demand for exemption of the export duty. This is declared in a memorial of 1761 to be the chief cause of the distress, which memorial also states that, to employ the people in a more lucrative way, a manufacture of blondes and silk laces had been introduced. This distress is supposed to have been somewhat exaggerated by the merciers of Le Pays, whose profits must have been very considerable. The women, according to Arthur Young, earning only from 4 to 8 sous daily. Puchet, with his predecessor, Savary, and other writers on statistics, describe the manufacture of Le Pays as the most flourishing in France. Her lace, writes Puchet, resembles greatly that of Flanders. Much is consumed in the 245 French dominions, and a considerable quantity exported to Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, and England. Much thread lace is also expedited by way of Cadiz to Peru and Mexico. The ladies of these countries trim their petticoats and other parts of their dress with such a profusion of lace as to render the consumption prodigious. Les Anglois en donnent des commissions en contraband pour l'Isthmus de Panama. Les Hollandois en demandant aussi et facient expédier à Cadiz à leur compte. We read, however, after a time, that the taste for a finer description of lace having penetrated to Mexico and Peru, the commerce of Le Pays had fallen off, and that from that epoch the workpeople had supported themselves by making blondes and black lace. The thread used in Auvergne comes from Haarlem, purchased either from the merchants of Rouen or Lyon. In the palmy days of Le Pays, her laceworkers consumed annually to the amount of 400,000 livres. The laces made for exportation were of a cheap quality, varying from edgings of 30 sous to 45 livres the piece of 12 ells. Of these, the annual consumption amounted to 1,200,000 livres. It may indeed be said that, with the exception of the period of the French Revolution to 1801, the lace trade of Lapai has ever been prosperous. Formerly, they only made at Lapai laces which had each a distinctive name ave, pater, chapelets, mai, serpent, bonnet, sai, etc. Lapai now produces every description of lace, white and colored, silk, thread, and worsted, blondes of all kinds, black of the finest grounds, application, double and single grounds, from gold and silver lace to edgings of a halfpenny a yard, and laces of goats' and Angora rabbits' hairs. In 1847, more than 5,000 women were employed in making Valenciennes. They have also succeeded in producing admirable needle points, similar to the ancient Venetian. A dress of this lace, destined to adorn an image of the Virgin, was shown in the French exhibition of 1855. 246 in 1848 commerce and trade languished, and a cheaper lace was produced, made of worsted, for shawls and trimmings. This lace was not long in fashion, but it reappeared a few years later under the name of llama or poil de chèvre, when it obtained a great success. The hair of the llama has never been used. Lapai now offers to the market an infinite variety of lace, and by means of these novelties her laces successfully compete with those of Saxony, which alone can rival her in cheapness. But as the patterns of these last are copied from the laces of Lapai and Meyercourt, they appear in the foreign market after the originals. The finest collection of Auvergne lace in the International Exhibition, 1867, was from the fabric of Crapon, Haute-Loire, established in 1830 by M. Theodora Falcon, to whom Lapai is indebted for her Musée de Dentelles. Containing specimens of the lace of all countries and all ages, a most useful and instructive collection for the center of a lace district. Lapai has also a lace school, numbering 100 pupils, and a school of design for lace patterns, founded in 1859. Aurillac and Muret d'Ape, Cantal. Elan fait à Aurillac les dentelles quit en vogue dans le royaume, writes, in 1670, the author of the Délices de la France. The origin of the fabric is assigned to the 14th century, when a company of emigrants established themselves at Cuenca and Valcamios, and nearly all the points of Aurillac were exported into Spain through this company. In 1688, there was sold on the place at Marseille annually to the amount of 350,000 livres of the products of Aurillac, with other fine laces of Auvergne. In 1726, the produce was already reduced to 200,000 livres. The finest points de France, writes Savary, were made at Aurillac and Muret, the former alone at one time producing to the annual value of 700,000 francs, 28,000 pounds, and giving occupation to from 3,000 to 4,000 lace workers. Illustration, Plate LZI. Plate Alziv. French 2 specimens bought in France as cambrai. They are typical of northern French laces that became naturalized in England after the French Revolution. Widths, 2½ and 3½ in. Photos by A. Dryden from private collection. Plate LXV. Illustration, French, bobbin made from the environs of Lapai. Period Louis Roman XIII, Louis Roman XIV. Now made and called Guipure de Cluny. In the Musée Cinquantenaire, Brussels. To face page 246. 247 attempt to establish a bureau for Colbert's new manufacture of points de France was at first opposed, as we read. Les trois femmes envoyées par les entrepreneurs pour établir cette manufacture furent étiquetées dans les rues d'Aurillac. Les ouvrières de cette ville leur disaient, quels prouvient SN retourner, parce quels savient mia travailler quels. The lace makers would not give up what the intendant terms the wretched old point, which M. Henry Dureff, the historian of the Département de Cantal, describes, on the contrary, as consisting of rich flowered designs, such as may be seen by studying the portraits of many Auvergnat noblemen of the period. There are various letters on the subject in the Colbert correspondence, and in the last from Colbert, 1670, he writes that the point d'Aurillac is improving, and there are 8,000 lace women at work. It appears that he established at Aurillac a manufactory of lace where they made, upon des Desins Flamands Modifiés, a special article, then named Point Colbert, and subsequently Point d'Aurillac. In the convent of the Visitation at Lapai is shown the lace trimming of an albe, Point d'Angleterre. It is 28 inches wide, of white thread with bride's picotés of elegant scroll design. If, as tradition asserts, it was made in the country, it must be the produce of this manufactory. It appears that rich passements, as they are still called in the country, of gold and silver were made long before the period of Colbert. We find abundant mention of them in the church inventories of the province, and in the museum are pieces of rich lace said to have belonged to Francis I and his successors which, according to tradition, were the produce of Aurillac. They are not of wire, but consist of strips of metal twisted round the silk. In the inventory of the sacristy of the Benedictine monastery at Saint Aliger, 1684, there is a great profusion of 248 lace. Voile de brocard, fond d'oranterie d'un point d'Espagny d'or at argent. Another, garni de dentelles d'or at argent, enrichi de pearls fines. 20 aubes à grands dentelles, amics, lavabos, surplies, etc., all à grands aux petites dentelles. In the inventory of Masselin's chapel at Beauregard, 1742, are albes trimmed with point d'Aurillac, veils with point d'Espagny or et argent. Lasses was also made at Aurillac, and some specimens are still preserved among the old families there. The most interesting dates from the early 17th century and belongs to the chapel of Notre Dame at Thierzac, where Anne of Austria made a pilgrimage in 1631, and which, by the mutilated inscription on a piece of the work, would appear to refer to her. Mazarin held the Aurillac laces in high estimation, and they are frequently met with in the inventory of the effects he left on his death in 1660. Again, in the account of a masked ball, as given in the Mercure Galant of 1679, these points find honorable mention. The Prince de Conti is described as wearing a mante de point d'Aurillac or et argent. The Comte de Vermandois, a vest edged with the same, while Mademoiselle de Blois has 16 voiles de point d'Aurillac d'argent, and of the Duchesse de Mortemart it is said, envoyé dessous 16 plumes un voile de point d'Aurillac or et argent qui tomboit sur 16 épaules. The Chevalier Colbert, who appeared in an African costume, had des manches pendants of the same material. The same Mercure of April, 1681, speaking of the dress of the men, says, La plupart portent des garnitures d'une richesse qui empêchera, quelles particuliers ni les imitant, puisqu'elles reviennent à 50 louis. Ces garnitures sont de point d'Espagny au d'Aurillac. From the above notices, as well as from the fact that the greater part of these laces were sent into Spain, it appears that point d'Aurillac was a rich gold and silver lace, similar to the point d'Espagny. The laces of Murat d'Ape, Haute-Garonne, were facon de 249 malines et de Lille. They were also made at La Chaise-Dieu, Alenches, and Versailles. Those points were greatly esteemed and purchased by the wholesale traders of La Paix and Clermont, who distributed them over the kingdom through their colporteurs. The fabrics of Aurillac and Murat ended with the Revolution. The women, finding they could earn more as domestic servants in the neighboring towns, on the restoration of order, never again returned to their ancient occupation. 250 Chapter 19. Limousin. In the 17th and 18th centuries, a kind of pillow net, torchon and toilage, Mr. Ferguson calls it, for women's sleeves was manufactured at Toul, Corrèze, and also at Aurillac. From this circumstance, many writers have derived Toul, the French name for bobbin net, from this town. M. Lefebvre is of this opinion, and adduces in favor of it the fact that lace was made at Toul in the 18th century, and that an account of 1775 mentions certain Mesdemoiselles Gants as lace-makers in that town. The first dictionary in which the word Toul occurs is the French Encyclopedia of 1765, where we find Toul, une espèce de dentelle commune, mais plus ordinairement si qu'on appellate entoilage. Entoilage, as we have already shown, is the plain net ground upon which the pattern is worked or a plain net used to widen points or laces or worn as a plain border. In Louis Roman 15, Reine Madame de Mailly is described, after she had retired from the world, as sans rouge, sans powder, et qui plus est, sans dentelle, attendu quel ni portate plus que de l'entillage à bord plat. We read in the Tableau de Paris how Little, La Gazette Le Marly ont occupés cent mille mains. Tulle was made on the pillow in Germany before lace was introduced. If Tulle derived its name from any town, it would more probably be from Toul, celebrated, as all others in Lorraine, for its embroidery. and as net resembles the stitches made in embroidery by separating the threads, hemstitch, etc. It 251 may have taken its French name, tulle, German tulle, from the points de tulle of the workwomen of the town of Toul, called in Latin tullum or tullo. Lorraine. The lace manufactures of Lorraine flourished in the 17th century. Mirecourt d'Ape, Vosges, and the villages of its environs, extending to the department of Meurthe, was the great center of this trade, which formed the sole occupation of the countrywomen. For some centuries, the laceworkers employed only hempen thread, spun in the environs of Epinal, and especially at Châtel-sur-Moselle. From this, they produced a species of coarse guipure termed passement, or, in the patois of the province, pucemat. As early as the 17th century, they set aside this coarse article and soon produced a finer and more delicate lace with various patterns. They now made double ground and mignonette, and at Lunéville d'Ape, Meurthe, dentelle à l'Instar de Flandre. In 1715, an edict of Duke Leopold regulates the manufacture at Mirecourt. The lace was exported to Spain and the Indies. It found its way also to Holland, the German states, and England, where Randall Home mentions points of Lorraine without raisings. The Lorraine laces were mostly known in commerce as 252 Les Dentelles de Saint-Mihiel, from the town of that name, one of the chief places of the fabric. These last-named laces were much esteemed on their first appearance. Previous to the union of Lorraine to France in 1766, there were scarcely 800 lace makers in Mirecourt. The number amounted to nearly 25,000 in 1869. Early in the 19th century, the export trade gave place to more extensive dealings with France. Point de Flanders was then very much made, the patterns imported by traveling merchants journeying on their way to Switzerland. Anxious to produce novelty, the manufacturers of Mirecourt wisely sent for draftsmen and changed the old patterns. Their success was complete. They soon became formidable rivals to Lille, Geneva, and the Val de Travers, Switzerland. Lille now lowered her prices, and the Swiss lace trade sank in the contest. Scarcely any but white lace is made. The patterns are varied and in excellent taste, the work similar to that of Lille and Arras. Some few years since the making of application flowers was attempted with success at Mirecourt, and though it has not yet attained the perfection of the Brussels sprigs, yet it daily improves and bids fair to supply France with a production for which she now pays Belgium £120,000 annually. The Lorraine application possesses one advantage over those of Flanders. The flowers come from the hands of the lace makers clean and white, and do not require bleaching. The price, too, is most moderate. The production which of late years has been of the most commercial value is the Cluny lace, so called from the first patterns being copied from specimens of old lace in the Musée de Cluny. The immense success of this lace has been highly profitable to Mirecourt and Lepi. 253 the wages of the 24,000 laceworkers averaging 8 pence a day, their annual products are estimated at £120,000. Much of the Lorraine lace is consumed at Paris and in the interior of France. The rest is exported to America, the East Indies, and the different countries of Europe. Champagne. The Ardennes lace was generally much esteemed, especially the points de Sedan, which derived their name from the city where they were manufactured. Not only were points made there, but, to infer from the great wardrobe account of Charles I, the cutwork of Sedan had then reached our country and was of great price. We find in one account a charge for 6 handsome Sedan and Italian collars of cutwork, and for 62 yards of needlework purl for 6 pairs of linen ruffs, the enormous sum of £116.6. And again, in the last year of his reign, he has 6 handsome Pultonarian Sedan collars of cutwork, with the same accompaniment of 72 yards of needlework purl, amounting to £116. What these Pultonarian collars may have been we cannot, at this distance of time, surmise, but the entries afford proof that the excellency of the Sedan cutwork was known in England. Rheims, Châteaudière and Sedan are mentioned among the other towns in the ordinance establishing the points to France in 1665. In less than 4 months, Rheims numbered 140 workers, consisting of Venetians and Flemings, with 7 from Paris and the natives of the place. In 1669, the number had fallen to 60, in consequence of the price demanded for their board and lodging. Their lace was remarkable for its whiteness. Lace was made in the 17th century at Sedan, Donchery, Charleville, Mézières, Troyes, and Sens. The thread manufacturers of Sedan furnished the material 254 necessary for all the laceworkers of Champagne. Much point de Sedan was made at Charleville, and the laces of this last-named town were valued at from 4 up to 50 livres the ell, and even sometimes at a higher rate. The greater part of the produce was sold in Paris, the rest found a ready market in England, Holland, Germany, and Poland. Pignarial de la Force, writing later, says the manufacture of points and laces at Sedan, formerly so flourishing, is now of little value. Most of its lace makers, being Protestants, emigrated after the Edict of Revocation. Châteaurenaud and Mézières were chiefly employed in the manufacture of footings and grelures. The laces of Donchery were similar to those of Charleville, but made of the Holland thread. They were less esteemed than those of Sedan. A large quantity were exported to Italy and Portugal. Some few found their way to England and Poland. Up to the Revolution, Champagne employed from 5,000 to 6,000 lace workers, and their annual products were estimated at 200,000 fr. During the 12 years of revolutionary anarchy, all the lace manufactures of this province disappeared. There are differences of opinion as to the exact character of Sedan lace. M. Seguin considers it to have been a lace inferior in design and workmanship to point de Venise Reso. A single thread intervenes between the pattern and the reso, instead of the overcast cordonnet of a lenkin, and in other respects it resembles late Venetian needlepoint. Certain authorities in Brussels, again, claim the point de Sedan as a needle-made production of Brabant or Liege. M. Lefebvre, on the other hand, considers it as an important variety of a lenkin. The floral devices in points de Sedan, which are somewhat large and heavy in execution, spring from bold scroll forms, and in between them are big meshes of the grand male picoté of the Point de France. Instead of an even and slightly raised stitching along their contours, these big flowers are accentuated here and there in well-chosen parts by raised stitching. Worked somewhat, 250, 5 with the effect of vigorous touches of rather forced highlights in a picture. These recurrent little mounds of relief, as they may be called, are frequently introduced with admirable artistic result. The finest bishop's rochets which appear in the later portraits by Hyacinthe Rigaud and de Largellière are of point de Sedan. It is possible that both types of lace mention the heavy kind, and the lace with the rasoir the productions of Sedan. Burgundy. Colbert was proprietor of the Terre de Seignelay, 3 leagues from Auxerre, which caused him to interest himself in establishing manufactories, and especially that of Point de France. In his correspondence are 12 letters relating to this manufacture for 1667-74, but it did not succeed. At last, worn out, he says, the mayor and aldermen will not avail themselves of the means of prosperity I offer, so I will leave them to their bad conduct. Specimens of a beautifully fine, well-finished lace, resembling old Mechlin, are often to be met with in Belgium. Fig. 112, bearing the traditional name of Point de Bourgogne, but no record remains of its manufacture. In the census taken in 1571, giving the names of all strangers in the city of London, 3 are cited as natives of Burgundy, knitters and makers of lace. In the 18th century, a manufactory of Valenciennes was carried on in the hospital at Dijon, under the direction of the magistrates of the city. It fell towards the middle of the last century, and at the Revolution entirely disappeared. Les dentelles sont grosses, writes Savary, mais ils s'en débitent beaucoup en Franche-Comté. 256 Lionnois. Lyon, from the 13th century, made gold and silver laces enriched with ornaments similar to those of Paris. The laces of Saint Etienne resembled those of Valenciennes and were much esteemed for their solidity. The finest productions were for men's ruffles, which they fabricated of exquisite beauty. A considerable quantity of blonde was made at Marin, a village in the neighborhood of Beauvaisin, but the commerce had fallen off at the end of the last century. These blondes go by the familiar name of bicettes, or Lionnois. Colbert's attempts at establishing a manufactory of Point de France at Montargis appear by his letters to have been unsuccessful. Berry. Nor were the reports from Bourges more encouraging. Poitou. Lace was made at Loudun, one of Colbert's foundations in the 17th century, but the fabric has always been common. Mignonettes et dentelle à poignette de chemises et de prix de toutes espèces, from 1 sol 6 deniers the L to 40 sols the piece of 12 Ls. Children began lace-making at a very early age. Loudon fournit quelques dentelles communes, says the government reporter of 1803. Illustration, Fig. 112. Points to Bourgogne bobbin-made. To face page 256. 257 Puchet speaks of lace manufactories at Perpignan, Aix, Cahors, Bordeaux, etc., but they do not appear to have been of any importance and no longer exist. 258 Chapter 20. Holland, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and Hungary. Holland, a country that draws 50 feet of water, in which men live as in the hold of nature, and when the sea does in them break and drowns a province, does but spring a leak. Hudibras. We know little of the early fabrics of this country. The laces of Holland, though made to a great extent, were overshadowed by the richer products of their Flemish neighbors. The Netherlanders, writes Fynes Morrison, who visited Holland in 1589, wear very little lace and no embroidery. Their gowns are mostly black, without lace or guards, and their neckruffs of very fine linen. We read how, in 1667, France had become the rival of Holland in the trade with Spain, Portugal, and Italy. But she laid such high duties on foreign merchandise, the Dutch themselves set up manufactures of lace and other articles, and found a market for their produce even in France. A few years later, the revocation of the Edict of Nantes caused 4,000 lace-makers to leave the town of Alençon alone. Many took refuge in Holland, where, says a writer of the day, they were treated like artists. Holland gained more than she lost by Louis Roman XIV. The French refugees founded a manufactory of that point lace called Dentelle à la Réunie in the Orphan House at Amsterdam. Plate LXVI. Illustration, William, Prince of Orange, father of William Roman III, 1627-1650. School of Van Dyck. The collar is edged with Dutch lace. National Portrait Gallery. Photo by Walker and Cockerill. To face page 258. 259a. Few years later, another Huguenot, Zachary Chaitlin, introduced into Holland the industry, at that time so important, of making gold and silver lace. The Dutch possessed one advantage over most other nations, especially over England in her far-famed Haarlem thread, once considered the best adapted for lace in the world. No place bleaches flax, says a writer of the day, like the Mere of Haarlem. Still, the points of Holland made little noise in the world. The Dutch strenuously forbade the entry of all foreign lace, and what they did not consume themselves, they exported to Italy, where the market was often deficient. Once alone in England, we hear tell of a considerable parcel of Dutch lace seized between Deptford and London from the Rotterdam Hoy. England, however, according to Anderson in 1764, received in return for her products from Holland fine lace, but the balance was in England's favor. In 1770, the Empress Queen Marie Theresa published a declaration prohibiting the importation of Dutch lace into any of Her Imperial Majesty's hereditary dominions in Germany. As in other matters, the Dutch carried their love of lace 260 to the extreme, tying up their knockers with rich point to announce the birth of an infant. A traveler who visited France in 1691 remarks of his hotel, "The warming pans and brasses were not here muffled up in point and cutwork after the manner of Holland, for there were no such things to be seen." The Dutch lace most in use was thick, strong, and serviceable fig. 113. That which has come under our notice resembles the fine close Valenciennes, having a pattern often of flowers or fruit strictly copied from nature. The ladies wear, remarks Mrs. Calderwood, very good lace mobs. The shirt worn by William the Silent when he fell by the assassin is still preserved at The Hague. It is trimmed with a lace of thick linen stitches, drawn and worked over in a style familiar to those acquainted with the earlier Dutch pictures. Saxony. Here unregarded lies the rich brocade, there Dresden lace in scattered heaps is laid, here the gilt china vase bestrews the floor, while chidden Betty weeps without the door. Eclogue on the death of Shock, a pet lapdog, Ladies' Magazine, 1750. His olive-tan complexion graces with little dabs of Dresden laces, while, for the body Mountseer puff would think een Dowlas fine enough. French barber. 1756. Illustration, Fig. 113. Dutch bobbin lace 18th century. To face page 260. 261 illustration, Fig. 114. Tomb of Barbara Uttmann, at Annaberg. The honor of introducing pillow lace into Germany is accorded by tradition to Barbara Uttmann. She was born in 1514 in the small town of Etterlein, which derives its name from her family. Her parents, burghers of Nuremberg, had removed to the Saxon Harz Mountains for the purpose of working some mines. Barbara Etterlein here married a rich master miner named Christopher Uttmann of Annaberg. It is said that she learned lace-making from a native of Brabant, a Protestant, whom the cruelties of the Spaniards had driven from her country. Barbara had observed the mountain girls occupied in making a network for the miners to wear over their hair. She took great interest in the work, and, profiting by the experience derived from her Brabant teacher, succeeded in making her pupils produce first a fine knotted tricot, afterwards a kind of plain lace ground. In 1561, having procured aid from Flanders, she set up, in her own name of Barbara Uttmann, a workshop at Annaberg, and there began to make laces of various patterns. This branch of industry soon spread from the Bavarian frontier to Altenburg and Jasing, giving employment to 30,000 persons and producing a revenue of $1 million. Barbara Uttmann died in 1575, leaving 65 children and grandchildren, thus realizing a prophecy made previous to her marriage that her descendants would equal in number the stitches of the first lace ground she had made. Such prophecies were common in those days. She sleeps in the churchyard of Annaberg, near the old lime tree. On her tomb, Fig. 114 is inscribed. Here lies Barbara Uttmann, died 14 January, 1575, whose invention, 262 of lace in the year 1561, made her the benefactress of the Erzgebirge. An active mind, a skillful hand, bring blessings down on the fatherland. In the Green Vault at Dresden is preserved an ivory statuette of Barbara Uttmann, 4.5 inches high, beautifully executed by Kohler, a jeweler of Dresden, who worked at the beginning of the 18th century. It is richly ornamented with enamels and precious stones, such figures, of which there are many in the Green Vault, being favorite articles for birthday and Christmas gifts. Previous to the 18th century, the nets of Germany had already found a market in Paris. En vend, says the Liver Commode des Addresses of 1692, Le Trailes de l'Emagny and Plusieurs boutiques de la Rue Béthisy. Dresden, says Anderson, makes very fine lace, the truth of which is confirmed by nearly every traveler of the 18th century. We have reason to believe the so-called Dresden lace was the drawn work described in Chapter 2, and which was carried to great perfection. Went to a shop at Spa, writes Mrs. Calderwood, and bought a pair of double Dresden ruffles, which are just like a sheaf, but not so open as yours, for £2 too. La broderie de Dresde est très connue et les ouvriers très habiles, says Savary. This drawn work, for such it was, excited the emulation of other nations. The Anti-Gallican Society in 1753 leads the van and awards 3 guineas as their second prize for ruffles of Saxony. Illustration, Fig. 114a. Barbara Uttmann, who introduced the lace manufacture into the Erzgebirge, from an ivory statuette by Kohler, Green Vault, Dresden. To face page 262. 263 Ireland, in 1755, gave a premium of £5 for the best imitation of Dresden point, while the Edinburgh Society, following in the wake, a year later presents to Miss Jenny Dalrymple a gold medal for the best imitation of Dresden work in a pair of ruffles. In The Fool of Quality and other works from 1760 to 1770, we have Dresden aprons, Dresden ruffles, showing that point to have been in high fashion. Wraxall, too, 1778, describes a Polish beauty as wearing a broad Medicis of Dresden lace. As early as 1760, Dresden work is advertised as taught to young ladies in a boarding school at Kelso together, with shell work in grottos, flowers, catgut, working lace on bobbins or wires, and other useful accomplishments. the lace of Saxony has sadly degenerated since the 18th century. The patterns are old and ungraceful, and the lace of inferior workmanship, but owing to the low price of labor, they have the great advantage of cheapness, which enables them to compete with France in the American and Russian markets. In all parts of Germany, there are some few men who make lace. On the Saxon side of the Erzgebirge, many boys are employed, and during the winter season, men of all ages work at the pillow. And it is observed that the lace made by men is firmer and of a superior quality to that of the women. The lace is a dentelle torchon of large pattern, much in the style of the old lace of Ischia. The Saxon needle lace of the present day is made in imitation of old Brussels, with small flowers on a raceau. Some is worked in colored thread, and also black silk lace of the Chantley type is made. Of this, the Erzgebirge is the chief center. This lace is costly, and is sold at Dresden and other large towns of Germany, and particularly at Paris, where the dealers pass it off for old lace. This fabric employed, in 1851, 300 workers. A quantity of so-called Maltese lace is also made, but torchon predominates. The Museum for Art and Industry, opened at Vienna in 1865, contains several pattern books of the 16th century, and in it has been exhibited a fine collection of ancient lace belonging to General von Haslob, Master General of the Ordnance. 264 Germany, North and South. Germany in the 16th and 17th centuries was renowned for its lasses, cutwork, and embroidery with thread on net, of which there are several good examples in the Victoria and Albert Museum, together with specimens of early Flemish work from their colonies on the Elbe, established in the 12th century by various German rulers. The work of these towns is of later date of the 15th century and has continued to the 19th century, when they made cambric caps, embroidered or ornamented with drawn work, and edged with bobbin-made tonder lace in the style of 18th century Valenciennes. Prisc dans tout sorties d'arts les plus hables ouvriers, ainsi quelles plus riches négociants, sont de la religion prétendue réformée, said the Chancellor d'Aguesseau, and when his master, Louis Roman XIV, whom he in not too respectful terms calls Le Roi Trop Cradule, signed the Act of Revocation, 1685, Europe was at once inundated with the most skillful workmen of France. Hamburg alone of the Hanse towns received the wanderers. Lubeck and Bremen, in defiance of the remonstrances of the Protestant princes, allowed no strangers to settle within their precincts. The emigrants soon established considerable manufactures of gold and silver lace, and also that now extinct fabric known under the name of Hamburg point. Miss Knight, in her autobiography, notes, "At Hamburg, just before we embarked, Nelson purchased a magnificent lace trimming for Lady Nelson, and a black lace cloak for another lady, who, he said, had been very attentive to his wife during his absence." On the very year of the revocation, Frederick William, Elector of Brandenburg, anxious to attract the fugitive workmen to his dominions, issued from Potsdam an edict in their favor. Crowds of French Protestants responded to the call, and before many years had passed, Berlin alone boasted 450 lace manufactories. Previous to this emigration, she had none. These mangeurs de haricots, as the Prussians styled the emigrants, soon amassed large fortunes and exported their laces to Poland and to Russia. The tables were turned. France, who formerly exported lace in large quantities to Germany, now received it from the hands of her exiled workmen, and in 1723 and 1734 we find a Raerts du Conseil d'Etat relative to the importation of German laces. Illustration, plate LXV. Swissfram near Neuchâtel, early 19th century, similar in make to Lille and some Devon lace. Illustration, plate LXVI. German, Nuremberg used by the peasants on their caps. The cord on it suggests a Mechlin influence, whilst the heavy raceau is reminiscent of some Antwerp and Flemish and Italian village laces of the end of the 17th century. Plate L6. Illustration, English, bucks, a unique piece designed and made by the lace makers for Queen Victoria in the early years of her reign. From her lady-in-waiting Emma, Lady Portman, it has descended to the present owner, Mrs. Lloyd Baker. The above is a complete section of the design, which is outlined with gold thread. Photos by A. Dryden from private collections. To face page 264. 265 The Landgrave of Hesse also received the refugees, publishing an edict in their favor. 2 fabrics of fine point were established at Hanover. Leipzig, Anspach, Elberfeld all profited by the migration. En Comté, writes Puchet, à Leipzig cinq fabriques de dentelles et de galons d'or et argent. A large colony settled at Halle, where they made Hungarian lace point de Hongrie, a term more generally applied to a stitch in tapestry. The word, however, does occasionally occur. Your Hunderland bands and Spanish Cuello ruffs, great lords and ladies, feasted to survey. All these various fabrics were offsets of the Elenchen trade. Fynes Morrison expresses surprise at the simplicity of the German costume ruffs of coarse cloth, made at home. The Danzigers, however, he adds, dress more richly. Citizens' daughters of an inferior sort wear their hair woven with lace stitched up with a border of pearl. Citizens' wives wear much lace of silk on their petticoats. Dandyism began in Germany, says a writer, about 1626, when the women first wore silver, which appeared very remarkable, and at last indeed white lace. A century later, luxury at the Baths of Baden had reached an excess unparalleled in the 266 present day. The bath mantles, equipage de bain, of both sexes are described as trimmed with the richest point, and after the bath were spread out ostentatiously as a show on the baths before the windows of the rooms. Lords and ladies, princesses and margraves loitered up and down, passing judgment on the laces of each new arrival. This love of dress, in some cases, extended too far, for Bishop Douglas mentions how the Leipzig students think it more honorable to beg, with a sword by their side, of all they meet than to gain their livelihood. I have often, he says, given a few groschen to one finely powdered and dressed with sword and lace ruffles. Concerning the manufactures of the once opulent cities of Nuremberg and Augsburg, we have no record. In the first mentioned was published, in 1601, the model book engraved on copper of Sibmacher. On the frontispiece is depicted a garden of the 16th century. From the branches of a tree hangs a label, informing the world that she who loves the art of needlework and desires to make herself skillful can here have it in perfection, and she will acquire praise, honor, and reward. At the foot of the tree is seated a modest young lady yclept Industria, on the right a second, feather fan in hand, called Ignavia Idleness, on the left a respectable matron named Sophia Wisdom. By way of a preface, the 3 hold a dialogue, reviewing in most flattering terms the work. A museum was founded in 1865 at Nuremberg for works and objects connected with the lace manufacture and its history. It contains some interesting specimens of Nuremberg lace, the work of a certain Jungfrau Picklaman, in the year 1600, presented by the widow Farah Mitchell, of Poppenruth. The lace is much of the Venetian character. One specimen has the figures of a knight and a lady, resembling the designs of Vesellio. The museum also possesses other curious examples of lace, together with a collection of books relative to the lace fabric. Plate LXVI. In the chapel of St. Egidius at Nuremberg, writes 267 of our correspondents, we were led to make inquiries concerning sundry ponderous-looking chairs, bearing some resemblance to confessionals, but wanting the side compartments for the penitents. We learned that they belonged to the several guilds, in Nung, who had undertaken to collect money for the erection of a new church after the destruction of the old by fire. For this end, the last members sworn in of every trade sat in their respective chairs at the church doors on every Sunday and holiday. The offerings were thrown into dishes placed on a raised stand on the right of the chair, or into the hollow in front. The devices of each trade were painted or embossed on circular plates, said to be of silver, on the back of each chair. One handwork stool in particular attracted our attention. It was that of the passementerie makers, in German, Portenmacher or passementier handwork, which, until the handicrafts became more divided, included the lace makers. An elegant scroll pattern in relievo surrounds the plate, surmounted by a cherub's head, and various designs, resembling those of the pattern books, are embossed in a most finished style upon the plate together, with an inscription dated 1718. Missen, who visited Nuremberg in 1698, describes the dress of a newly married pair as rich in the extreme, that of the bridegroom as black, fort chargé de dentelle, the bride as tricked out in the richest, dentelle antique, her petticoat trimmed with des tresses d'or et de dentelle noire. In the Victoria and Albert Museum, there are 2 women's ruffs from Nuremberg, belonging to the latter part of the 16th or early 17th century, and embroidered in blue and black silk and white cotton, and edged with a coarse thread Mechlin lace with a large meshed irregular plated raceau, probably late 17th century. Perhaps the finest collection of old German point is preserved, or rather was so, in 1840 in the Palace of the ancient, but now extinct, Prince Archbishops of Bamberg. Several more pattern books were published in Germany. Among the most important is that printed at Augsburg by John Schwarzenberg, 1534. It is printed in red, and the patterns, mostly borders, are of delicate and elegant design. See Appendix. Secondly comes one of later date, published by Sigismund Latamus at Frankfurt on the Main, 1605. And lastly, that 268 of Pierre Quinty de Moor Demper Legel de Roman 3 Roys. A Culge, Cologne, 1527. In Austria, writes Puchet, Les dentel de soy et de fil, ni sont pas moins bien travaillés. Many of the Protestant laceworkers took refuge in the cities of Freiburg and Altenburg. There is a collection in the Victoria and Albert Museum of cuffs embroidered in satin stitch and edged with bobbin lace, torchon, of the peasants' work in Slavonia in the 18th century. The patterns resemble Cretan and Russian laces. There is a comparatively modern variety of lace made in Austria and Bohemia, which resembles the old Italian bobbin lace. The school where it is taught is under government patronage. This industry was established as a means of relieving the distress of the Tyrol in 1850 and continues to flourish. Austria sent to the International Exhibition of 1874 specimens of needlepoint and point plait made in the school of the Grand Duchess Sophie, and specimens of border laces in the style of the Auvergne laces were exhibited from the Erzgebirge and Bohemia. At the Paris exhibition, Austria and Vienna both exhibited copies of old needlepoint laces. At Laybach in Austria, there was at one time a bobbin lace factory, which produced lace much esteemed in the 18th century. The collection of Hungarian peasant lace in the Victoria and Albert Museum collection contains specimens of coarse modern pillow-made lace, with rude floral designs worked in thick thread or yellow silk. The modern laces of Bohemia are tasteless in design. The fabric is of early date. The Bohemian women, writes Morrison, delight in black cloth with lace of bright colors. In the beginning of the 19th century, upwards of 60,000 people, men, women, and children, were occupied in the Bohemian Erzgebirge alone in lace-making. Since the introduction of the bobbin-net machine into Austria, 1831, the number has decreased. There were in 1,862 scarcely 8,000 employed in the common laces, and about 4,000 on Valencians and points. Plate LXX. Illustration, Hungarian. Bobbin lace ladder half of 19th century, widths 6 1/4 and 2 1/2 in. Victoria and Albert Museum. Plate LXXI. Illustration, Austro-Hungarian South Slavonian, cuff of linen embroidered in satin stitch in white silk bobbin lace, 18th century. Width 7 1/2 in. Victoria and Albert Museum. To face page 268. 269 Switzerland. Dans un Valenfort bien nommé Travers, Essaylev un Mont, Vrysager des Hivers, Voltaire. In the preface of the News Model Buch of Frostkorn, printed at Zurich, see Appendix, occurs the following. Amongst the different arts, we must not forget one which has been followed in our country for 25 years. Lace-making was introduced in 1536 by merchants from Italy and Venice. Many women, seeing a means of livelihood in such work, quickly learned it and reproduced lace with great skill. They first copied old patterns, but soon were enabled to invent new ones of great beauty. The industry spread itself about the country and was carried to great perfection. It was found to be one specially suitable for women and brought in good profits. In the beginning, these laces were used solely for trimming chemises and shirts. Soon afterwards, collars, trimmings for cuffs, caps, and fronts and bodies of dresses, for napkins, sheets, pillowcases, and coverlets, etc., were made in lace. Very soon such work was in great demand and became an article of great luxury. Gold thread was subsequently introduced into some of it and raised its value considerably. But this latter sort was attended with the inconvenience that it was more difficult to clean and wash than laces made with flax threads only. The above account is interesting, not only in its reference to Switzerland, but from its corroborative evidence of the Italian origin of lace. In 1572, one Symphorian the Lussan, a merchant of Lyon, having escaped from the massacre of St. Bartholomew, concealed himself in a bale of goods, in which he reached Geneva, and was hospitably received by the inhabitants. When, after the lapse of near 120 years, crowds of French emigrants arrived in the city, driven from their homes on the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, a descendant of this same the Lussan took a body of 2,000 refugees into his service, and at once established a manufacture of lace. The produce of this industry was smuggled 270 back into France. The goods conveyed across the Jura over passes known only to the bearers, by which they avoided the custom house duties of valence. "Every day," writes Jambonneau, himself a manufacturer, "they tell my wife what lace they want, and she takes their orders." Louis Roman XIV was furious. Though lace-making employed many women in various parts of the country, who made a common description while tending their flocks in the mountains, Neufchâtel has always been the chef-lieu of the trade. "In this town," says Savary, "they have carried their works to such a degree of perfection as to rival the laces of Flanders, not only in beauty but in quality. We have ourselves seen in Switzerland guipures of fine workmanship that were made in the country, belonging to old families, in which they have remained as heirlooms, and have now in our possession a pair of lappets, made in the last century at Neufchâtel, of such exquisite beauty as not to be surpassed by the richest productions of Brussels." Formerly lace-making employed a large number of workwomen in the Val de Travers, where, during his sojourn at Moutiers, Jean-Jacques Rousseau tells us he amused himself in handling the bobbins. In 1780, the lace trade was an object of great profit to the country, producing laces valuing from 1 bats to upwards of 70 francs the ell, and exporting to the amount of 1,500,000 francs, on which the workwomen gained 800,000, averaging their labor at scarcely 8 sols per day. The villages of Fleurens and Canet were the center of this once flourishing trade, now ruined by competition with Mirecourt. In 1814, there were in the Neufchâtel district 56 lacemakers. In 1844, a few aged women alone remained. The modern laces of Neufchâtel resemble those of Lille, but are apt to wash thick. Plate LXVI. In 1840, a fabric of Point Plat de Bruxelles dit de Genève was established at Geneva. By the sumptuary laws of Zurich, which were most 271 severe, women were especially forbidden to wear either blonde or thread lace, except upon their caps. This must have been a disadvantage to the native fabrics, for Zurich, says Anderson, makes much gold, silver, and thread lace. Several pattern books for lace were published in Switzerland in the later years of the 16th century. One, without a date, but evidently printed at Zurich about 1540 by C. Froscorn, is entitled No Modelbuch allerlei Gattungen Dantel, etc. Another one, entitled New Modelbuch, printed by G. Straubin, 1593, at St. Gall, is but a reprint of the third book of Vesselio's Corona. Another, called also Sayer New Modelbuch, was published at Ball in 1599 at the printing house of Ludwig Königs. 272 Chapter 21. Denmark, Sweden, and Russia. Denmark. Erast, Miss, how many parties have you been to this week? Lady, I do not frequent such places, but if you want to know how much lace I have made this fortnight, I might well tell you. Hallberg, the inconstant lady. The far-famed lace of Tonder. A certain kind of embroidery or cut-work in linen was much used in Denmark before lace came in from Brabant, writes Professor Thomson. This kind of work is still in use among the peasants, and you will often have observed it on their bedclothes. The art of lace-making itself is supposed to have been first brought over by the fugitive monks at the Reformation, or to have been introduced by Queen Elizabeth, sister of Charles V, and wife of Christian Roman II. That good queen who, had her husband been more fortunate, would, says the chronicler, have proved a second Dagmar to Denmark. Lace-making has never been practiced as a means of livelihood throughout Denmark. It is only in the province of North Schleswig, or South Jutland, as it is also called, that a regular manufacture was established. It is here that King Christian Roman IV appears to have made his purchases, and while traveling in Schleswig, entries constantly occur in his journal book, from 1619 to 1625, such as, paid to a female laceworker 28 Rixdollars 71 specie to a lace seller for lace for the use of the children, and many similar 273 notices. It was one of those pieces of tonder lace that King Christian sends to his chamberlain with an autograph letter, ordering him to cut out of it 4 collars of the same size and manner as Prince Ulrich's Spanish. They must contrive also to get 2 pairs of manchettes out of the same. In the Museum of the Palace at Rosenborg are still preserved some shirts of Christian Roman IV, trimmed with Schleswig lace of great beauty Fig. 115, and in his portrait, which hangs in Hampton Court Palace, the lace on his shirt is of similar texture. Illustration, Fig. 115. Shirt collar of Christian Roman IV, Castle of Rosenborg, Copenhagen. It was in the early part of this monarch's reign that the celebrated golden horn, so long the chief treasure of the Scandinavian Museum at Copenhagen, was found by a young 274 lacemaker on her way to her work. She carried her prize to the king, and with the money he liberally bestowed upon her, she was enabled, says tradition, to marry the object of her choice. The year 1647 was a great epoch in the lace-making of Jutland. A merchant named Steenbeck, taking a great interest in the fabric, engaged 12 persons from Dortmund in Westphalia to improve the trade and settle them at Tonder to teach the manufacture to both men and women, rich and poor. These 12 persons are described as aged men with long beards, which, while making lace, they gathered into bags to prevent the hair from becoming entangled among the bobbins. The manufacture soon made great progress under their guidance and extended to the southwestern part of Ribe and to the island of Romo. The lace was sold by means of lace postmen, as they were termed, who carried their wares throughout all Scandinavia and parts of Germany. Christian Roman IV protected the native manufacture, and in the Act of 1643, lace and such-like pinwork are described as luxurious articles, not allowed to be imported of a higher value than 5 shillings and 6pence the Danish ell. A later ordinance, 1683, mentions white and black lace which are manufactured in this country, and grants permission to the nobility to wear them. Christian Roman IV did not patronize foreign manufactures. The King of Denmark, writes Morrison, wears but little gold lace and sends foreign apparel to the hangman to be disgraced when brought in by gentlemen. Illustration, Fig. 116. Turnder lace, drawn muslin Denmark, 18th century. Width 2 3/4 inches, Victoria and Albert Museum. To face page 274. 275. About the year 1712, the lace manufacture again was much improved by the arrival of a number of Brabant women who accompanied the troops of King Frederick Roman IV on their return from the Netherlands and settled at Tonder. We have received from Jutland, through the kind exertions of Mr. Rudolph Bay, of Aalborg, a series of Tonder laces taken from the pattern books of the manufacturers. The earlier specimens are all of Flemish character. There is the old Flanders lace, with its Dutch flowers and double and trolley grounds in endless variety. The Brabant, with fine ground, the flowers and jours well executed. Then follow the Mechlin grounds, the patterns worked with a coarse thread, in many, apparently, run in with the needle. There is also a good specimen of that description of drawn muslin lace, commonly known under the name of Indian work, but which appears to have been very generally made in various manners. The leaves and flowers formed of the muslin are worked round with a cord on it, by way of relief to the thick double-ground Fig. 116. In the Scandinavian Museum at Copenhagen is a pair of lappets of drawn muslin, a fine specimen of this work. The modern laces are copied from French, Lille, and Saxon patterns. There are also imitations of the so-called Maltese. The Schleswig laces are all remarkable for their fine quality and excellent workmanship. Guipure, after the manner of the Venice points, was also fabricated. A fine specimen of this lace may be seen decorating the black velvet dress of the youthful daughter of Duke John of Holstein. She lies in her coffin within the mortuary chapel of her family in the castle of Sonderborg. Lace was much used in burials in the 17th and 18th centuries, when it really appears people were arrayed in more costly clothing than in their lives. The author of Jutland and the Danish Islands has often seen mummies in the Danish churches exposed to view tricked out in points of great richness. The lace industry continued to increase in value till the beginning of the present century. The year 1801 may be considered its culminating point. At that period, the number of peasants employed in Tonder and its neighborhood alone was 20,000. Even little boys were taught to make lace till strong enough to work in the fields, and there was scarcely a house without a lace maker who would sit before her 276 cottage door, working from sunrise till midnight, singing the ballads handed down from their Brabant teachers. My late father, writes Mr. F. Wolfe of Breed, who began the lace trade the end of the last century, first went on foot with his wares to Mecklenburg, Prussia, and Hanover. We consigned lace to all parts of the world. Soon he could afford to buy a horse, and in his old age he calculated he had traveled on horseback more than 75,000 English miles, or thrice round the earth. In his youth, the most durable and prettiest ground was the Old Flemish, much used by the peasants in Germany. It was solid and passed as an heirloom through several generations. Later, the fine needle ground came in, and lastly, the Fond Claire or Point de Lille, far less solid, but easier to work. Hence the lace makers became less skillful than of old. They had not many models, and the best workwomen were those who devoted their whole life to one special pattern. Few were found so persevering. One widow, however, is recorded who lived to the age of 80 and brought up 7 children on the produce of a narrow edging, which she sold at 6d. a yard. Each pattern had its proper name: cockeye, spider, lyre, chimney pot, and feather. The rich farmers' wives sat at their pillows daily, causing their household duties to be performed by hired servants from North Jutland. Ladies also, a century and a half ago, made it their occupation, as the motto of our chapter from the drama of Hallberg will show. And this continued till the fashion of H. Vidsum, white seaming, the cut work already alluded to, was for a time revived. This work was, however, looked upon as infra dig. For the wives of functionaries and such like, in whom it was unbecoming to waste on such employment time that should be devoted to household matters. Our informant tells of a lady in the north who thus embroidered the christening robe of her child by stealth in the kitchen, fearing to be caught by her visitor's cookery, had in those days precedence over embroidery. Among the hoards of this child, born 1755, was found a most exquisite collection of old Tonder lace, embracing all the varieties made by her mother and herself, from the thick Flemish to the finest needlepoint. Plate LXA. Illustration: Russian. The upper piece of lace is needlepoint, a bride's picotés. Modern reproduction of a 16th century design. Width 3-3/8 in. German, Saxon. The lower piece bobbin made by the peasants of the Erzgebirge, 19th century. Width 3¼ in. Victoria and Albert Museum. Plate LXCI. Illustration: Russian old bobbin made with colored silk outlines, the property of Madame Pagaski. Photo by A. Dryden. To face page 276. 277. The fashion of cutwork still prevails in Denmark, where collars and cuffs, decorated with stars, crosses, and other medieval designs, are exposed in the shop windows of Copenhagen for sale, the work of poor gentlewomen, who, by their needle, thus add a few dollars yearly to their income. From 1830 dates the decline of the Tonder lace. Cotton thread was introduced, and the quality of the fabric was deteriorated. The lace schools were given up, and the flourishing state of agriculture rendered it no longer a profitable employment either for the boys or the women. The trade passed from the manufacturers into the hands of the hawkers and petty dealers, who were too poor to purchase the finer points. The lace postmen once more traveled from house to house with their little leathern boxes, offering these inferior wares for sale. The art died out. In 1840, there were not more than 6 lace manufacturers in Schleswig. The old people, however, still believe in a good time coming. "I have in my day," said an aged woman, "sold point at $4 an ell, sir, and though I may never do so again, my daughter will. The lace trade slumbers, but it does not die." Sweden. At a very early period, the Scandinavian goldsmith had learned to draw out wires of gold and twine them round threads either of silk or flax, in fact, to gyper them. 278 Wadsteina, where lies Queen Philippa of Lancaster, daughter of Henry Roman IV, is celebrated for its lace. The art, according to tradition, was introduced among the nuns of the convent by Saint Bridget on her return from Italy. Some even go so far as to say she wrote home to Wadsteina, ordering lace from Rome. But as Saint Bridget died in 1335, we may be allowed to question the fact. Certain it is, though, the funeral coif of the saint, as depicted in an ancient portrait, said to have been taken at Rome after death, is ornamented with a species of perforated needlework. By the rules of the convent, the nuns of Wadsteina were forbidden to touch either gold or silver, save in their netting and embroidery. There exists an old journal of the cloister, called Diarium Wadstenense, in which are, however, no allusions to the art. But the letters of a Wadsteina nun to her lover extramuros, published from an old collection of documents, somewhat help us in our researches. "I wish," she writes to her admirer, "I could send you a netted cap that I myself have made, but when Sister Karin Andersdotter saw that I mingled gold and silver thread in it, she said, 'You must surely have some beloved.' 'Do you think so?' I answered. 'Here in the cloister, you may easily see if any of the brethren has such a cap, and I dare not send it by anyone to a sweetheart outside the walls.' 'You intend it for Axel Nilsson,' answered Sister Karin. 'It is not for you to talk,' I replied. 'I have seen you net a long hood and talk and prattle yourself with Brother Birdal.' From netted caps of thread, worked in with gold and silver, the transition to lace is easy, and history tells that in the Middle Ages the Wadsteina nuns knit their laces of 279 gold and silk. We may therefore suppose the art to have flourished in the convents at an early date. At the suppression of the monasteries, under Charles Roman IX, a few of the nuns, too infirm to sail with their sisters for Poland, remained in Sweden. People took compassion on the outcasts and gave them 2 rooms to dwell in, where they continued their occupation of making lace, and were able for a season to keep the secret of their art. After a time, however, lace-making became general throughout the town and neighborhood, and was known to the laity previous to the dissolution of Wadsteina-favored convent, which survived the rest of the other monasteries of Sweden. "Send up," writes Gustav Vasa in a familiar letter to his Queen Margaret, "the lace passment made for me by Anne, the smith's daughter, at Uppsala. I want it, don't neglect this." In an inventory of Ericsham Castle, drawn up in 1548, are endless entries of sheets seamed with cutwork, half-worn-out sheets with open border of cutwork, towels with cutwork and with the king's and queen's arms in each corner, blue curtains with cutwork seams, etc. The style of Wadsteina lace changed with the times and fashion of the national costume. Those made at present are of the single or double ground, both black and white, fine, but wanting in firmness. They also make much dentelle torchon, of the lozenge pattern. For trimming the bed linen they so elaborately embroider in drawn work. In 1830, the products in value amounted to 30,000 riksdaler. They were carried to every part of Sweden, and a small quantity even to foreign parts. One dealer alone, a Madame Hartruide, now sends her colporteurs hawking Wadsteina lace round the country. The fabric, after much depression, has slightly increased of late years, having received much encouragement from Her Majesty Queen 280 Louisa. Specimens of Wadsteina lace, the only lace manufactory now existing in Sweden, were sent to the Great International Exhibition of 1862. Wholesome or cut work is a favorite employment of Swedish women and is generally taught in the schools. At the various bathing places, you may see the young ladies working as industriously as if for their daily sustenance. They never purchase such articles of decoration, but entirely adorn their houses by the labors of their own hands. It was by a collar of this wholesome, worked in silk and gold, that young Gustaf Eriksson was nearly betrayed when working as a laborer in the barn of Rankhede, the property of his old college friend, Anders Peterson. A servant girl observed to her master, "The new farm boy can be no peasant. For," says she, "his linen is far too fine, and I saw a collar wrought in silk and gold beneath his kirtle." Gold lace was much in vogue in the middle of the 16th century, and entries of it abound in the inventory of Gustavus Vasa and his youngest son, Magnus. In an inventory of Ericsham, 1536, is a pair of lace sheets. It is the custom in Sweden to sew a broad border of seaming lace between the breadths of the sheets, sometimes wove in the linen. Directions, with patterns scarcely changed since the 16th century, may be found in the weaving book published at Stockholm in 1828. Towards the end of 1500, the term passment appears in general use, in an inventory of Pontus de Guardia. In the neighborhood of Wadstena, old soldiers, as well as women, may be seen of a summer's evening sitting at the cottage doors making lace. Though no other lace manufactory can be said to exist in Sweden beyond that of Wadstena, still a coarse bobbin lace is made by the peasantry for home consumption. The author has received from the Countess Elizabeth Piper, late Grand Maîtress to Her Majesty, the Queen of Sweden, specimens of coarse pillow laces worked by the Scanian peasant women, which, she writes, form a favorite occupation for the women of our province. Plate Alexiv. Illustration, Russian part of a long border setting forth a procession, lasses and embroidery in silk. The lace is bobbin made in thread, raso similar to Valenciennes. The Russian thread is good quality linen. Size of portion shown 18½ x 14 in, the property of Madame Pagaski. Photo by A. Dryden. To face page 280. 281 laterally, this manufacture has been protected and the workwomen carefully directed. Far more curious are the laces made by the peasants of Dalecarlia, still retaining the patterns used in the rest of Europe 200 years since, the broader kinds, of which we give a woodcut fig. 117 are from Gaegf, that part of Dalecarlia where laces are mostly made and used. Married women wear them on their summer caps, much starched, as a shelter against the sun. Others, of an unbleached thread, are from Orsa. This lace is never washed, as it is considered an elegance to preserve this coffee-colored tint. The firmness and solidity of these last laces are wonderful. Illustration, Fig. 117. Dalecarlian lace. The specimens from Ratwick are narrow, seaming, laces of the lozenge pattern. There is also a sort of plaiting used as a fringe, in the style of the Genos macrame, from the ends of a small 282 sheet which the peasants spread over their pillows. No improvement takes place in the designs. The Dalecarlian women do not make a trade of lace making, they merely work to supply their own wants. Fig. 118 represents a lace collar worn by Gustavus Adolphus, a relic carefully preserved in the Northern Museum at Stockholm. On it is inscribed in Swedish. This collar was worn by Gustaf Adolf, King of Sweden, and presented, together with his portrait, as a remembrance in 1632 to Miss Jacobina Lauber of Augsburg, because she was the most beautiful damsel present. In addition to this collar, there is preserved at the Royal Kladskammer at Stockholm a blood-stained shirt worn by Gustavus at the Battle of Dachau. The collars and cuffs trimmed with lace of rich geometric pattern, the sleeves decorated with seaming lace. In an adjoining case of the same collection are some splendid altar cloths of ancient raised Spanish point, said to have been worked by the Swedish nuns previous to the suppression of the monasteries. A small escutcheon constantly repeated on the pattern of the most ancient specimens has the semblance of a water lily leaf, the emblem of the Stures, leading one to believe they may have been of Swedish fabric. For many ladies of that illustrious house sought shelter from troublous times within the walls of the lace-making convent of Wadstena. In the same cabinet is displayed, with others of more ordinary texture, a collar of raised Spanish guipure worked by the princesses Catherine and Marie, daughters of Duke Johann Adolf, brother of Charles X. Though a creditable performance, yet it is far inferior to the lace of convent make. The making of this Spanish point formed a favorite amusement of the Swedish ladies of the 17th century. Bed hangings, coverlets, and toilets of their handiwork may still be found in the remote castles of the provinces. We have received the photograph of a flower from an old bed of Swedish Lacen heirloom in a Smaland castle of Count Troll Bond. Illustration, Fig. 118. Collar of Gustavus Adolphus. To face page 282. 283 Russia. After his visit to Paris early in the 18th century, Peter the Great founded a manufacture of silk lace at Novgorod, which in the time of the Empress Elizabeth fell into decay. In the reign of Catherine Roman II, there were 12 gold lace makers at St. Petersburg who were scarcely able to supply the demand. In Russia, lace making and embroidery go hand in hand, as in our early examples of embroidery, drawn work, and cut work combined. Lace making was not a distinct industry. The peasants, especially in eastern Russia, made it in their houses to decorate, in conjunction with embroidery, towels, table linen, shirts, and even the household linen, for which purpose it was purchased direct from the peasants by the inhabitants of the towns. Many will have seen the Russian towels in the International Exhibition of 1874 and have admired their quaint design and bright colors, with the curious line of red and blue thread running through the pattern of the lace. Darned netting and drawn work appear, as elsewhere, to have been their earliest productions. The lace is loosely wrought on the pillow, the work simple, and requiring few bobbins to execute the vermiculated pattern which is its characteristic fig. 119 and plates LXI, Roman 4. The specimens vary very much in quality, but the patterns closely resemble one another and are all of an oriental and barbaric character fig. 119. In Nardendal, near Abo, in Finland, the natives offer to strangers small petticoats and toys of lace, a relic of the time when a nunnery of Cistercians flourished in the place. Much of a simple design and coarse quality is made in Belev, Vologda, Ryazan, Mzaresk. At Vologda, a lace resembling torchon is made, with colors introduced, red, blue, and ecru and white. In some laces, silks of various colors are employed. Pillow lace has only been known in Russia for over 100 years, and although the 284 lace produced is effective, it is coarse in texture and crude in pattern. Late in the 19th century, the Tsarina gave her patronage to a school founded at Moscow, where Venetian needlepoint laces have been copied, using the finest English thread and needle laces made after old Russian designs of the 16th century, called Point de Moscow. Illustration, fig. 119. Russia bobbin made 19th century. To face page 284. 285 Chapter 22. England to Queen Elizabeth. We wear most fantastical fashions than any nation under the sun doth, the French only excepted. Coriat's Crudities, 1611. It would be a difficult matter for antiquaries to decide at what precise time lace, as we now define the word, first appears as an article of commerce in the annals of our country. As early as the reign of Edward Roman III. The excessive luxury of veils, worn even by servant girls, excited the indignation of the government, who, in an act dated 1363, forbade them to be worn of silk, or of any other material, mis solement de fil fate daints le royalme, for which veils no one was to pay more than the sum of 10 pence. Of what stuff these thread veils were composed we have no record. Probably they were a sort of network, similar to the caul of Queen Philippa, as we see represented on her tomb. That a sort of crochet decoration used for edging was already made, we may infer from the monumental effigies of the day. The purse of the carpenter is described, too, in Chaucer, as pearled with laton, a kind of metal or wire lace, similar to that found at Herculaneum and made in some parts of Europe to a recent period. M. Aubrey refers to a commercial treaty of 1390 between England and the city of Bruges as the earliest mention of lace. This said treaty we cannot find in Reimer Dumont, 286 or anywhere else. We have, as before alluded to, constant edicts concerning the gold wires and threads of Sipper, Vennes, Luck, and Jean, of embroideries and such like, but no distinct allusion to lace. According to Anderson, the first intimation of such an occupation being known in England is the complaint, made in 1454, by the women of the mystery of threadworking in London, in consequence of the importation of 6 foreign women, by which the manufacture of needlework of thread and silk, not as yet understood, was introduced. These 6 women, probably Flemings, had brought over to England the cut-work or darning of the time, a work then unknown in this country. All authors up to the present period refer to the well-known Act of Edward Roman IV, 1463, in which the entry of laces, courses, ribbons, fringes, desoy and defile, laces defile, soy and file, etc., are prohibited as the first mention of lace in the public records. The English edition of the Foedera, as well as the statutes at large, freely translate these words as laces of thread, silk twined, laces of gold, etc., and the various writers on commerce and manufactures have accepted the definition as lace, without troubling themselves to examine the question. Some even go so far as to refer to a Ms. in the Harleian Library, giving directions for making many sorts of laces, which were in fashion in the times of King Henry Roman VI. 287 and Edward Roman IV. As a proof that lace was already well known and formed the occupation of the handcraftery, as those who gained their livelihood by manual occupation were then termed of the country. Now, the author has carefully examined this already quoted Ms., in the principal letter of which is a damaged figure of a woman sitting and making of lace, which is made by means of bowies. As regards the given directions, we defy anyone, save the most inveterate lover of crochet work, to understand one word of its contents, beyond that it relates to some sort of twisted thread work, and perhaps we might, in utter confusion of mind, have accepted the definition as given, had not another Ms. of similar tenor, bearing date 1651, been also preserved in the British Museum. This second Ms. gives specimens of the laces, such as they were, stitched side by side with the directions, which at once establishes the fact that the laces of silk and gold, laces of thread, were nothing more than braids or cords the laces used with tags, commonly called points, the ferrets of Anne of Austria, for fastening the dresses, as well as for ornament, previous to the introduction of pins. In the wardrobe accounts of the time we have frequent notice of these, laces and courses. Laces de cuir also appear in the statutes, which can only mean what we now term bootlaces, or something similar. 288 in the total of stuffs bought for Edward Roman IV, we have entries: laces made of ribbon of silk, 2 dozen laces, and a double lace of ribbon, courses of silk with laces and tassels of silk, etc. Again, to Alice Claver, his silkwoman, he pays for 2 dozen laces and a double lace of silk. These double laces of ribbon and silk were but plaited, a simple ornament still used by the peasant women in some countries of Europe. There must, however, be a beginning to everything, and these tag laces some made round, others in zigzag, like the modern braids of ladies' work, others flat in due course of time enriched with an edging, and a few stitches disposed according to rule produced a rude lace, and these patterns, clumsy at first, were, after a season, improved upon. From the time of Edward Roman IV downwards, statute on apparel followed upon statute, renewed for a number of years, bearing always the same expression and nothing more definite. The Venetian galleys at an early period bore to England the gold work of Luck, Florence, Jean, and Venice. In our early parliamentary records are many statutes on the subject. It is not, however, till the reign of Henry Roman VII that, according to Anderson, gold and thread lace came from Florence, Venice, and Genoa and became an article of commerce. An act was then passed to prevent the buyers of such commodities from selling for £1 weight a packet, which does not contain 12 ounces, and the inside of the said gold, silver, and thread lace was to be of equal greatness of thread and goodness of color as the outside thereof. The Italians were in the habit of giving short lengths, gold thread of bad quality, and were guilty of sundry other misdemeanors, which greatly excited the wrath of the nation. The balance was not in England's favor. It was the cheating Venetians who first brought over their gold lace into England. Plate LXXV. Illustration, cap. Flemish or German. The insertion is cutwork and needlepoint. The lace is bobbin-made and bears a resemblance to plate Roman 26, South Italian, late 17th century. Length of lace about 12 in. Photo by A. Dryden from private collection. To face page 288. 289a warrant to the keeper of the Great Wardrobe, in the 18th year of King Henry's reign, contains an order for a mantle lace of blue silk and Venise gold, to be delivered for the use of our right Dara and well-beloved cousin, the King of Ramin, Maximilian, who was made Knight of the Garter. If lace was really worn in the days of Henry Roman VII, it was probably either of gold or silk, as one of the last acts of that monarch's reign, by which all foreign lace is prohibited, and those who have it in their possession may keep it and wear it till Pentecost, was issued rather for the protection of the silkwomen of the country than for the advantage of the ever-complaining workers of the mysteries of thread-work. On the 3rd of October, 1502, his Queen Elizabeth of York pays to one Master Bonner, at Langley, for laces, ribands, etc. 40s, and again in the same year 38s. 7d to Dame Margaret Cotton, for hosen, laces, sope, and other necessaries for the Lords Henry Courtenay, Edward, and the Lady Margaret, their sister. A considerable sum is also paid to Friar Hercules for gold of Venice, gold of Denmark, and making a lace for the king's mantle of the garter. It is towards the early part of Henry Roman VIII's reign that the Acts of Apparel first mention the novel luxury of shirts and partlets, guarded and pinched, in addition to clothes decorated in a similar manner, all of which are 290 forbidden to be worn by anyone under the degree of a knight. In the year 1517, there had been a serious insurrection of the London apprentices against the numerous foreign tradesmen who already infested the land, which, followed up by the never-ending complaints of the workers of the mysteries of needlework, induced the king to ordain the wearing of such, mixed-joined guarded or browdered, articles of linen cloth be only allowed when the same be wrought within this realm of England, Wales, Berwick, Calais, or the Marches. The earliest record we find of lace linen is in the inventory of Sir Thomas L. Estrange, of Hunstanton, county of Norfolk, 1519, where it is entered: 3 ells of Holland cloth for a shirt for him, 6 shillings, with a yard of lace for him, 8d. In a mis called The Boke of Courtesy, a sort of treatise on etiquette, in which all grades of society are taught their duties, the chamberlain is commanded to provide for his master's uprising a clean shirt, bordered with lace and curiously adorned with needlework. The correspondence, too, of honor. Lady Lisle, seized by Henry Roman VIII, as treasonous and dangerous to the state, embraces a hot correspondence with one sewer Antoinette de Sevenges, a nun milliner of Dunkirk, on the important subject of nightcaps, 1/2 dozen of which, she complains, are far too wide behind, and not of the lozenge cut work pattern she had selected. The nightcaps were in consequence to be changed. Anne Bassett, daughter of the said Lady Lisle, educated in a French convent, writes earnestly begging for an edge 291 of pearl for her coif and a table tablier to wear. Her sister Mary, too, gratefully expresses her thanks to her mother in the same year for the laced gloves you sent me by bearer. Calais was still an English possession, and her products, like those of the Scotch border fortresses, were held as such. Lace still appears but sparingly on the scene. Among the privy purse expenses of the king in 1530, we find 5 shillings and 8 pence paid to Richard Cecil, groom of the robes, for 8 pieces of yellow lace, bought for the king's grace. We have, too, in the Harleian inventory, a coif laid over with passamine of gold and silver. These acts of apparel, as regards foreign imports, are, however, somewhat set aside towards the year 1546, when Henry grants a license in favor of 2 Florentine merchants to export for 3 years' time, together with other matters. All manner of fringies and passements wrought with gold or silver or otherwise, and all other new gentilices of what fashion or value soever they may be, for the pleasure of our dearest wife the Queen, our nobles, gentlemen, and others. The king, however, reserves to himself the first view of their merchandise, with the privilege of selecting anything he may please for his own private use, before their wares were hawked about the country. The said dearest wife, from the date of the act, must have been Catherine Parr. Her predecessor, Catherine Howard, had for some 4 years slept headless in the vaults of the White Tower Chapel. Of these gentilices, the king now began to avail himself. He selects trunk sleeves of red cloth of gold with cutwork, knitted gloves of silk, and handkerchers edged with gold and silver. His towels are 292 of diaper, with Stafford knots or knots and roses. He has coverpanes of fine diaper of Adam and Eve garnished about with a narrow passamane of Venice gold and silver, handkerchers of Holland, fringed with Venice gold, red and white silk, others of Flanders work, and his shaving cloths trimmed in like fashion. The merchandise of the 2 Florentines had found vast favor in the royal eyes, though these articles were imported for our dear wife's sake, beyond a pearl edging to the coif of the Duchess of Suffolk, and a similar adornment to the tucker of Jane Seymour, lace seems to have been little employed for female decoration during the reign of King Henry Roman VIII. Illustration, Fig. 120. Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, plus 1535, M. de Versailles. That it was used for the adornment of the ministers of the church we have ample evidence. M. Aubrey states having seen in London lace belonging to Cardinal Wolsey. On this matter we have no information, but we know the surplices were ornamented round the neck, shoulders, and sleeves with white work and cut work at this period. The specimens we give Figs. 120, 121 are from a portrait formerly in the library of the Sorbonne, now transferred to Versailles, of Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, Cardinal Fisher, as he has styled his cardinal's hat, arriving at Dover at the very moment the head that was to wear it had fallen at Tower Hill. Plate LXXVI. Illustration, English, cutwork and needlepoint cross said to have belonged to Cardinal Wolsey. Plate LXXVI. Illustration, English, Devonshire trolley, first part of 19th century. Photos by A. Dryden from private collection. To face page 292. 293. About this time, too, lace gradually dawns upon us in the church inventories. Among the churchwarden's accounts of St. Mary at Hill, date 1554, we find entered a charge of 3s. For making the bishop's boy bishop mitre with stuff and lace. The richly laced corporax cloths and church linen are sent to be washed by the Lady Ankress, an ecclesiastical washerwoman, who is paid by the churchwardens of St. Margaret's, Westminster, the sum of 8d. This Lady Ankress, or Anchoress, being some worn-out old nun who, since the dissolution of the religious houses, eked out an existence by the art she had once practiced within the walls of her convent. At the burial of King Edward Roman VI, Sir Edward Waldegrave enters on his account a charge of 50 yards of gold passment lace for garnishing the pillars of the church. Illustration, Fig. 121. Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, M. de Versailles. The sumptuary laws of Henry Roman VIII were again renewed by Queen Mary. In them, ruffles made or wrought out of England, commonly called cutwork, are forbidden to anyone under the degree of a baron, while to women of a station beneath that of a knight's wife, all wreath lace or passment lace of gold and silver with sleeves, partlet or linen trimmed, 294 with pearls of gold and silver, or whiteworks, alias cutworks, etc. made beyond the sea, is strictly prohibited. These articles were, it seems, of Flemish origin, for among the New Year's gifts presented to Queen Mary, 1556, we find enumerated as given by Lady Jane Seymour. A fair smock of whitework, Flanders making. Lace, too, is now in more general use, for on the same auspicious occasion, Mrs. Penney, King Edward's nurse, gave 6 handkerchers edged with passamane of gold and silk. 2 years previous to these New Year's gifts, Sir Thomas Wyatt is described as wearing, at his execution, on his head a fair hat of velvet, with broad bonework lace about it. Lace now seems to be called indifferently pearl, passamane, or bonework, the 2 first-mentioned terms occurring most frequently. The origin of this last appellation is generally stated to have been derived from the custom of using sheep's trotters previous to the invention of wooden bobbins. Fuller so explains it, and the various dictionaries have followed his theory. The Devonshire lacemakers, on the other hand, deriving their knowledge from tradition, declare that when lace-making was first introduced into their county, pins, so indispensable to their art, being then sold at a price far beyond their means, the lacemakers, mostly the wives of fishermen living along the coast, adopted the 295 bones of fish, which, pared and cut into regular lengths, fully answered as a substitute. This explanation would seem more probable than that of employing sheep's trotters for bobbins, which, as from 300 to 400 are often used at one time on a pillow, must have been both heavy and cumbersome. Even at the present day, pins made from chicken bones continue to be employed in Spain, and bone pins are still used in Portugal. Shakespeare in Twelfth Night speaks of the spinsters and the knitters in the sun, and the free maids that weave their threads with bone. Bone lace constantly appears in the wardrobe accounts, while bobbin lace is of less frequent occurrence. Among the New Year's gifts presented to Queen Elizabeth, we have from the Lady Paget a petticoat of cloth of gold stained black and white, with a bone lace of gold and spangles, like the waves of the sea, a most astounding article, with other entries no less remarkable but too numerous to cite. 296 in the marriage accounts of Prince Charles, we have charged 150 yards of bone lace for 6 extraordinary ruffs and 12 pairs of cuffs against the projected Spanish marriage. The lace was at 9s a yard, sum total 67 pounds 10s. Bone lace is mentioned in the catalogue of King Charles Ice pictures, drawn up by Vanderdoort, where James I is described, without a hat, in a bone lace falling band. Setting aside wardrobe accounts and inventories, the term constantly appears both in the literature and the plays of the 17th century. Buy some coifs, handkerchiefs, or very good bone lace, mistress. cries the pert sempstress when she enters with her basket of wares, in Green's tu quoque, showing it to have been at that time the usual designation. You taught her to make shirts and bone lace, says someone in the city madam. Again, describing a thrifty wife, Lovelace in The Scornful Lady exclaims, she cuts cambric to a thread, weaves bone lace, and quilts balls admirably. The same term is used in the Tatler and Spectator, 297, and in the list of prizes given in 1752 by the Society of Anti-Gallicans, we find 6 pieces of bone lace for men's ruffles. It continued to be applied in the Acts of Parliament and notices relative to lace, nearly to the end of the 18th century. After a time, the sheep's trotters or bones having been universally replaced by bobbins of turned boxwood, the term fell into disuse, though it is still retained in Belgium and Germany. From the reign of Queen Mary onwards, frequent mention is made of parchment lace, CPP. 297-98, a term most generally associated with gold and silver. Otherwise, we should consider it as merely referring to needle-made lace, which is worked on a parchment pattern. But to return to Queen Mary Tudor, we have among the late Queen Mary's clothes an entry of compaz lace, probably an early name for lace of geometric pattern. Openwork edging of gold and passamane lace also occur, and on her gala robes lace of Venise gold, as well as veils of black network, a fabric to which her sister, Queen Elizabeth, was most partial, partlets, dressings, shadows, and pinners de opera redi, appearing constantly in her accounts. It was at this period, during the reign of Henry Roman VIII, and Mary, a peculiar and universally prevalent fashion, varying in degrees of eccentricity and extravagance, to slash the garment so as to show glimpses of some contrasting underdress. Dresses thus slashed, or puffed, banded, pinched, stiff with heavy gold and metal braid or embroidery, required but little additional adornment of lace. The falling collar, which was worn in the early part of the 16th century, before the Elizabethan ruff, introduced from France about 1560, was, however, frequently edged with lace of geometric pattern. Early in the 16th century, the dresses of the ladies, 298 fitted closely to the figure, with long skirts open in front to display the underdress, and were made low and cut square about the neck. Sometimes, however, the dresses were worn high with short waists and a small falling collar. Somewhat later, when the dresses were made open at the girdle, a partleta kind of habiture was worn beneath them and carried to the throat. Entries of lace in the wardrobe accounts are, however, few and inconsiderable until the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Plate LXXVI. Illustration: Marie de Lorraine, 1515-1560. Daughter of Duc de Guise, married James V of Scotland, 1538. This picture was probably painted before she left France by an unknown French artist. National Portrait Gallery. Photo by Walker and Cockerill. To face page 298. 299 Chapter 23. Queen Elizabeth. By land and sea of Virgin Queen Irene, and spurned to dust both Antichrist and Spain. Old Mask. Tell me, Dorinda, why so gay? Why such embroidery, fringe, and lace? Can any dresses find a way to stop the approaches of decay and mend a ruined face? Lord Dorset. Up to the present time, our mention of lace, both in the statutes and the royal wardrobe accounts, has been but scanty. Suddenly, in the days of the Virgin Queen, both the privy expenses and the inventories of New Year's gifts overflow with notices of passaments, drawn work, cut work, crown lace, bone lace for ruffs, Spanish chain, bias, parchment, hollow, billement, and diamond, 300 lace in endless, and to us, we must own, most incomprehensible variety. The Surtees' wills and inventories add to our list the laces Waborn and many others. Lace was no longer confined to the court and high nobility, but, as these inventories show, it had already found its way into the general shops and stores of the provincial towns. In that of John Johnston, merchant of Darlington, already cited, we have 12 yards of loom lace, value 4 shillings, black silk lace, statute lace, etc., all mixed up with entries of pepper, hornbooks, sugar candy, and spangles. About the same date, in the inventory taken after the death of James Backhouse of Kirby and Lonsdale, are found enumerated in Y.E. Great Shop, thread lace at 16s. Per gross, 4 dozen and 4 peeled lace, 4 shillings, 4 quarterns of stitching or seaming, lace, lace edging, crown lace, hollow lace, copper lace, gold and silver chain lace, etc. This last-mentioned merchant store appears to have been one of the best furnished provincial shops of the period. That of John Farbeck of Durham, Mercer, taken 30 years later, adds to our list 78 yards of velvet lace, colored silk, chain lace, coralled lace, petticoat lace, all cheek by jowl with Venny's gold and turpentine. To follow the stitches and works quoted in the wardrobe accounts of Elizabethal made out in Latin, of which we sincerely trust. For the honor of Ascham, the 301 queen herself was guiltless would be, but as the inventory of a haberdasher's shop. We have white stitch, opus ret alb, of which she had a kirtle, pro lehemenge et edgenge of which, with laquio coronet de oro et arg gold and silver crown lace end, laquio alb, lat bon operat, super os, broad white lace worked upon bonchi pays the sum of 35s. Then there is the Spanish stitch, already mentioned as introduced by Queen Catherine, and true stitch, laid work, network, blackwork, whitework, and cutwork. Of chain stitch we have many entries, such as 6 calls of knotwork, worked with chain stitch and bound, cum tapum, tape, of sisters' nuns' thread. A scarf of white stitchwork appears also among the New Year's gifts. As regards the use, however, of these ornaments, the Queen stood no nonsense. Luxury for herself was quite a different affair from that of the people. For, on finding that the London apprentices had adopted the white stitching and garding as a decoration for their collars, she put a stop to all such finery by ordering the first transgressor to be publicly whipped in the hall of his company. Laid work, which may be answers to our modern plumettes, or simply signified a braid work, adorned the royal garters, franci, which worked cum laid work, stitched and trimmed in ambabus lateribus with gold and silver lace, from which hung silver pendants, tufted cum serico color, cost Her Majesty 33 shillings the pair. 302. The description of these right royal articles appears to have given as much trouble to describe as it does ourselves to translate the meaning of her accountant. The drawn work, opus tract, seems to have been but a drawing of thread worked over silk. We have smocks thus wrought and decorated, cum les ruffs et wristbands. In addition to the already enumerated laces of Queen Elizabeth are the bride laces of Coventry blue, worn and given to the guests at weddings, mentioned in the masks of Ben Jonson. Claudand I have lost, beside my purse, my best bride lace I had at Joan Turnip's wedding. Francis, I have lost my thimble and a skein of Coventry blue, had to work Gregory Lichfield a handkerchief. When the Queen visited Kenilworth in 1577, a bridal took place for the pastime of Her Majesty. First, writes the Chancellor, came all the lusty lads and bold bachelors of the parish, every white with his blue bridesman's bride lace upon a branch of green broom. What these bride laces exactly were we cannot now tell. They continued in fashion till the Puritans put down all festivals, ruined the 303 commerce of Coventry, and the fabric of blue thread ceased forever. It was probably a showy kind of coarse trimming, like that implied by Mopsa in The Winter's Tale, when she says, "You promised me a tawdry lace," articles which, judging from the song of Autolycus, "Will you buy any tape, or lace for your cape?" were already hawked about among the peddlers' wares throughout the country, one of the many laces mentioned by Shakespeare. Dismissing, then, her stitches, her laces, and the 3,000 gowns she left in her wardrobe behind her for, as Shakespeare says, "Fashion wears out more apparel than the man, we must confine ourselves to those articles immediately under our notice, cutwork, bone lace, and pearl." Cutwork opusissum, as it is termed by the keeper of the great wardrobe, was used by Queen Elizabeth to the greatest extent. She wore it on her ruffs, with lilies of the like, set with small seed pearl, on her doublets, flourished with squares of silver O's, on her forepart of lawn, flourished with silver and spangles, on her 304 cushion cloths, her veils, her tooth cloths, her smocks, and her nightcaps, all nourished, spangled, and edged in a manner so stupendous as to defy description. It was dizened out in one of these last-named articles that young Gilbert Talbot, son of Lord Shrewsbury, caught a sight of the Queen while walking in the tilt-yard. Queen Elizabeth at the window in her nightcap, what a goodly sight! That evening she gave Talbot a good flap on the forehead, and told her chamberlain how the youth had seen her unready and in her night stuff, and how ashamed she was thereof. Cutwork first appears in the New Year's offerings of 1577-8, where, among the most distinguished of the givers, we find the name of Sir Philip Sidney, who on one occasion offers to his royal mistress a suit of ruffs of cutwork, on another a smock-strange presents according to our modern ideas. We read, however, that the offering of the youthful hero gave no offense, but was most graciously received. Singular enough, there is no entry of cutwork in the Great Wardrobe accounts before that of 1584-5, where there is a charge for mending, washing and starching a bodice and cuffs of good white lawn, worked in divers places with broad spaces of Italian cutwork, 20 shillings, and another for the same operation to a veil of white cutwork trimmed with needlework lace. Cutwork was probably still a rarity, and really, on reading the quantity offered to Elizabeth on each recurring New Year, there was scarcely any necessity for her to purchase it herself. By the year 1586-7, the Queen's stock had apparently diminished. Now, for the first time, she invests the sum of 60 shillings in 6 yards of good rough lawn, well worked, with cutwork, and edged with good white lace. 305 from this date, the Great Wardrobe accounts swarm with entries such as a sut de les ruffs de lawn, with spaces of opper cis, uncalled de lawn alb cis cum la edge, of similar work, a toga cum train de opper cis, all minutely detailed in the most excruciating gibberish. Sometimes the cutwork is of Italian fabric, sometimes of Flanders, the ruffs edged with bone lace, needle lace, or pearl. The needle lace is described as curiously worked, operat comicu curios fact, at 32s. The yard, the dearest, is specified as Italian. We give a specimen, colored plate Roman 15. Of English workmanship, said to be of this period, which is very elaborate. The thread used for lace is termed phyllosorer, or nun's thread, such as was fabricated in the convents of Flanders and Italy. If, however, Lydgate, in his ballad of London Lackpenny, is an authority, that of Paris was most prized. Another he taked me by his hand, here is Paris thread, the finest in the land. Queen Elizabeth was not patriotic. She got and wore her 306-bone lace from whom she could, and from all countries. If she did not patronize English manufacture, on the other hand, she did not encourage foreign artisans. For when, in 1572, the Flemish refugees desired an asylum in England, they were forcibly expelled from her shores. In the census of 1571, giving the names of all the strangers in the city of London, including the 2 makers of billement lace already cited, we have but 4 foreigners of the lace craft. One described as Mary Jourdain, widow of the French nation and maker of pearled lace. The other, the before-mentioned Collis de Hove, of Burgundy. Various acts were issued during the reign of Elizabeth in order to suppress the inordinate use of apparel. That of May, 1562, though corrected by Cecil himself, less summary than that framed against the whitework of the apprentice boys, was of little or no avail. In 1568, a complaint was made to the Queen against the frauds practiced by the 16 appointed waiters, in reference to the importation of haberdashery, etc., by which it appears that Her Majesty was a loser of 500 or 600 L by year at least, in the customs on parchment, cap ribone bone lace, chain lace, etc., but with what effect we know not. The annual import of these articles is therein stated at £10,000, an enormous increase since the year 1559, when, among the necessary and unnecessary wares brought into the port of London, together with babies, dolls, glasses to look in, glasses to drink in, pots, gingerbread, cabbages, and other matters, we find enumerated, laces of all sorties, 775/6 is, 8d. Just 1/2 less than the more necessary, though less refined item of Illes fresh and salt. In 1573, Elizabeth again endeavored to suppress the silk glittering with silver and gold lace, but in vain. 307 The Queen was a great lover of foreign novelties. All will call to mind how she overhauled the French finery of poor Mary Stuart on its way to her prison, purlining and selecting for her own use any new-fashioned article she craved. We even find Cecil, on the sly, penning a letter to Sir Henry Norris, Her Majesty's envoy to the court of France, that the Queen's Majesty would fain have a tailor that has skill to make her apparel both after the French and Italian manner, and she thinketh you might use some means to obtain such one as suiteth the Queen without mentioning any manner of request in the Queen's Majesty's name. His lady wife is to get one privately, without the knowledge coming to the Queen Mother's ears, as she does not want to be beholden to her. It is not to be wondered at, then, that the New Year's gifts and great wardrobe accounts teem with entries of doublets of petch satin, all over covered with cutwork and lined with a lace of Venice gold, kietels of white satin embroidered with pearls of gold-like clouds, and laid round about with a bone lace of Venice gold. This gold lace appears upon her petticoats, everywhere varied by bone lace of Venice silver. That the Queen drew much fine thread point from the same locality her portraits testify, especially that preserved in the Royal Gallery of Gripsholm in Sweden, once the property of her ill-fated admirer, Eric Roman XIV. She wears a ruff, cuffs, tucker, and apron of geometric lace, of exquisite fineness, stained of a pale citron color, similar to the liquid invented by Mrs. Turner of overbearing memory, or maybe adopted from the saffron-tinted smocks of the Irish, the wearing of which she herself had prohibited. We find among her entries laces of Jean and Spanish lace. She did not even disdain bone lace of copper and silver 300 ATAD 18D. The ounce. Some of her furnishers are English. One William Bowell supplies the Queen with lace of crown pearl. Of her silkwoman Alice Mountague, she has bone lace wrought with silver and spangles, sold by the owner at 9 shillings. The Queen's smocks are entered as wrought with black work and edged with bone lace of gold of various kinds. We have ourselves seen a smock said to have been transmitted as an heirloom in one family from generation to generation. It is of linen cloth embroidered in red silk, with her favorite pattern of oak leaves and butterflies, Fig. 122. Many entries of these articles, besides that of Sir Philip Sidney's, appear among the New Year's gifts. Illustration, Fig. 122. Queen Elizabeth's smock. It was then the custom for the sponsors to give 309 christening shirts, with little bands and cuffs edged with laces of gold and various kinds of relic of the ancient custom of presenting white clothes to the neophytes when converted to Christianity. The bearing cloth, as the mantle used to cover the child when carried to baptism was called, was also richly trimmed with lace and cutwork, and the tree of knowledge, the holy dove Fig. 123, or the flower pot of the Annunciation Fig. 124, was worked in hollywork on the crown of the infant's cap or biggin. Christening caps, needle-made Brussels 18th century. Aprons, too, of lace appeared in this reign. The Queen, as we have mentioned, wears one in her portrait at Gripsholm. Those aprons white of finest thread, so choicely tied, so dearly bought, so finely fringed, so nicely spread, so quaintly cut, so richly wrought. Writes the author of Pleasant Quips for Upstart Gentlewomen, 300 Tenon 1596. The fashion continued to the end of the 18th century. Laced handkerchiefs now came into fashion. Maids and gentlewomen, writes Stowe, gave to their favorites, as tokens of their love, little handkerchiefs of about 3 or 4 inches square, wrought roundabout, with a button at each corner. The best were edged with a small gold lace. Gentlemen wore them in their hats as favors of their mistresses. Some cost 6d, some 12d, and the richest 16d. Of the difference between pearls and true lace, it is difficult now to decide. The former word is of frequent occurrence among the New Year's gifts, where we have sleeves covered all over with pearl. And, in one case, the sleeves are offered unmade, with a piece of pearl upon a paper to edge them. It was yet an article of great value and worthy almost of entail. For, in 1573, Elizabeth Sedgwick of Watrape, widow, bequeaths to her daughter Lascelles, of Walbron, an edge of pearl for a remembrance, desiring her to give it to one of her daughters. We now turn, before quitting the 16th century, to that most portentous of all fabrications, Queen Elizabeth's ruff. In the time of the Plantagenets, Flemish tastes prevailed. With the Tudors, Catherine of Aragon, on her marriage with Prince Arthur, introduced the Spanish fashions and the inventories from Henry Roman VIII. Downwards are filled with Spanish work, Spanish stitch, and so forth. Queen Elizabeth lent to the French and Italian modes, and during the Stuarts they were universally adopted. The ruff was first introduced into England about the reign of Philip and Mary. These sovereigns are both represented on the Great Seal of England, with small ruffs about 311 their necks, and with diminutive ones of the same form encircling the wrists. This Spanish ruff was not ornamented with lace. On the succession of Queen Elizabeth, the ruff had increased to a large size, as we see portrayed on her Great Seal. The art of starching, though known to the manufacturers of Flanders, did not reach England until 1564, when the Queen first set up a coach. Her coachman, named Willem Bonin, was a Dutchman. His wife understood the art of starching, a secret she seems exclusively to have possessed, and of which the Queen availed herself until the arrival, some time after, of Madame Dinghen van der Plas, who, with her husband, came from Flanders for their better safeties, and set up as a clear starcher in London. The most curious wives, says Stowe, now made themselves ruffs of cambric and sent them to Madame Dinghen to be starched, who charged high prices. After a time they made themselves ruffs of lawn, and thereupon arose a general scoff, or by word, that shortly they would make their ruffs of spiders' webs. Mrs. Dinghen at last took their daughters as her pupils. Her usual terms were from 4 to 5 pounds for teaching them to starch, and 1 pound for the art of seething starch. The nobility patronized her, but the commonalty looked on her as the evil one and called her famous liquid devil's broth. To keep the ruff erect, bewired and starched though it be, was a troublesome affair, its falling a cause of agony to the wearer. "Not so close, thy breath will draw my ruff," exclaims the fop. The tools used in starching and fluting, 312 ruffs, were called setting sticks, struts, and poking sticks. The two first were made of wood or bone, the poking stick of iron, and heated in the fire. By this heated tool, the fold acquired that accurate and seemly order which constituted the beauty of this very preposterous attire. It was about the year 1576, according to Stowe, the making of poking sticks began. They figure in the expenses of Elizabeth, who, in 1592, pays to her blacksmith, one Thomas Larkin, pro 2 de les setting sticks at 2s, 6d, the sum of 5s. We have frequent allusion to the article in the plays of the day. Your ruff must stand in print, and for that purpose, get poking sticks with fair long handles, lest they scorch your hands. Again, in Laugh and Lie Down. There she sat with her poking stick, stiffening a fall. When the use of starch and poking sticks had rendered the arrangement of a ruff easy, the size began rapidly to increase. Both men and women wore them intolerably large, being 1/4 of a yard deep and 12 lengths in a ruff. In London, this fashion was termed the French ruff. In France, on the other hand, it was called the English monster. Queen Elizabeth wore hers higher and stiffer than anyone in Europe, save the Queen of Navarre, for she had a yellow throat and was desirous to conceal it. Woe betide any fair lady of the court who dared let her white skin appear uncovered in the presence of majesty. Her ruffs were made of the finest cutwork, enriched with gold, silver, and even precious stones. Though she consumed endless yards of cutwork, pearl, needlework lace, bone lace of gold, of silver, enriched with pearls, and bugles, 313 spangles in the fabrication of the 3-piled ruff, she by no means extended such liberty to her subjects, for she selected grave citizens and placed them at every gate of the city to cut the ruffs if they exceeded the prescribed depth. These pillars of pride form a numerous item among the New Year's gifts. Each lady seems to have racked her brain to invent some novelty, as yet unheard of, to gratify the Queen's vanity. On the New Year 1559-60, the Countess of Worcester offers a ruff of lawn cutwork set with 20 small knots like mullets, garnished with small sparks of rubies and pearls. The cutwork ruff is decorated or enriched with ornament of every description. Nothing could be too gorgeous or too extravagant. Great was the wrath of old Philip Stubbs at these monstrosities, which, standing out 1/4 of a yard or more, if Aeolus with his blasts or Neptune with his storms chanced to hit upon the crazy bark or their bruised ruffs, then they go flip-flap in the wind like ragas that flew abroad, lying upon their shoulders like the dish-clout of a slut. But wot ye what? The Deville, as he, in the fullness of his malice, first invented these great ruffs, etc., with a great deal more, which, as it comes rather under the head of costume than lace, we omit, as foreign to our subject. Lace has always been made of human hair, and of this we have frequent mention in the expenses of Queen Elizabeth. We believe the invention to be far older than her reign, for there is frequent allusion to it in the early romances. In the Chevalier aux Idja Pays, Ms. Bibb, Nat, a lady requires of King Rhys that he should present her with a mantle fringed with the beards of 9 conquered kings and hemmed with that of King Arthur, who was yet to conquer. The mantle is to have de sa barbe le tassel. 314. The entries of Elizabeth, however, are of a less heroic nature. And though we are well aware it was the custom of old ladies to weave into lace their silver-gray locks, and much as the fashion of hair bracelets and chains prevails, in Queen Elizabeth's case, setting aside all sentiment, we cannot help fancying the lacqué fact de crine braided cum les rissinge puffs, as well as the devices fact de crine similiter les scallop shells, to have been nothing more than stuffings, false additions, to swell the majesty of the royal periwig. That point tress, as this hair lace is called, was known in her day. We have evidence in the Chartley inventory of Mary Stuart, in which is mentioned, un petit quare fate a point tresse ouvrée par la ville comtesse de Lennox estant à la tour. A tribute of affection the old countess would scarcely have offered to her daughter-in-law had she regarded her as implicated in the murder of her son. The writer saw at Chantley an aged lacemaker employed in making a lace ground of hair on the pillow, used, she was informed, by wig makers to give the parting of the hair. But the fabric must be identical with the point tress sent by the mother of Darnley to the Queen of Scots. Point tress, when made out of the hair of aged people, is occasionally to be met with on the continent, where, from its rarity, it fetches a high price. Some districts gained a reputation for their work, according to Turner, and Bedford's matrons wove their snowy locks. It may be detected by the glittering of the hair when held up to catch the sunbeams, or by frizzing when exposed to the test of fire, instead of blazing. With this mention of point tress, we conclude the reign of Queen Elizabeth. 315 Chapter 24. James I to the Restoration. James I. Now up aloft I mount unto the ruff which into foolish mortals pride doth puff, yet ruff's antiquity is here but small, within these 80 years not one at all. For the 8th Henry, as I understand, was the first king that ever wore a band, and but a falling band plain with a hem, all other people knew no use of them. Taylor, Water Poet. 1640. The ruff single, double, three-piled, and dedalion, to the delight of the satirists, retained its sway during the early days of King James I. It was the commode of the 18th, the crinoline of the 19th century. Every play teems with allusions to this monstrosity. One compares it to a pinched lanthorn which schoolboys made in winter, while a second talks of a starched ruff like a new pigeon house. The lover, in the play of the Antiquary, complains to his mistress in pathetic terms. Do you not remember how you fooled me, and set me to pin pleats in your ruff 2 hours together? 316 Stubbs stood not alone in his anathemas. The dignitaries of the Church of England waxed wroth, and violent were their pulpit invectives. Fashion, emphatically preached John King, Bishop of London, has brought in deep ruffs and shallow ruffs, thick ruffs and thin ruffs, double ruffs and no ruffs. When the judge of quick and dead shall appear, he will not know those who have so defaced the fashion he hath created. Bishop of Exeter, too, Joseph Hall, a good man, but no prophet, little wotting how lace-making would furnish bread and comfort to the women of his own diocese for centuries to come, in a sermon preached at the Spital, after a long vituperation against its profaneness, concludes with these words: But if none of our persuasions can prevail, hear this, ye garish popinjays of our time, if you will not be ashamed to clothe yourselves after this shameless fashion, heaven shall clothe you with shame and confusion. Hear this, ye plaister-faced Jezebels, if you will not leave your daubs and your washes, heaven will one day wash them off with fire and brimstone. Whether these denunciations had the effect of lessening the ruffs we know not. Probably it only rendered them more exaggerated. Of these offending adjuncts to the toilet of both sexes, we have fine illustrations in the paintings of the day, as well as in the monuments of our cathedrals and churches. They were composed of the finest geometric lace, such as we see portrayed in the works of Vinciolo and others. The artists of the day took particular pleasure in depicting them with the most exquisite minuteness. These ruffs must have proved expensive for the wearer, though in James I.'s time, as Ben Jonson has it, men thought little of turning 400 or 500 acres of their best land into 2 or 3 trunks of apparel. According to the wardrobe accounts, 25 yards of fine bone lace was required to edge a ruff without counting the ground, composed either of lace squares or cutwork. Queen Anne, his consort, pays £5 for her wrought ruff, for showing which 18 yards of fine lace are purchased at 5s. 8d. Plate LX6. Illustration: Mary Sidney, Countess of Pembroke, in 1614, 1555, 1621, probably by Mark Gieritz. National Portrait Gallery. Photo by Walker and Cockerill. To face page 316. 317 The ruffs of the city lady were kept down by the old sumptuary law of Elizabeth. See now that you have not your city ruff on, Mistress Sue, says Mistress Simple in the City Match. The Overbury murder, 1613, and hanging of Mrs. Turner at Tyburn in 1615 are usually said, on the authority of Howell, to have put an end to the fashion of yellow ruffs, but the following extracts show they were worn for some years later. As late as 1620, the yellow starch, supposed to give a rich hue to the lace and cutwork of which ruffs were built, gave scandal to the clergy. The Dean of Westminster ordered no lady or gentleman wearing yellow ruffs to be admitted into any pew in his church, but finding this ill taken, and the king moved in it, he ate his own words and declared it to be all a mistake. This fashion, again, gave great offense even in France. Since the English 318 alliance, writes the Courtisain à la mode, 1625. Cette mode anglaise sera cause quil pour advenir une cherté sur le safran qui fiera, quelles Bretons et les Poitevins seront contraints de manger leur beurre blanc et non pas jaune, comme ils sont accoutumés. The bishops, who first denounced the ruff, themselves held to the fashion long after it had been set aside by all other professions. Folks were not patriotic in their tastes, as in more modern days. They loved to go as far as Paris to fetch over a fashion and come back again. The lace of Flanders, with the costly points and cutworks of Italy, now became the rage, and continued so for nigh 2 centuries. Ben Jonson speaks of the ruffs and cuffs of Flanders, while Lord Bacon, indignant at the female caprice of the day, writes to Sir George Villiers, "Our English dames are much given to the wearing of costly laces, and if they may be brought from Italy or France or Flanders, they are in much esteem. Whereas, if like laces were made by the English, so much thread would make a yard of lace, being put into that manufacture, would be 5 times, or perhaps 10 or 20 times the value." But Bacon had far better have looked at home, for he had himself, when Chancellor, granted an exclusive patent to Sir Giles Mompesson, the original of Sir Giles Overreach, for the monopoly of the sale and manufacture of gold and silver thread, the abuses of which caused in part his fall. James had half ruined the commerce of England by the granting of monopolies, which, says Sir John Culpeper, are as numerous as the frogs of Egypt. They have got possession of our dwellings, they sip in our cups, they dip in our 319 dish. They sit by our fire. We find them in the dye vat, wash bowl, and powdering tub, etc. They have marked and sealed us from head to foot. The bone lace trade suffered alike with other handicrafts. In 1606, James had already given a license to the Earl of Suffolk for the import of gold and silver lace. In 1621, alarmed by the general complaints throughout the kingdom, a proposition was made for the erection of an office of pomp to promote home manufactures, and to repress pride by levying taxes on all articles of luxury. What became of the pomp office we cannot pretend to say. The following year we are somewhat taken aback by a petition from 2 Dutchmen, of Dort, showing that the manufacture of gold and silver thread, pearl, etc. in England was a great waste of bullion, the said Dutchmen being, we may infer, of opinion that it was more to their advantage to import such articles themselves. After a lapse of 3 years the petition is granted. In the midst of all this granting and rescinding of monopolies, we hear in the month of April, 1623, how the decay of the bone lace trade at Great Marlow caused great poverty. Though the laces of Flanders and Italy were much patronized by the court and high nobility, Queen Anne of Denmark appears to have given some protection to the fabrics of the country. Poor Queen Anne. When, on the news of Elizabeth's death, James hurried off to England, a correspondence took place between the king and the English Privy Council regarding the Queen's outfit, James considering 320 and wisely for, the Scotch court was always out of elbows that his wife's wardrobe was totally unfit to be produced in London. To remedy the deficiency, the council forwarded to the Queen, by the hands of her newly named ladies, a quantity of Elizabeth's old gowns and ruffs, wherewith to make a creditable appearance on her arrival in England. Elizabeth had died at the age of 70, wizened, decayed, and Yellow Anne, young and comely, had but just attained her 26th year. The rage of the high-spirited dame knew no bounds. She stormed with indignation wear the clothes she must, For there were no others, so in revenge she refused to appoint any of the ladies, save Lady Bedford, though nominated by the king, to serve about her person in England. On her arrival she bought a considerable quantity of linen, and as with the exception of one article, purchased from a French man, her nidal pearl work, her white work, her small nidal work, her piece of lowen to be a ruff, with 18 yards of fine lace to shoe, so the ruff, the great bone lace and little bone lace were purchased at Winchester and Basing, towns bordering on the lace-making counties, leading us to infer them to have been of English manufacture. The bill of lace linen purchased at the Queen's lying down on the birth of the Princess Sophia in 1606 amounts to the sum of 614 pounds. 8d. In this we have no mention of any foreign-made laces. The child lived but 3 days. Her little monument, of cradle form, with lace-trimmed coverlets and sheets, Fig. 125, stands close to the recumbent effigy of her sister Mary, Fig. 126, with ruff, collar, and cap of geometric lace, in the north aisle of Henry Roman VII's chapel. Plate LXXX. Illustration: Henry Wriothesley, 3rd Earl of Southampton, 1523-1624, probably painted in Holland about 1620 by Michiel van Mierevelt. National Portrait Gallery. Photo by Walker and Cockerill. To face page 320. 321 illustration, Fig. 125. Monument of the Princess Sophia, plus 1606, 4th daughter of James I, Westminster Abbey. After a time epoch of the Spanish marriage, the ruff, 322, gave way to the falling band, so familiar to us in the portraits of Rubens and Van Dyck. There is such a deal of pinning these ruffs when a fine clean fall is worth them all, says the malcontent. If you should chance to take a nap in the afternoon, your falling band requires no poking stick to recover it. Cutwork still continued in high favor. It was worn on every article of linen, from the richly wrought collar to the nightcap. The Medicean ruff or gorget of the Countess of Pembroke, Sidney's sister, Pembroke's mother, with its elaborate border of swans, Fig. 127, is a good illustration of the fashion of her time. Illustration, Fig. 126. Monument of the Princess Mary, plus 1607, 3rd daughter of James I, Westminster Abbey. Among the early entries of Prince Charles, we have 4 nightcaps of cutwork, £7, for making 2 of which for his 323 Highness, garnished with gold and silver lace. Patrick Burke receives £15. But these modest entries are quite put to shame by those of his royal father, who, for 10 yards of needlework lace pro la edgenge of his gallericulize vulgo nightcaps, pays £16 4d. Well might the water poet exclaim. A nightcap is a garment of high state. Illustration, Fig. 127. Mary, Countess of Pembroke, plus 1621, from her portrait in Walpole's Royal and Noble Authors. When Queen Anne died, in 1619, we have an elaborate 324 account of her funeral, and of the sum paid to Dorothy Speckart for dressing a hearse effigy with a large veil, wired and edged with pique lace and lawn, curiously cut in flowers. Etc. Lace linen, however, was already discarded in mourning attire, for we find in the charges for the king's mourning ruffs, an edging at 14d. The piece is alone recorded. Towards the end of James I's reign, a singular custom came into fashion, brought in by the Puritan ladies, that of representing religious subjects, both in lace, cutwork, and embroidery, a fashion hitherto confined to church vestments. We find constant allusions to it in the dramatists of the day. Thus, in the City Match, we read, "She works religious petticoats, for flowers she'll make church histories. Her needle doth so sanctify my cushionettes, besides my smock sleeves have such holy embroideries, and are so learned, that I fear in time all my apparel will be quoted by some pious instructor." Again, in the custom of the country, "Sure you should not be without a neat historical shirt." 325 we find in a Scotch inventory of the 17th century. Of Holland shates Roman 2 pair, quaherof I pair shuet, sewed with holly work. The entries of this reign, beyond the holly work, picked and seaming lace, contain little of any novelty. All articles of the toilet were characterized by a most reckless extravagance. "There is not a gentleman now in the fashion," says Peacham, "whose band of Italian cut work now standeth him not in the least £3 or £4. Yes, a semester in Holborn told me that there are of £60. We read how 2/3 of a woman's dower was often expended in the purchase of cutwork and Flanders lace. In the warrant of the Great Wardrobe for the marriage expenses of the ill-fated Princess Elizabeth, on which occasion it is recorded of poor Arabella Stuart, the Lady Arabella, though still in the Tower, has shewn her joy by buying 4 new gowns, one of which cost £1,500. In addition to gold chain lace, silver spangled, silver looped, Milan bone lace, drawnwork point, black silk Naples lace, etc., all in the most astonishing quantity. We have the astounding entry of 1,692 ounces of silver bone lace. No wonder, in 326 after days, the princess caused so much anxiety to the Palatine's privy purse, Colonel Skommerg, who in vain implores her to have her linen and lace bought beforehand and paid at every fair. "You brought," he writes, £3,000 worth of linen from England and have bought £1,000 worth here, and yet you are ill provided. Charles I. Embroidered stockings, cutwork smocks and shirts, Ben Jonson. Ruffs may literally be said to have gone out with James I. His son, Charles, is represented on the coins of the 2 first years of his reign in a stiff starched ruff. In the 4th and 5th, we see the ruff unstarched, falling down on his shoulders, and afterwards the falling band fig. 128 was generally adopted and worn by all classes save the judges, who stuck to the ruff as a mark of dignity and decorum till superseded by the peruke. Plate LXXXI. Illustration: Elizabeth, Princess Palatine, granddaughter of James I, 1618–1680, probably about 1638, by Gerard Honthorst, National Portrait Gallery. Photo by Walker and Cockerill. To face page 326. 327 illustration, fig, 128. Falling collar of the 17th century, after Abraham Boss. Even loyal Oxford, conscientious to a hair's breadth always behind the rest of the world when Whitelock, in 1635, addresses the quarter sessions arrayed in the new fashion, owned, one may speak as good sense in a falling band as in a ruff. The change did not, however, diminish the extravagance of the age. The bills for the king's lace and linen, which in the year 1625 amounted to £1,000, in course of time rose to £1,500. Falling bands of Flanders bone lace and cutwork appear constantly in the accounts. As the foreign materials are carefully specified, it was one of these articles, then a novelty, that Queen Anne of Denmark bought of the French man. We may infer much of the bobbin or bone lace to have been of home produce. As Ben Jonson says, rich apparel has strong virtues. It is, he adds, the birdlime of fools. There was, indeed, no article of toilet at this period which was not encircled with lace towels, sheets, shirts, caps, cushions, boots, fig. 129, cuffs, fig. 130, and as too often occurs in the case of excessive luxury, when the bills came in money was wanting to 328 discharge them, Julian Elliot, the royal lace merchant, seldom receiving more than half her account, and in 1630 nothing. There were, as Shakespeare says, bonds entered into for gay apparel against the triumph day. The quantity of needlework pearl consumed on the king's hunting collars, Colliers pro venation, scarcely appears credible. One entry alone makes 994 yards for 12 collars and 24 pairs of cuffs. Again, 600 yards of fine bone lace is charged for trimming the ruffs of the king's nightclothes. Illustration, fig, 129. From an engraving of Abraham Boss. Illustration, fig, 130. From an engraving of Abraham Boss. The art of lace-making was now carried to great perfection in England. So much so, that the lease of 21 years, granted in 1627 to Dame Barbara Villiers, of the duties on gold and silver thread, became a terrible loss to the holder, who, in 1629, petitions for a discharge of £437 arrears due to the crown. The prayer is favorably received by the officers of the customs, to whom it was referred, who answer they conceive those duties will decay, for the invention of making Venice gold and silver lace within the kingdom is come to that perfection, that it will be made here more cheap than it can be brought from beyond seas. The fancy for foreign articles still prevailed. Among the goods brought in by Tristram Stevens, writes Sir John Hippisley, from Dover Castle, are the bravest French bands that ever I did see for ladies they be fit for the queen. Illustration, Fig. 131. English needle-made lace. To face page 328. 329 gold lace was exported in considerable quantities to India in the days of James I. And now, in 1631, we find the ribboned roses, edged with lace, notified among the articles allowed to be exported. These lace rosette-trimmed shoes were in vogue in the time of James I, and when first brought to that monarch he refused to adopt the fashion, asking if they wanted to make a rough-footed dove of him. They were afterwards worn in all the extravagance of the French court. See France to Louis Roman XIV. Mr. Brooks, in his speech in the House of Commons against costly apparel, 18 James I, says, "Nowadays, the roses worn by members of the House on their shoes are more than their father's apparel." Peacham speaks of shoe ties that go under the name of roses from 30 shillings to 3, 4, and 5 pounds the pair. Yea, a gallant of the time, not long since, paid 30 pounds for a pair. Well might tailors, say they, wear a farm and shoestrings edged with gold, and spangled garters worth a copyhold. It was not till the year 1635 that an effort was made for 330 the protection of our home fabrics, at the request and for the benefit of the makers of those goods in and near London, and other parts of the realm, now brought to great want and necessity, occasioned by the excessive importation of these foreign wares. Foreign pearls, cutworks, or bone laces, or any commodities laced or edged therewith, are strictly prohibited. Orders are also given that all pearls, cutworks, and bone laces English-made are to be taken to a house near the sign of the Red Hart in Fore Street, without Cripplegate, and there sealed by Thomas Smith or his deputy. An act the same year prohibits the use of gold or silver pearls, except manufactured in foreign parts, and especially forbids the melting down any coin of the realm. The manufacture of bone lace in England had now much improved, and was held in high estimation in France. We hear of Henrietta Maria sending ribbons, lace, and other fashions from England in 1636 as a present to her sister-in-law, Anne of Austria. While in a letter dated February 7, 1636, the Countess of Leicester writes to her husband, then in France, who had requested her to procure him some fine bone lace of English make. The present for the Queen of France I will be careful to provide, but it cannot be handsome for that proportion of money which you do mention. For these bone laces, if they be good, are dear, and I will send the best, for the honor of my nation and my own credit. Referring to the same demand, the Countess again writes to her lord, May 18, 1637, Leicester House. All my present for the Queen of France is provided, which I have done with great care and some trouble. The expenses I cannot yet directly tell you, but I think it will be about 120 pounds, for the bone laces are extremely dear. I intend to 331 send it by Monsieur Rouvigny, for most of the things are of new fashion, and if I should keep them, they would be less acceptable, for what is new now will quickly grow common, such things being sent over almost every week. We can have no better evidence of the improvement in the English lace manufacture than these two letters. An act of 1638 for reforming abuses in the manufacture of lace, by which competent persons are appointed, whether natives or strangers, who shall be of the Church of England, can scarcely have been advantageous to the community. Lace, since the Reformation, had disappeared from the garments of the Church. In the search warrants made after Jesuits and priests of the Roman faith, it now occasionally peeps out. In an inventory of goods seized at the house of some Jesuit priests at Clerkenwell, in 1627, we find one fair alb of cambric, with needlework pearls about the skirts, neck, and bands. Smuggling, too, had appeared upon the scene. In 1621, information is laid how Nicholas Peter, master of the Greyhound of Apsom, had landed at Dover sundry packets of cutworks and bone laces without paying the customs. But the ribados, ribands, cuffs, ruffs, falls, scarfs, feathers, fans, masks, muffs, laces, calls of King Charles's court were soon to disperse at the now outbreaking revolution. The Herrn Mayor Frau, Lady Mayoress, the noble English lady depicted by Haller, must now lay aside her whisk, edged with broad lace of needle point, and no longer hie to St. Martin's for lace. She must content herself with a plain attire. Sempsters with ruffs and cuffs, and coifs and calls and falls. must be dismissed. Smocks of 3 pounds apiece, 332 smocks, are no longer worn by all, much less those seamed throw with cutwork. Or lace to her smocks, broad-seaming laces, which, groans one of the Puritan writers, is horrible to think of. The ruff and cuffs of Flanders, gold lace cutwork and silver lace of curl, needlepoint, and fine gartering with blown roses, are now suppressed under Puritan rule. The fop, whom Henry Fitzgeoffrey describes as having an attractive lace and whalebone bodies for the better grace, must now think twice before he wears it. The officer, whom the poor soldier apostrophizes as shining one blaze of plate about you, which puts out our eyes when we march gainst the sun, and arms you completely with your own gold lace, which is laid on so thick that your own trimmings do render you engine-proof, without more arms, must no longer boast of. This shirt 5 times victorious I have fought under, and cut through squadrons of your curious cutwork, as I will do through mine. In the Roundhead army he will scarce deign to comb his cropped locks. All is now dingy, of a sad color, soberly in character with the tone of the times. Plate LXXI. Illustration, James Harrington, author of Oceana, 1611–1677, between 1630–1640, by Gerard Honthorst, National Portrait Gallery. Photo by Walker and Cockerill. To face page 332. 333. The Commonwealths. The rule of the Puritans was a sad time for lace makers, as regards the middle and lower classes. Every village festival, all amusement was put down, bride laces and mayings all were vanity. With respect to the upper classes, the Puritan ladies, as well as the men of birth, had no fancy for exchanging the rich dress of the Stuart court for that of the Roundheads. Sir Thomas Fairfax, father of the general, is described as wearing a buff coat, richly ornamented with silver lace, his trunk hose trimmed with costly Flanders lace, his breastplate partly concealed by a falling collar of the same material. The foreign ambassadors of the Parliament disdained the Puritan fashions. Lady Fanshawe describes her husband as wearing at the court of Madrid on some state occasion his linen very fine, laced with very rich Flanders lace. Indeed, it was not till the arrival of the Spanish envoy, the first accredited to the protectorate of Cromwell, that Harrison begged Colonel Hutchinson and Lord Warwick to set an example to other nations at the audience, and not appear in gold and silver lace. Colonel Hutchinson, though he saw no harm in a rich dress, yet not to appear offensive, came next day in a plain black suit, as did the other gentlemen, when, to the astonishment of all, Harrison appeared in a scarlet coat so laden with clinquant, and lace as to hide the material of which it was made, showing, remarks Mrs. Hutchinson. His godly speeches were only made that he might appear braver above the rest in the eyes of the strangers. Nor did the mother of Cromwell lay aside these adornments. She wore a handkerchief, of which the broad point lace alone could be seen, and her green velvet cardinal was edged with broad gold lace. Cromwell himself, when once in power, became more particular in his dress, and if he lived as a Puritan, his body after death was more gorgeously attired than that of any deceased sovereign, with purple velvet, ermine, and the richest Flanders lace. His effigy, 334 carved by one Symonds, was clad in a fine shirt of Holland, richly laced. He wore bands and cuffs of the same materials, and his clothes were covered with gold lace. The more we read, the more we feel convinced that the dislike manifested by the Puritan leaders to lace and other luxuries was but a political necessity, in order to follow the spirit of the age. As an illustration of this opinion, we may cite that in the account of the disbursements of the Committee of Safety, 1660, a political Jew disparate which preceded the Restoration, we find entered for Lady Lambert. Item, for 7 new whisks lacked with Flanders lace of the last edition, each whisk is valued at £50, 350 pounds. Followed up by 6 new Flanders lacked smocks, 300 pounds. The whisk, as the gorget was now termed, was as great an object of extravagance to the women as was the falling band to the men. It continued in fashion during the reign of Charles Roman II, and is often mentioned as lost or stolen among the advertisements in the public journals of the day. In the Mercurius Publicus, May 8, 1662, we find A cambric whisk with Flanders lace about 1/4 of a yard broad, and a lace turning up about 1 inch broad, with a stock in the neck, and a strap hanging down before, was lost between the New Palace and Whitehall Reward, 30s. Again in the news, June 20th, 1664. Lost, a Tiffany whisk with a great lace down and a little one up, large flowers and open work, with a rowel for the head and peak. 330, 5 Chapter 25. Charles Roman II, to the House of Hanover. Charles Roman II. The dangling knee fringe and the bib cravat, Dryden, Prologue, 1674. The taste for luxury only required the restoration of the Stuarts to burst out in full vigor. The following year, Charles Roman II issued a proclamation enforcing the act of his father prohibiting the entry of foreign bone lace, but far from acting as he preached, he purchases Flanders lace at 18 shillings the yard for the trimming of his fine lawn colobium syndinis, a sort of surplice worn during the ceremony of the anointment at the coronation. The hand spinners of gold wire, thread lace, and spangles of the City of London, no longer puritanically inclined, now speak out boldly. Having heard a report the Parliament intend to pass an act against the wearing of their manufacture, they hope it intends the reform, not the destruction of their craft, for by it many thousands would be ruined. Let every person, say they, be prohibited from wearing gold, silver, and thread lace that will encourage the gentry to do so. In 1662 is passed an act prohibiting the importation of foreign bone lace, cutworks, etc., setting forth. Whereas many poor children have attained great dexterity in the 336 making thereof, the persons so employed have served most parts of the kingdom with bone lace, and for the carrying out of the same trade have caused much thread to be brought into the country, whereby the customs have been greatly advanced until of late large quantities of bone lace, cutwork, etc., were brought into the kingdom and sold contrary to the former statutes and the proclamation of November last. All such bone lace is to be forfeited, and a penalty of £100 paid by the offender. This same act only occasioned the more smuggling of lace from Flanders, for the point made in England had never attained the beauty of Brussels, and indeed, wherever fine lace is mentioned at this period, it is always of foreign fabric. That Charles himself was of this opinion there can be no doubt, for in the very same year he grants to one John Eaton a license to import such quantities of lace, made beyond the seas, as may be for the wear of the Queen, our dear mother the Queen, our dear brother James, Duke of York, and the rest of the royal family. The permission is softened down by the words, and to the end the same may be patterns for the manufacture of these commodities here, notwithstanding the late statute forbidding their importation. Charles had evidently received his lessons in the school of Mazarin. As the galleries of the cardinal were filled with sculptures, paintings, and majolica-rich produce of Italian art as patterns for France, per mostra di farn in Francesco the king's, pilia nocturna, pillowburs, cravats, were trimmed with the points of Venice and Flanders, at the rate of £600 per annum, for the sake of improving the lace manufacture of England. The introduction of the flowing wig, with its long curls covering the shoulders, gave a final blow to the falling band. 337 the ends floating and tied in front could alone be visible. In time they diminished in size, and the remains are still seen in the laced bands of the lawyer, when in full dress, and the homely bordered cambric slips used by the clergy. The laced cravat now introduced continued in fashion until about the year 1735. It was at its height when Pepys writes in his diary, Lord's Day, Oct. 19, 1662, put on my new lace band, and so neat it is that I am resolved my great expense shall be lace bands, and it will set off anything else the more. The band was edged with the broadest lace. In the news, January 7th, 1663, we find, lost, a laced band, the lace 1/4 of a yard deep, and the band marked in the stock with a B. Mrs. Pepys' more thrifty soul wears her green petticoat of Florence satin, with white and black gimp lace of her own putting on making, which is very pretty. The custom, already common in France, of ladies making their own lace, excites the ire of the writer of Britannia Langs, in his Discourse upon Trade. The manufacture of linen, he says, was once the huswifery of English ladies, gentlewomen, and other women. Now, the huswifery women of England employ themselves in making an ill sort of lace, which serves no national or natural necessity. The days of Puritan simplicity were at an end. Instead of homespun coifs, were seen good pinners edged with colbertine, The laced cravat succeeded the falling collar. Lace handkerchiefs were the fashion, and gloves laced and trimmed as fine as Nell's. 338 laced aprons, which even found their way to the homes of the Anglican clergy and appear advertised as stolen from the vicarage house at Amersham in Oxfordshire. An apron of needlework lace, the middle being network, another apron laced with cut and slash lace. The newspapers crowd with losses of lace and rarer finds. They give us, however, no clue to the home manufacture. A pasteboard box full of lace linen and a little portmanteau with some white and gray bone lace would seem to signify a lace much made 200 years ago, of which we have ourselves seen specimens from Dalecarlia, a sort of guipure, upon which the pattern is formed by the introduction of an unbleached thread, which comes out in full relief of fancy, more curious than pretty. The petticoats of the ladies of King Charles's court have received due honor at the hands of Pepys, whose prying eyes seem to have been everywhere. On May 21 of the same year, he so complacently admired himself in his new lace band, he writes down, "My wife and I to my lord's lodging, where she and I stayed walking in Whitehall gardens. And in the privy garden saw the finest smocks and linen petticoats of my lady Castlemaine's, laced with rich lace at the bottom, that ever I saw, and it did me good to look at them." Speaking of the ladies' attire of this age, Evelyn says, "Another quilted white and red with a broad Flanders lace below, 4 pairs of bas de soie shot through, 339 with silver, diamond buckles too for garters and as rich for shoe, twice 12-day smocks of Holland fine, with cambric sleeves rich point to join, for she despises colbertine, 12 more for night, all Flanders lacked, or else she'll think herself discracked. The same her night gown must adorn, with 2-point waistcoats for the morn, of pocket mouquewares, nose to drain, a dozen laced, a dozen plain, 3 night gowns of rich Indian stuff, 4 cushion cloths are scarce enough of point and Flanders," etc. It is difficult now to ascertain what description of lace was that styled colbertine. It is constantly alluded to by the writers of the period. Randall Home, 1688, styles it, "a kind of open lace with a square grounding." Evelyn himself, in his Fopp's Dictionary, 1690, gives colbertine, a lace resembling network of the fabric of Monsieur Colbert, superintendent of the French king's manufactures. And the Ladies' Dictionary, 1694, repeats his definition. This is more incomprehensible still, point de Lenken being the lace that can be specially styled of the fabric of Colbert, and colbertine appears to have been a coarse production. Swift talks of knowing the difference between rich Flanders lace and colbertine. Congreve makes Lady Westport say, "Go hang out an old Frissonier gorget with a yard of yellow colbertine." And a traveler, in 1691, speaking of Paris, writes, "You shall see here the finer sort of people flaunting it in tawdry gauze or colbertine, a parcel of coarse, staring ribbons, but 10 of their holiday habits shall not amount to what a citizen's wife of London wears on her head every day." 340 James Roman II. The reign of James Roman II, short and troubled, brought but little change in the fashion of the day. More prominence, however, was given to the lace cravats, which were worn loosely round the throat and with their ends hanging down over the upper part of the vest. Charles Roman II, in the last year of his reign, spends £20 for a new cravat to be worn on the birthday of his dear brother, and James expends £29 upon one of Venice point to appear in on that of his queen. Frequent entries of lace for the attendants of the chapel royal form items in the royal wardrobe accounts. Ruffles, nitrails, and cravats of point d'Espagne and de Venise now figure in gazettes, but Flanders lace is still in high estimation, writes somebody, in 1668, and even fans are made of it. Then James Roman II fled, and years after we find him dying at St. Germain's in a lace nightcap. This cap was called a take, and put on when the king was in extremis as a compliment to Louis Roman XIV. It was the court etiquette for all the royals, writes Madame in her memoirs, to die with a nightcap on. The take of King James may still be seen by the curious, adorning a wax model of the king's head, preserved as a relic in the Museum of Dunkirk. Out of mingled gratitude, we suppose, for the hospitality she had received at the French court, and the protection of the angels, which she writes, "I experienced once when I 341 set fire to my lace night cornet, which was burned to the very head without singeing a single hair, good Queen Mary of Modena, who shone so brightly in her days of adversity, died, Céline les Régles, coiffed in like fashion. With this notice, we finish the Saint Germain's reign of King James II. William Roman III. Long wigs, Steinkirk cravats, Congreve, love for love. In William Roman III's reign, the full shirt sleeves with their lace ruffles were shown at the wrists, and the loose neckcloths had long pendant ends terminating in lace, if they were not entirely made of that material. The hat, too, was edged with gold lace, and for summer where the gloves were edged with lace. Women's sleeves, at first short, wide and lace-edged, showing the delicate sleeves of the undergarment, soon became tight and were prolonged to the wrists, where they terminated in deep and wide upturned cuffs, whence drooped a profusion of lace lappets and ruffles. The hair, combed up, and with an inclination backwards from the forehead, was surmounted by a strata of ribbon and lace, sometimes intermingled with feathers, and a kerchief or scarf of some very light material was permitted to hang down to the waist or below it. In 1698, the English Parliament passed another act for rendering the laws more effectual for preventing the importation of foreign bone lace, loom lace, needlework point, and cutwork, with a penalty of 20s per yard and forfeiture. This act caused such excitement among the convents and beguinages of Flanders that the government, at that time under the dominion of Spain, prohibited, by way of retaliation, the importation of English wool. In consequence of the general distress occasioned by this edict, 342 among the wool staplers of England, the act prohibiting the importation of foreign lace into England was repealed, so far as related to the Spanish Low Countries. England was the loser by this custom house war. Dress after the Revolution partook of the stately sobriety of the House of Nassau, but lace was extensively worn. Queen Mary favored that wonderful erection, already spoken of in our chapter on France, the Tower or Fontange, more generally called, certainly not from its convenience, the commode, with its piled tiers of lace and ribbon, and the long hanging pinners, celebrated by Prior in his Tale of the Widow and Her Cat. He scratched the maid, he stole the cream, he tore her best lacked pinner. Their Flanders lace heads, with the engageantes or ruffles, and the dress covered with lace frills and flounces, every part of the garment in curl caused a lady, says the Spectator, to resemble a Friesland hen. Never yet were such sums expended on lace as in the days of William and Mary. The lace bill of the Queen, signed by Lady Derby, Mistress of the Robes, for the year 1694, amounts to the enormous sum of £1,918, among the most extravagant entries we find. SD, 21 yards of lace for 12 pillow burrs at 52s, 16 yards of lace for 2 toilets at £12 192, 24 yards for 6 handkerchiefs at £4 10s, 30 yards for 6 night shifts at 62s, yards for 2 combing cloths at 14.5 yards for a combing cloth at £17, 343-1/8 due. At 14, an apron of lace. None of the lace furnished by Mr. Bampton, thread lace provider and milliner to the court, for the Queen's engageantes and ruffles, however, seems to have exceeded 5/10 pounds. The yard, there is little new in this account. The lace is entered as scalloped, ruffled, looped. Lace pearl still lingers on. Catgut, too, appears for the first time, as well as raised point and needlework. The Queen's pinners are mentioned as mazarined, some fashion named in honor of the once fair Hortense, who ended her exiled life in England. What do you lack, ladies fair? Mazarine hoods, fontanges, girdles. King William himself, early imbued with the Dutch taste for lace, exceeded, we may say, his wife in the extravagance of his lace bills. For though the lace account for 1690 is noted only at £1,603, it increases annually until the year 1695-6, when the entries amount to the astonishing sum of 2,459.19. Among the items charged will be found SD. To 6-point cravats to 8 due, for hunting 54 ids, for 6 barbing cloths 63 ids, for 6 combing cloths 117 yards of sissy cutwork, for trimming 12 pocket hands 1478 ids, for 24 cravats at £8 10s. 344 in this right royal account of expenditure, we find mention of coxcomb laciniae, of which the king consumes 344 yards. What this may be we cannot say, as it is described as green and white. Otherwise, we might have supposed it some kind of Venice point, the little pearl-edged raised patterns of which are designated by Randall Home as coxcombs. More coquette than a woman, we find an exchange effected with Henry Furness, mercatory, of various laces, purchased for his handkerchiefs and razor cloths, which, laid by during the 2 years of lugubris for his beloved consort, the queen during which period he had used razor cloths with broad hems, and no lace had become obsolete, quite out of fashion. To effect this exchange the king pays the sum of 178 pounds. 6d. The lace purchased for the 6 new razor cloths amounting to 270 pounds. In the same page we find him, now out of mourning, expending 499 pounds 10s. For lace to trim his 24 new nightshirts, induciis nocturnis. With such royal patronage, no wonder the lace trade prospered, and that within 10 years of William's death, Defoe should quote the point lace of Blandford as selling at £30 the yard. Plate LXXZI. Illustration: James, the Old Pretender, 1688–1766, with his sister Princess Louisa, 1690–1712. In 1695, by Nicolas de Largellière, National Portrait Gallery. Photo by Walker and Cockerill. To face page 344. 345. We have already told how the fashion of the lace Steinkirk found as much favor in England as in France. Many people still possess, among their family relics, long oval-shaped brooches of topaz or Bristol stones, and wonder what they were used for. These old-fashioned articles of jewelry were worn to fasten, when not passed through the buttonhole, the lace Steinkirk, so prevalent not only among the nobility, but worn by all classes. If the dialogue between Sir Nicholas Dainty and Major General Blunt, as given in Shadwell's play, be correct, the volunteers of King William's day were not behind the military in elegance. Sir Nicholas Datai must make great haste. I shall ne'er get my points and laces done up time enough. Madge, Jen be what says to young fellow, points and laces for camps. Sir Nish, yes, points and laces, why, I carry 2 laundresses on purpose. Would you have a gentleman go undressed in a camp? Do you think I would see a camp if there was no dressing? Why, I have 2 campaign suits, one trimmed with Flanders lace and the other with rich point. Madge, Jen B campaign suits with lace and point. In Westminster Abbey, where, as somewhat disrespectfully say the brothers Popplewell, the images of William and Mary stand upright in a press, with their bodies made of wax, a globe and a wand in either hand, and their robes upon their backs. The lace tucker and double sleeves of Queen Mary are of the finest raised Venice point, resembling fig. 29. King William likewise wears a rich lace cravat and ruffles. In a memorandum, Carta d'Informazione, given to the Venetian ambassadors about to proceed to England, 1696, they are to be provided with very handsome collars of the finest Venetian point, which, it is added, is also the best present to make. Before concluding the subject of the lace-bearing heroes, we may as well state here that the English soldiers rivaled the cavaliers of France in the richness of their points, till the extinction of hair powder, the wearing of which in the army consumes, says some indignant writer, flour enough to feed 600,000 persons per annum, when the lace cravat was replaced by the stiff and cumbersome stock. Speaking of 346 these military dandies, writes the World, nor can I behold the lace and the waste of finery in their clothing, but in the same light as the silver plates and ornaments on a coffin. Indeed, I am apt to impute their going to battle so trimmed, and adorned to the same reason a once fine lady painted her cheeks just before she expired, that she might not look frightful when she was dead. To war the troops advance, adorned and trim like females for the dance. Down sinks Lothario, sent by one dire blow, a well-dressed hero to the shades below. As the justice's daughter says to her mamma, in Sheridan's St. Patrick's Day, "Dear, to think how the sweet fellows sleep on the ground, and fight in silk stockings and lace ruffles." Lace had now become an article worthy the attention of the light-fingered gentry. The jewels worn by our great-grandmothers of the 18th century, though mounted in the most exquisite taste, were for the most part false Bristol or Alencon, diamonds, paste, or strass. Lace, on the other hand, was a sure commodity and easily disposed of. At the robbery of Lady Anderson's house in Red Lion Square during a fire in 1700, The family of George Heneage, Esquire, on a visit, are recorded to have lost a head with fine looped lace of very great value, a Flanders lace hood, a pair of double ruffles and tuckers, 2 laced aprons, 1 point, the other Flanders lace, and a large black lace scarf embroidered in gold. Again, at an opera row some years later, the number of caps, ruffles, and heads enumerated as stolen by the pickpockets is quite fabulous. So expert had they become that when first the ladies took to wearing powdered wigs, they dexterously cut open the leather backs of the hack coaches and carried off wig, head, and all, before the rifled occupant had the slightest idea of their attack. To remedy the evil, the police request all ladies for the future to sit with their backs to the horses. 347 Queen Anne. Parley, oh, sir, there's the prettiest fashion lately come over, so airy, so French, and all that. The pinners are double ruffled with 12 plaits of a side, and open all from the face. The hair is frizzled up all round head and stands as stiff as a bodkin. Then the favorites hang loose upon the temple with a languishing lock in the middle. Then the caul is extremely wide, and over all is a cornet raised very high and all the lappets behind. Farquhar, Sir Harry Wildair. Queen Anne, though less extravagant than her sister, was scarcely more patriotic. The point purchased for her coronation, though it cost but £64 9d, was of Flanders growth. The bill is made out to the royal laceman of King William's day, now Sir Henry Furness, knight and merchant. The Queen, too, in her gratitude, conferred a pension of £100 upon one Mrs. Abrahat, the royal clear starcher. Because, writes the Duchess of Marlborough, she had washed the Queen's heads for £20 a year when she was princess. In 1706, Anne again repeals the acts which prohibit Flanders lace, with the clear understanding that nothing be construed into allowing the importation of lace made in the dominions of the French king. An edict in itself sufficient to bring the points of France into the highest fashion. France, writes an essayist, is the wardrobe of the world. Nay, the English have so great an esteem for the workmanship of the French refugees that hardly a thing vends without a Gallic name. To the refugees from Alencon and elsewhere, expelled by the cruel edict of Louis Roman XIV, we owe the visible improvement of our laces in the 18th century. Up to the present time, we have had mention only of 348 Flanders lace in general. In the reign of Queen Anne, the points of Macklin and Brussels are first noted down in the royal wardrobe accounts. In 1710, Her Majesty pays for 26 yards of fine-edged Brussels lace £151. Mais, elle appétit vint en mangent. The bill of Margaretta Jolly, for the year 1712, for the furnishing of Mechlin and Brussels lace alone, amounts to the somewhat extravagant sum of £1,418.14. Taking the average price of the lace chanter on Ludgate Hill, articles of daily use were costly enough. One Brussels head is valued at £40, a grounded Brussels head, £30, £1 looped Brussels, £30. These objects, high as the price may seem, lasted a woman's life. People in the last century did not care for variety, they contented themselves with a few good articles. Hence, among the objects given in 1719 as necessary to a lady of fashion, we merely find £d, a French point or Flanders head, and ruffles a ditto handkerchief, a black French laced hood. When the Princess Mary, daughter of George Roman II, married, she had but 4 fine laced Brussels heads, 2 looped and 2 grounded, 2 extremely fine point ones with ruffles and lappets, 6 French caps and ruffles. 2 point lace cravats were considered as a full supply for any gentleman. Even young extravagant Lord Bedford, who, at 18 years of age, found he could not spend less than £6,000 a year at Rome, when on the grand tour, only charges his mother, Rachel Lady Russell, with that number. The high commode, with its lace rising tier upon tier, which made the wits about town declare the ladies carried Bow steeple upon their heads, of a sudden collapsed in Queen Anne's reign. It had shot up to a most extravagant height, insomuch that the female part of our species were 349 much taller than the men. We appeared, says the Spectator, as grasshoppers before them. In 1711, Anne forbade the entry of gold and silver lace, of which the consumption had become most preposterous, under pain of forfeiture and the fine of £100. Ladies wore even cherry-colored stays trimmed with the forbidden fabric. The point of Spain had the preference over thread lace for state garments, heads and ruffles excepted. And as late as 1763, when the Dowager Lady Effingham was robbed of her coronation robes, among the wonderful finery detailed, there is no mention of thread lace. The commerce of Flanders, notwithstanding the French taste, seemed now on a comfortable footing. The Flanderkins, writes the British merchant in 1713, are gone off from wool, which we have got, to lace and linen. We have learned better, I hope, by our unsuccessful attempt to prohibit the Flanders laces, which made the Flemings retaliate upon us, and lessened our exportation of woolen manufactures by several £100,000 per annum. Men looked upon lace as a necessary article to their wives' equipment. Addison declares that when the China mania first came in, women exchanged their Flanders point for punch bowls and mandarins, thus picking their husband's pockets, who is often purchasing a huge china vase when he fancies that he is buying a fine head for his wife. Indeed, they could scarcely grumble, as a good wig cost from 40 to 50 guineas, to say nothing of their own lace ties and 350 ruffles. Only an old antiquary like Sir Thomas Clayton could note down in his accounts lace and fal-lals, and a large looking-glass to see her old ugly face in frivolous expenses to please my proud lady. 351 Chapter 26. George I and Roman II. George I. Wisdom with periwigs, with cassocks grace, courage with swords, gentility with lace, connoisseur. The accession of the House of Hanover brought but little change either in the fashions or the fabrics. In 1717, the king published an edict regarding the hawking of lace, but the world was too much taken up with the old pretender and the court of St. Germain's. The king, too, was often absent, preferring greatly his German dominions. We now hear a great deal of lace ruffles. They were worn long and falling. Lord Bolingbroke, who enraged Queen Anne by his untidy dress, she supposed, forsooth, he would some day come to court in his nightcap, is described as having his cravat of point lace, and his hands hidden by exaggerated ruffles of the same material. In good old Jacobite times, these weeping ruffles served as well to conceal notes, poulets, passed from one wary politician to another, as they did the French sharpers to juggle and cheat at cards. Lace continued the mania of the day. Since your fantastical jeers came in with wires, ribbons, and laces, and your furbelows with 300 yards in a gown and petticoat, there has not been a good housewife in the nation, writes an indignant dramatist. The lover was made to bribe the Abigail of his mistress with a piece of Flanders lacen, offering not to be resisted. Lace appeared 352 at baptisms, at marriages as well as at burials, of which more hereafter even at the Old Bailey, where one Miss Margaret Caroline Rudd, a beauty of the day, tried for forgery, quite moved her jurors to tears, and nigh gained her acquittal by the taste of her elegantly laced stomacher, the lace robings of her dress, and single lace flounce, her long pendulous ruffles, hanging from the elbow, heard, fluttering in her agitation, by the court. But in spite of these allurements, Margaret Caroline Rudd was hanged. Every woman right swift is, in choosing lace a critic nice, knows to agroat the lowest price. Together they, of caps and ruffles hold the grave debate, as of their lives they would decide the fate. Again he says, and when you are among yourselves, how naturally, after the first compliments, do you entertain yourselves with the price and choice of lace, apply your hands to each other's lappets and ruffles, as if the whole business of your life and the public concern depended on the cut of your petticoats. Even wise Mrs. Elizabeth Montague, who wrote epistles about the ancients, and instead of going to a ball, sat at home and read Sophocles, exclaims to her sister, surely your heroic spirit will prefer a beau's hand in Brussels lace to a stubborn scivola without an arm. Plate Alexexiv. Illustration. John Law, the Paris banker, author of the Mississippi Scheme, 1671-1729 in cravat of Point de France between 1708-20. Painted by Bell, National Portrait Gallery. Photo by Walker and Cockerill. To face page 352. 353 In the middle of the 19th century, it was the fashion that no young lady should wear lace previous to her marriage. In the reign of George Roman II, etiquette was different, for we find the Duchess of Portland presenting Mrs. Montague, then a girl with a lace head and ruffles. Wrathfully do the satirists of the day rail against the expense of. The powder, patches, and the pins, the ribbon, jewels, and the rings, the lace, the paint, and warlike things that make up all their magazines. And the consequent distress of the lace merchants, to whom ladies are indebted for thousands. After a drawing room, in which the fair population appeared in borrowed, i.e., unpaid lace, one of the chief lacemen became well-nigh bankrupt. Duns besieged the houses of the great. By mercers, lacemen, mantua makers pressed, but most for ready cash for play distressed, where can she turn? The connoisseur, describing the reckless extravagance of one of these ladies, writes, "The lady played till all her ready money was gone, staked her cap and lost it, afterwards her handkerchief. He then staked both cap and handkerchief against her tucker, which to his pique she gained." When enumerating the various causes of suicide, he proposes that an annual bill or report should be made out, giving the different causes which have led to the act. Among others in his proposed bill of suicide, he gives French claret, French lace, French cooks, etc. The men, though scarcely coming up to the standard of Sir Courtly Nice, who has all his bands and linen made in Holland and washed at Haarlem, were just as extravagant as the ladies. 354 George Roman II. "How well this ribbon's glass becomes your face," she cries in rapture. "Then so sweet a lace, how charmingly you look, Lady M.W. Montagu." Town Eclogues. For court and state occasions, Brussels lace still held its sway. In the reign of George Roman II, we read how, at the drawing room of 1735, fine escalloped Brussels laced heads, triple ditto laced ruffles, lappets hooked up with diamond solitaires, found favor. At the next, the ladies wore heads dressed English, i.e., bow of fine Brussels lace of exceeding rich patterns, with the same amount of laced ruffles and lappets. Gold flounces were also worn. Speaking of the passion for Brussels lace, Postlethwaite indignantly observes, "'Tis but a few years since England expended upon foreign lace and linen not less than 2 millions yearly. As lace in particular is the manufacture of nuns, our British ladies may as well endow monasteries as wear Flanders lace, for these popish nuns are maintained by Protestant contributions." Patriotism, it would appear, did come into vogue in the year 1736, when at the marriage of Frederick, Prince of Wales, the bride is described as wearing a night-dress of superb lace, the bridegroom a cap of similar material. All the laces worn by the court on this occasion are announced to have been of English manufacture, with the exception of that of the Duke of Marlborough, who appeared in Point d'Espagne. The bride, however, does not profit by this high example, for shortly after we read, in the memoirs of Madame Palatine, of the secretary of Sir Luke Schaub being drugged at Paris by an impostor, and robbed of some money sent to defray the purchase of some French lace ruffles for the Princess of Wales. 355 it was of native-made laces. We may infer, Mrs. Delaney writes in the same year, "Thanks for your apron. Brussels nor Mechlin ever produced anything prettier." It appears somewhat strange that patriotism, as regards native manufactures, should have received an impulse during the reign of that most uninteresting though gallant little monarch, the second George of Brunswick. But patriotism has its evils, for, writes an essayist, some ladies now squander away all their money in fine laces because it sets a great many poor people to work. 10 years previous to the death of King George Roman II, was founded, with a view to correct the prevalent taste for foreign manufactures, the Society of Anti-Gallicans, who held their quarterly meetings and distributed prizes for bone, point lace, and other articles of English manufacture. This society, which continued in great activity for many years, proved most beneficial to the lace-making trade. It excited also a spirit of emulation among gentlewomen of the middle class, who were glad in the course of the year to add to a small income by making the finer kinds of needlepoint, which, on account of their elaborate workmanship, could be produced only in foreign convents or by 356 persons whose maintenance did not entirely depend upon the work of their hands. Towards the year 1756, certain changes in the fashion of the day now again mark the period. 4. Dress still varying, most to form confined, shifts like the sands, the sport of every wind. Long lappets, the horseshoe cap, the Brussels head, and the prudish mob pinned under the chin have all had their day, says the connoisseur in 1754. Now we have first mention of lace cardinals. Trollopies or slammerkins come in at the same period, with treble ruffles to the cuffs, Writers talk, too, of a gentle dame in blonde lace, blonde being as yet a newly introduced manufacture. Though history may only be all false, as Sir Robert Walpole said to that cynic in lace ruffles, his son Horace, yet the newspapers are to be depended upon for the fashion of the day, or, as Lady Mary would say, for what new whim adorns the ruffle. The lace apron, worn since the days of Queen Elizabeth, continued to hold its own till the end of the 18th century, though some considered it an appendage scarcely consistent with the dignity of polite society. The anecdote of Beau Nash, who held these articles in the strongest aversion, has been often related. He absolutely excluded, says his biographer, all who ventured to appear at the Assembly Room at Bath so attired. I have known him at a ball night strip the Duchess of Queensberry, and throw her apron on one of the hinder benches among the ladies' women, observing that none but Abigail's appeared in white aprons, though that apron was of the costliest point and cost 200 guineas. 357 George Roman II did his best to promote the fabrics of his country, but at this period smuggling increased with fearful rapidity. It was a war to the knife between the revenue officer and society at large, all classes combined, town ladies of high degree with waiting maids and the common sailor, to avoid the obnoxious duties and cheat the government. To this subject, we devote the following chapter. 350, 8 Chapter 27. Smuggling. May that mistaken taste be starved to reason that does not think French fashions English treason, souse their cook's talent, and cut short their tailors, wear your own lace, eat beef like Vernon's sailors. Aaron Hill. 1754. We have had occasional mention of this kindly looked-upon offense, in the carrying out of which many a reckless seaman paid the penalty of his life in the latter part of the 18th century. From 1700 downwards, though the edicts prohibiting the entry of Flanders lace were repealed, the points of France, Spain, and Venice, with other fabrics of note, were still excluded from our ports. England, writes Anderson, brings home in a smuggling way from France much fine lace and other prohibited fopperies. Prohibition went for nothing. Foreign lace ladies would have, and if they could not smuggle it themselves, the smuggler brought it to them. It was not till 1751 that the customs appear to have used undue severity as regards the entries, prying into people's houses, and exercising a surveillance of so strict a nature as to render the chance to evade their watchfulness a very madness on the part of all degrees. In short, there was not a female within 10 miles of a seaport, writes an essayist, that was in possession of a Mechlin lace cap or pinner, but they examined her title to it. Lord Chesterfield, whose opinion that dress is a very silly thing, but it is much more silly not to be dressed according to your station, was more than acted up to, referring to the strictness of the customs, writes to his son, 359 in 1751, when coming over on a short visit. Bring only 2 or 3 of your lace shirts, and the rest plain ones. The revenue officers made frequent visits to the tailors' shops, and confiscated whatever articles they found of foreign manufacture. On January 19, 1752, a considerable quantity of foreign lace, gold, and silver, seized at a tailor's, who paid the penalty of £100, was publicly burnt. George Roman III, who really from his coming to the throne endeavored to protect English manufactures, ordered in 1764 all the stuffs and laces worn at the marriage of his sister, the Princess Augusta, to the Duke of Brunswick, to be of English manufacture. To this decree, the nobility paid little attention. 3 days previous to the marriage, a descent was made by the customs on the court milliner of the day, and nearly the whole of the clothes, silver, gold stuffs, and lace carried off to the dismay of the modiste, as well as of the ladies deprived of their finery. The disgusted French milliner retired with a fortune of £11,000 to Versailles, where she purchased a villa, which, in base ingratitude to the English court, she called La Folie des Dames Anglaises. In May of the same year, 3 wedding garments, together with a large seizure of French lace, weighing nearly £100, were burnt at Mr. Cox's refinery, conformably to the Act of Parliament. The following birthday, warned by the foregoing mischances, the nobility appeared in clothes and laces entirely of British manufacture. Every paper tells how lace and ruffles of great value, sold on the previous day, had been seized in a hackney coach between St. Paul's and Covent Garden. How a lady of rank was stopped in her chair and relieved of French lace to a large amount. Or how a poor woman, carelessly picking a quartern loaf as she walked along, was arrested, and the loaf found to contain 200 worth of lace. Even ladies, when walking, had their black lace mittens cut off their hands, the officers supposing them to be of French manufacture. And lastly, a Turk's turban of most Mameluke dimensions was found, containing a stuffing of 90 pounds worth of lace. Books, 360 bottles, babies, false-bottomed boxes, umbrellas, daily poured out their treasures to the Linkside officers. In May 1765, the lacemakers joined the procession of the silk workers of Spitalfields to Westminster, bearing flags and banners, to which were attached long floating pieces of French lace, demanding of the Lords redress and the total exclusion of foreign goods. On receiving an answer that it was too late, they must wait till next session, the assemblage declared that they would not be put off by promises. They broke the Duke of Bedford's palings on their way home and threatened to burn the premises of Mr. Carr, an obnoxious draper. At the next levee, they once more assembled before St. James's, but finding the dresses of the nobility to be all of right English stuff, retired satisfied, without further clamor. The papers of the year 1764 teem with accounts of seizures made by the customs. Among the confiscated effects of a person of the highest quality are enumerated: 16 black à la mode cloaks, trimmed with lace, 44 French lace caps, 11 black laced handkerchiefs, 6 lace hats, 6 ditto aprons, 10 pairs of ruffles, 6 pairs of ladies' blonde ditto, and 25 gentlemen's. 11 yards of edging and 6 pairs of ruffles are extracted from the pocket of the footman. Everybody smuggled. A gentleman attached to the Spanish embassy is unloaded of 36 dozen shirts, with fine Dresden ruffles and jabots, and endless lace, in pieces, for ladies' wear. These articles had escaped the vigilance of the officers at Dover, but were seized on his arrival by the coach at Southwark. Though prime ministers in those days accepted bribes, the custom-house officers seem to have done their duty. When the body of His Grace the Duke of Devonshire was brought over from France, where he died, the officers, to the anger of his servants, not content with opening and searching the coffin, poked the corpse with a stick to ascertain if it was a real body. But the trick of smuggling in coffins was too 361 old to be attempted. 40 years before, when a deceased clergyman was conveyed from the Low Countries for interment, the body of the corpse was found to have disappeared, and to have been replaced by Flanders lace of immense value, the head and hands and feet alone remaining. This discovery did not, however, prevent the High Sheriff of Westminster from running and that successfully pound 6,000 worth of French lace in the coffin of Bishop Atterbury, when his body was brought over from Calais for interment. Towards the close of the French War, in the 19th century, smuggling of lace again became more rife than ever. It was in vain the authorities stopped the traveling carriages on their road from seaport towns to London, rifled the baggage of the unfortunate passengers by the mail at Rochester and Canterbury. They were generally outwitted, though spies in the pay of the customs were ever on the watch. Mrs. Palliser had in her possession a Brussels veil of great beauty, which narrowly escaped seizure. It belonged to a lady who was in the habit of accompanying her husband, for many years member for one of the Cinque Ports. The day after the election, she was about to leave for London, somewhat nervous as to the fate of a Brussels veil she had purchased of a smuggler for 100 guineas, when, at a dinner party, it was announced that Lady Ellenborough, wife of the Lord Chief Justice, had been stopped near Dover, and a large quantity of valuable lace seized concealed in the lining of her carriage. Dismayed at the news, the lady imparted her trouble to a gentleman at her side, who immediately offered to take charge of the lace and convey it to London, remarking that no one would suspect him, as he was a bachelor. Turning round suddenly, she observed one of the hired waiters to smile, and at once settling him to be a spy, she loudly accepted the offer. But that night, before going to bed, secretly caused the veil to be sewn up in the waistcoat of the newly elected MP, in such a manner that it filled the hollow of his back. Next morning they started, and reached London in safety, while her friend, who remained 2 days later, was stopped, and underwent 362A rigorous but unsuccessful examination from the custom-house officers. The free trade principles of the 19th century put a more effectual stop to smuggling than all the activity of revenue officers, spies, and informers, or even laws framed for the punishment of the offenders. 360, 3 Chapter 28. George Roman 3. In clothes, cheap handsomeness doth bear the bell, wisdom's a trimmer thing than shop e'er gave. Say not then, this with that lace will do well, but this with my discretion will be brave. Much curiousness is a perpetual wooing, nothing with labor, fully long a-doing. Herbert, The Church Porch. In 1760 commences the reign of George Roman III. The king was patriotic and did his best to encourage the fabrics of his country. From the year 1761, various acts were passed for the benefit of the lacemakers. The last, that of 1806, increases the duties on foreign laces. Queen Charlotte, on her first landing in England, wore, in compliment to the subjects of her royal consort, a fly cap richly trimmed, with lappets of British lace, and a dress of similar manufacture. The Englishman, however, regardless of the anti-Gallicans, preferred his Macklin and his Brussels to all the finest productions of Devonshire or Newport Pagnell. Ruffles, according to the fashion of Tavistock Street and St. James's, in May 1773, still continued long, dipped in the sauce alike by clown and cavalier. The beau a critic styled in point of dress, harangues on fashion, point, and lace. 364 a man was known by his points. He collected lace, as in these more athletic days, a gentleman prides himself on his pointers or his horses. We read in the journals of the time how, on the day after Lord George Gordon's riots, a report ran through London that the Earl of Effingham, having joined the rioters, had been mortally wounded and his body thrown into the Thames. He had been recognized, folks declared, by his point lace ruffles. Mr. Damer, less known than his wife, the talented sculptor and friend of Horace Walpole, appeared 3 times a day in a new suit, and at his death left a wardrobe which sold for £15,000. Well might it have been said of him. We sacrifice to dress, till household joys and comforts cease. Dress drains our cellars dry and keeps our larder bare, puts out our fires, and introduces hunger, frost, and woe, where peace and hospitality might reign. There was no difference between the nobleman and city, prentice, except that the latter was sometimes the greater beau, writes the female Spectator. His hands must be covered with fine Brussels lace. Painters of the 18th century loved to adorn their portraits with the finest fabrics of Venice and Flanders. Modern artists consider such decorations as far too much trouble. Over the chimney-piece, writes one of the essayists, describing a citizen's country box, was my friend's portrait, which was drawn bolt upright in a full-bottomed periwig, a laced cravat with the fringed ends appearing through the buttonhole, Steinkirk fashion. Indeed, one would almost wonder how and where people managed to afford so rich a selection of laces in their days. Did it not call to mind the demand of the Vicaress of Wakefield to have as many pearls and diamonds put into her picture as could be given for the money? 365 ruffles were equally worn by the ladies. Frizzle your elbows with ruffles 16, furl off your lawn apron with flounces in rows. Indeed, if we may judge by the intellectual conversation overheard and accurately noted down by Miss Burney, at Miss Monckton's, Lady Cork party, court ruffles were inconvenient to wear. "You can't think how I am encumbered with these nasty ruffles," said Mrs. Hampton. "And I dined in them," says the other. "Only think." "Oh," answered Mrs. Hampton, "it really puts me out of spirits." Both ladies were dressed for a party at Cumberland House, and ill at ease in the costume prescribed by etiquette. About 1770, the sleeves of the ladies' dresses were tight on the upper arm, where they suddenly became very large, and, drooping at the elbow, they terminated in rich fringes of lace ruffles. A few years later, the sleeves expanded from the shoulders till they became a succession of constantly enlarging ruffles and lappets. And again, before 1780, they became tight throughout, with small cuffs and no lace at the elbows, when they were worn with long gloves. Our history of English lace is now drawing to a close. But before quitting the subject, we must, however, make some allusion to the custom prevalent here, as in all countries, of using lace as a decoration to grave clothes. In the chapter devoted to Greece, we have mentioned how much lace is still taken from the tombs of the Ionian Islands, washed, mended, or, more often, as a proof of its authenticity, sold in a most disgusting state to the purchaser. The custom was prevalent at Malta, as the lines of Beaumont and Fletcher testify. In her best habit, as the custom is, in Malta, with all ceremonies she's buried in the family monument, the Temple of St. John. 366 at Palermo, you may see the mummies thus adorned in the celebrated catacombs of the Capuchin convent. In Denmark, Sweden, and the north of Europe, the custom was general. The mass of lace in the tomb of the once fair Aurora Königsmark at Quedlinburg would in itself be a fortune. She sleeps clad in the richest point d'Angleterre, Malines, and guipure. Setting aside the jewels which still glitter around her parchment form, no daughter of Pharaoh was ever so richly swathed. In Spain, it is related as the privilege of a grandee. All people of a lower rank are interred in the habit of some religious order. Taking the grave clothes of St. Cuthbert as an example, we believe the same custom to have prevailed in England from the earliest times. 367 Mrs. Oldfield, the celebrated actress who died in 1730, caused herself to be thus interred. The lines of Pope have long since immortalized the story. Odious, in woolen, "'Twould a saint provoke," were the last words that poor Narcissa spoke. No, let a charming chintz and Brussels lace wrap my cold limbs and shade my lifeless face. One would not, sure, be frightful when one's dead, and Betty give this cheek a little red. She was laid in her coffin, says her maid, in a very fine Brussels lace head, a holland shift with a tucker of double ruffles, and a pair of new kid gloves. Previous to her interment in Westminster Abbey, she lay in state in the Jerusalem chamber. For Mrs. Oldfield in her lifetime was a great judge of lace, and treasured a statuette of the Earl of Stratford, finely carved in ivory by Grinling Gibbons, more, it is supposed, for the beauty of its lace Van Dyck collar than any other sentiment. In 1763, another instance is recorded in the London Magazine of a young lady buried in her wedding clothes, point lace tucker, handkerchief, ruffles, and apron, also a fine point lappet head. From this period, we happily hear no more of such extravagances. Passing from interments and shrouds to more lively matters, we must quote the opinion of that colossus of the 18th century, Dr. Johnson, who was too apt to talk on matters of taste and art, of which he was no competent judge. A Brussels trimming, he declaims to Mrs. Piazzi, is like bread sauce. It takes away the glow of color from the gown and gives you nothing instead of it. But sauce was invented to heighten the flavor of our food, and trimming is an ornament to the manteau, or it is nothing. A man whose culinary ideas did not soar higher than bread sauce could scarcely pronounce on the relative effect and beauty of point lace. If England had lent towards the products of France, in 368–1788, an Anglomania ran riot at Paris. Ladies wore a cap of mixed lace, English and French, which they styled the Union of France and England. On the appearance of the French Revolution, the classic style of dressets India muslins and transparent gauzes caused the ancient points to fall into neglect. From this time dates the decline of the lace fabric throughout Europe. Points still appeared at court and on state occasions, such as on the marriage of the Princess Caroline of Wales, 1795, but as an article of daily use, it gradually disappeared from the wardrobes of all classes. A scrupulous feeling also arose in ladies' minds as to the propriety of wearing articles of so costly a nature, forgetting how many thousands of women gained a livelihood by its manufacture. Mrs. Hannah More, among the first, in her Celebs in Search of a Wife, alludes to the frivolity of the taste, when the little child exclaiming, at the beautiful lace with which the frock of another was trimmed, and which she was sure her mamma had given her for being good, remarks, a profitable and, doubtless, lasting and inseparable association was thus formed in the child's mind between lace and goodness. Whether in consequence of the French Revolution or from the caprice of fashion, real lace worse off than the passements and points of 1634, when in revolt now underwent the most degrading vicissitudes. Indeed, so thoroughly was the taste for lace at this epoch gone by, that in many families collections of great value were, at the death of their respective owners, handed over as rubbish to the waiting maid. Many ladies recollect in their youth to have tricked out their dolls in the finest Alençon point, which would now sell at a price far beyond their purses. Among the few who, in England, unseduced by frippery blonde, never neglected to preserve their collections entire, was the Duchess of 369 Gloucester, whose lace was esteemed among the most magnificent in Europe. When the taste of the age again turned towards the rich fabrics of the preceding centuries, much lace, both black and white, was found in the country farmhouses, preserved as remembrances of deceased patrons by old family dependents. Sometimes the hoard had been forgotten, and was again routed out from old wardrobes and chests, where it had lain unheeded for years. Much was recovered from theatrical wardrobes and the masquerade shops, and the church, no longer in its temporal glory, both in Italy, Spain, and Germany, gladly parted with what to them was of small value compared with the high price given for it by amateurs. In Italy, perhaps the finest fabrics of Milan, Genoa, and Venice had fared best, from the custom which prevailed of sewing up family lace in rolls of linen to ensure its preservation. After years of neglect, lace became a mania. In England, the literary ladies were the first to take it up. Sidney Lady Morgan and Lady Stepney quarreled weekly on the respective value and richness of their points. The former at one time commenced a history of the lace fabric, though what was the ultimate fate of the MS, the author is unable to state. The Countess of Blessington, at her death, left several chests filled with the finest antique lace of all descriptions. The dames du grand monde, both in England and France, now began to wear lace. But strange as it may seem, never at any period did they appear to so little advantage as during the counter-revolution of the lace period. Lace was the fashion, and wear it somehow they would, though that somehow often gave them an appearance, as the French say, du dernier ridicule, simply from an ignorance displayed in the manner of arranging it. That lace was old seemed sufficient to satisfy all parties. They covered their dresses with odds and ends of all fabrics, without attention either to date or texture. One English lady appeared at a ball given by the French embassy at Rome, boasting that she wore on the tablier of her dress every description of lace, from point coupé of the 15th to a lenkin of the 18th century. The Count of Syracuse was accustomed to say, "The English ladies buy a scrap, 370 of lace as a souvenir of every town they pass through, till they reach Naples, then sew it on their dresses, and make one grand toilette of the whole to honor our first ball at the Accademia Nobile." The taste for lace has again become universal, and the quality now produced renders it within the reach of all classes of society. And though by some the taste may be condemned, it gives employment to thousands and 10,000s of women, who find it more profitable and better adapted to their strength than the field labor, which forms the occupation of the women in agricultural districts. To these last, in a general point of view, the lace-maker of our southern counties, who works at home in her own cottage, is superior, both in education, refinement, and morality. Here the needle plies its busy task, the pattern grows, the well-depicted flower, wrought patiently into the snowy lawn, unfolds its bosom. Buds and leaves and sprigs and curling tendrils, gracefully disposed, follow the nimble fingers of the fair wreath that cannot fade, of flowers that blow with most success when all besides decay. 371 Chapter 29. The Lace Manufacturers of England. Yon cottager, who weaves at her own door pillow and bobbins all her little store, content though mean, and cheerful if not gay, shuffling her threads about the livelong day, just earns a scanty pittance, and at night lies down secure, her heart and pocket light. Cowper. The bone lace manufactures of England in the 16th and 17th centuries appear to have extended over a much wider area than they occupy in the present day. From Cambridge to the adjacent counties of Northampton and Hertfordshire, by Buckinghamshire, Bedfordshire, and Oxfordshire, the trade spread over the southern counties of Wiltshire, Somersetshire, Hampshire, and Dorset, to the more secluded valleys of Devon the county, which still sustains the ancient reputation of English Point terminating at Launceston, on the Cornish coast. Various offsets from these fabrics were established in Wales. Ripon, an isolated manufactory, represented the 372 lace industry of York, while the dependent islands of Man, Wight, and Jersey may be supposed to have derived their learning from the smugglers who frequented their coast, rather than from the teaching of the Protestant refugees who sought an asylum on the shores of Britain. Many of these fabrics now belong to the past, consigned to oblivion even in the very counties where they once flourished. In describing, therefore, the lace manufactures of the United Kingdom, we shall confine ourselves to those which still remain, alluding only slightly to such as were 373 once of note, and of which the existence is confirmed by the testimony of contemporary writers. The women of the mystery of threadworking would appear to have made lace in London, and of their complaints and grievances our public records bear goodly evidence. Of the products of their needle, we know little or nothing. Various Flemings and Burgundians established themselves in the city, and though the emigrants, for the most part, betook themselves to the adjoining counties, the craft, till the end of the 18th century, may be said to have held fair commerce in the capital. Illustration, Fig. 132. Ripon. The London fabric can scarcely be looked upon as a staple trade in itself, mixed up as it was with lace cleaning and lace washing an occupation first established by the ejected nuns. Much point, too, was made by poor gentlewomen, as the records of the Anti-Gallican Society testify. A strange infatuation, says a writer of the 18th century, prevailed in the capital for many years among the class called demi-fashionables of sending their daughters to convents in France for education, if that could be so termed, which amounted to a learning to work in lace. The Revolution, however, put 374 an end to this practice. It is owing to this French education that the fine needle points were so extensively made in England, though this occupation, however, did not seem to belong to any one county in particular. For the reader who runs his eye over the proceedings of the Anti-Gallican Society will find prizes to have been awarded to gentlewomen from all parts, from the town of Leominster in Herefordshire to Broughton in Leicestershire, or Stourton in Gloucester. Needlepoint, in contradistinction to bone lace, was an occupation confined to no special locality. In 1764, the attention of the nobility seems to have been first directed towards the employment of the indigent poor, and, indeed, the better classes in the metropolis, in the making of bone lace and point. And in 1775, sanctioned by the patronage of Queen Charlotte, the princesses, the Princess Amelia, and various members of the aristocracy, an institution was formed in Marylebone Lane and also in James Street, Westminster, for employing the female infants of the poor in the blonde and black silk lace-making and thread laces. More than 300 girls attended the school. They gave, says the Annual Register, such a proof of their capacity that many who had not been there more than 6 months carried home to their parents from 5s to 7s a month, with expectation of getting more as they improve. From this time, we hear no more of the making of lace, either point or bone, in the metropolis. Plate LXXXV. Illustration, English, Buckinghamshire, bobbin lace, first half of 19th century. Widths 3,334 in, the property of Mrs. Ellis, the vicarage, Much Wenlock. To face page 374. 375 chapter 30. Bedfordshire, Buckinghamshire and Northamptonshire. Bedfordshire. He wears a stuff whose thread is coarse and round, but trimmed with curious lace. Herbert. It would be a difficult matter now to determine when and by whom lace-making was first introduced into the counties of Bedfordshire and Buckingham. Authors, for the most part, have been glad to assign its introduction to the Flemings, a nation to whose successive emigrations England owes much of her manufacturing greatness. Originally, the laces were of old, wavy, graceful Flemish designs. On the other hand, certain traditions handed down in the county villages of a good queen who protected their craft, the annual festival of the workers in the palmy days of the trade, a matter of great moment combined with the residence of that unhappy queen, for the space of 2 years at her jointure manor of Ampthill, lead us rather to infer 376 that the art of lace-making, as it then existed, was first imparted to the peasantry of Bedfordshire, as a means of subsistence, through the charity of Queen Catherine of Aragon. In the chapter devoted to needlework, we have already alluded to the proficiency of this queen in all arts connected with the needle, to the trials of needlework, established by her mother, Queen Isabella, at which she, as a girl, had assisted. It is related also that during her sojourn at Ampthill, she passed her time, when not at her devotions, with her gentlewomen, working with her own hands something wrought in needlework, costly and artificially, which she intended for the honor of God to bestow on some of the churches. The country people, continues her contemporary, began to love her exceedingly. They visited her out of pure respect, and she received the tokens of regard they daily showed her most sweetly and graciously. The love borne by the peasantry to the queen, the sympathy shown to her in her days of trouble and disgrace, most likely met with its reward. And we believe Catherine to have taught them an art which, aided no doubt by the later introduction of the pillow and the improvements of the refugees, has now, for the space of nigh 3 centuries, been the staple employment of the female population of Bedfordshire and the adjoining counties. Until the latter half of the 19th century, though, like all such festivals in the present age, gradually dying out, the lacemakers still held Catherine's Day, November 25th, as the holiday of their craft, kept, they say, in memory of good Queen Catherine, who, when the trade was dull, burnt all her lace and ordered new to be made. The ladies of the court, 377, followed her example, and the fabric once more revived. Ainsi est sacred l'histoire. And this garbled version may rest on as much foundation as most of the folklore current throughout the provinces. Speaking of Bedfordshire, Defoe writes, "Through the whole south part of this country, as far as the borders of Buckinghamshire and Hertfordshire, the people are taken up with the manufacture of bone lace, in which they are wonderfully exercised and improved within these few years past, probably since the arrival of the French settlers after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes." At the same period, the author of the Magna Britannia states that at Woburn, lace of a high price is made in considerable quantities. Savary and Puchet both declare the town of Bedford alone to have contained 500 lace workers. In 1863, as Mrs. Palliser wrote, "The lace schools of Bedfordshire are far more considerable than those in Devonshire. 4 or 5 may frequently be found in the same village, numbering from 20 to 30 children each, and they are considered sufficiently important to be visited by government inspectors. Their work is mostly purchased by large dealers, who make their arrangements with the instructress. The children are not bound for a term, as in the southern counties. Boys formerly attended the lace schools, but now they go at an early age to the fields. These lace schools are now things of the past. In some cases, however, in the lace counties, the County Council Technical Education Committee have supplemented private efforts with grants for classes to teach the lace industry. The wages of a lace worker average £1 a day. Under press of business, caused by the demand for some fashionable article, they sometimes rise to £1.06. 378 Buckinghamshire. Though the first establishment of the fabric may have been in the sister county, the workers of Buckingham appear early to have gained the lion's share of public estimation for the produce of their pillows, and the manufacture flourished till, suffering from the monopolies of James I, we read how in the year 1623, April 8th, a petition was addressed from Great Marlow to the High Sheriff of Bucks, representing the distress of the people from the bone lace making being much decayed. 3 years later, 1626, Sir Henry Borlase founds and endows the Free School of Great Marlow for 24 boys to read, write, and cast accounts, and for 24 girls to knit, spin, and make bone lace. And here at Great Marlow the trade flourished, all English and even French authors citing its manufactures de dentello fuso as the staple produce of the town, and its surrounding villages which sold lace, however, they pronounce as inferior à celle de Flanders. During the 17th century, the trade continued to advance, and Fuller testifies to its once more prosperous condition in Bucks towards the year 1640. "No handicrafts of note," he writes, "save what are common to other countries, are used therein, except any will instance in bone lace, much thereof being made about Aldney, in this county, though more, I believe, in Devonshire, where we shall meet more properly therewith." Alney, as it is now written, a small market town, for many years the residence of Cowper, known by its 24-arched bridge, now no more, of wearisome but needful length spanning the Ouse Alney, together with the fellow towns of Newport Pagnell and Aylesbury, are much quoted by the authorities of the last century. Though, as is too often the case in books of travels and statistics, one writer copies from another the information derived from a preceding author. Defoe, however, who visited each county in detail, quotes Udny as possessing a considerable manufacture of bone lace. 379, while a letter from the poet Cowper to the Reverend John Newton in 1780, enclosing a petition to Lord Dartmouth in favor of the lace makers, declares that hundreds in this little town are upon the point of starving, and that the most unremitting industry is barely sufficient to keep them from it. A distress caused, we may infer, by some caprice of fashion. The lace manufacture is still carried on, says Lysons, to a great extent in and about Alney, where veils and other lace of the finer sorts are made, and great fortunes are said to be acquired by the factors. Lace-making is in no part of the country so general as at Hanslape and in its immediate vicinity, but it prevails from 15 to 20 miles round in every direction. At Hanslape, not fewer than 800 out of a population of 1,275 were employed in it in the year 1801. Children are put to the lace schools at, or soon after, 5 years of age. At 11 or 12 years of age, they are all able to maintain themselves without any assistance. Both girls and boys are taught to make it, and some men when grown up follow no other employment. Others, when out of work, find it a good resource and can earn as much as the generality of day laborers. The lace made in Hanslape is from 6 pence to 2 guineas a yard in value. It is calculated that from £8,000 to £9,000 net profit is annually brought into the parish by the lace manufacture. The bone lace of Stony Stratford and Aylesbury are both quoted by Defoe, and the produce of the latter city is mentioned with praise. He writes, "Many of the poor here are employed in making lace for edgings, not much inferior to those from Flanders. But it is some pleasure to us to observe that the English are not the only nation in the world which admires foreign manufactures above its own, since the French, who gave fashions to most nations, buy and sell the finest laces at Paris under the name of dentelle d'Angleterre, or English laces. In the southern part of Buckinghamshire, the hundreds of Burnham and Disparrow were especially noted for the 380 art, the lace workers producing handsome lace of the finest quality, and about the year 1680 lace-making was one of the principal employments in High Wycombe. But Newport Pagnell, whether from its more central position or being of greater commercial importance, is the town which receives most praise from all contemporary authors. This town, says the Magna Britannia in 1720, is a sort of staple for bone lace, of which more is thought to be made here than any town in England. That commodity is brought to as great perfection almost as in Flanders. Newport Pagnell, writes Defoe, carries on a great trade in bone lace, and the same manufacture employs all the neighboring villages. While Don Manuel Gonzalez in 1730 speaks of its lace as little inferior to that of Flanders, which assertion he may have probably copied from previous writers. 381 illustration, Fig. 133. Buckinghamshire Trolley. At one of the earliest meetings of the Anti-Gallican Society, 1752, Admiral Vernon in the chair, the first prize to the maker of the best piece of English bone lace was awarded to Mr. William Marriott of Newport Pagnell, Bucks. The principal lace dealers in London were invited to give their opinion, and they allowed it to be the best ever made in England. Emboldened by this success, we read how in 1761, Earl Temple, Lord Lieutenant of Bucks, having been requested by Richard Lowndes, Esquire, one of the knights of the shire on behalf of the lace makers, to present to the king a pair of fine lace ruffles, made by Messrs. Millward and Company at Newport Pagnell in the same county, His Majesty, after looking at them and asking many questions respecting this branch of trade, was most graciously pleased to express himself that the inclination of his own heart naturally led him to set a high value on every endeavor to further English manufactures, and whatever had such recommendation would be preferred by him to works of possibly higher perfection made in any other country. From this period, Newport Pagnell is cited as 380 to one of the most noted towns in the kingdom for making bone lace. As in other places, much complaint was made of the unhealthy state of the lace-working population, and of the injury sustained by long sitting in the vitiated air of the cottages. Illustration, Fig. 134. Buckinghamshire Point. In Pennant's journey from Chester to London, in 1782, he notices in Towcester that this town is supported by the great concourse of passengers, and by a manufacture of lace and a small one of silk stockings. The first was 383 imported from Flanders, and carried on with much success in this place, and still more in the neighboring county, Buckinghamshire. Illustration, Fig. 135. Buckinghamshire Point. At the end of the 18th century, the Revolution again drove many of the poorer French to seek refuge on our shores, as they had done a century before. and we find stated in the Annual Register of 1794. A number of ingenious French emigrants have found employment in Bucks, Bedfordshire, and the adjacent counties in the manufacturing of lace, and it is expected, through the means of these artificers, considerable improvements will be introduced into the method of making English lace. Figs 134 and 135 represent the point ground, which won the laces of the Midland counties their reputation. See Northamptonshire for additional matter. 384 Northamptonshire. The laces of Northampton do not appear to have attracted the notice of the writers of the 18th century so much as those of the sister counties. Anderson mentions that Kettering has a considerable trade in lace, and Lysons later observes that lace is made at Cheney. Certainly, the productions of this county a century back were of exquisite beauty, as we can bear testimony from the specimens in a pattern book inherited by Mr. Cardwell, the well-known lace merchant of Northampton, from his predecessor in the trade, which we have had an opportunity of examining. We have also received examples from various localities in Bedfordshire and Buckinghamshire, and as there is much similarity in the products of the three counties, we shall, perhaps, better describe them by treating of them all collectively. The earliest English lace was naturally the Old Flemish, the pattern wavy and graceful, the ground well executed. Fig. 136, which we select as an example, is a specimen we received, with many others, of old Newport Pagnell lace, given by Mrs. Bell of that town, where her family has been established from time immemorial. Mrs. Bell could carry these laces back to the year 1780, when they were bequeathed to her father by an aged relative who had long been in the lace trade. The packets remain for the most part entire. The custom of storing lace was common among the country people. Next in antiquity is Fig. 137, a lace of Flemish design with the fine Brussels ground. This is among the Northamptonshire laces already alluded to. Many of the early patterns appear to have been run or worked in with the needle on the net ground Fig. 138. Plate LXXXVI. Illustration, English, Northamptonshire, bobbin lace end of 19th century. Widths, 1 3/4, 5 1/4, and 2 in. Photo by A. Dryden from a private collection. To face page 384. 380, 5 in 1778, according to M. Culloch, was introduced the point ground, as it is locally termed, from which period dates the staple pillow lace trade of these counties. This ground is beautifully clear, the patterns well executed. We doubt if Fig. 139 could be surpassed in beauty by lace of any foreign manufacture. Much of this point ground was made by men. Illustration, Fig. 136. Old Flemish, Newport Pagnell. Illustration, Fig. 137. Old Brussels, Northampton. The principal branch of the lace trade was the making of baby lace, as those narrow laces were called, most specially employed for the adorning of infants' caps. Figs. 140, 141, 142. The point ground was used, the patterns taken from those of Lille and Mechlin, hence the laces of Buckingham and Bedfordshire have often been styled English Lille. Though the fashion in the mother country passed away, the American ladies held to the trimmed infant's cap until the breaking out of the Civil War. And up to that date, large quantities of baby lace were exported to America, the finer sorts varying from 5 shillings to 7 shillings and 6 pence a yard, still retaining their ancient name of points. 386 illustration, Fig. 138. Run lace, Newport Pagnell. Many other descriptions of grounds were made wire, Fig. 143, double, and trolley in every kind of quality and width. In the making of the finer sorts of edging, as many as 200 threads would be employed. Illustration, Fig. 139. English Point, Northampton. On the breaking out of the war with France, the closing of our ports to French goods gave an impetus to the trade, and the manufacturers undertook to supply the English 387 market with lace similar to that of Normandy and the seacoast villages of France, hence a sort of fausse, Valenciennes called the French ground. But true Valenciennes was also fabricated so fine, Fig. 144, as to rival the products of French Hainault. It was made in considerable quantities, until the expertness of the smuggler and the cessation of the war caused it to be laid aside. Illustration, Fig. 140. Baby lace, Northampton. Illustration, Fig. 141. Baby lace, beds. Illustration, Fig. 142. Baby lace, bucks. 1/3 of the lace workers of Northampton were 388 employed, previous to the introduction of machine-made net, in making quillings on the pillow. During the Regency, a point lace with the cloth or taille on the edge for many years was in fashion and, in compliment to the prince, was named by the loyal manufacturers Regency Point. It was a durable and handsome lace, Fig. 145. Illustration, Fig. 143. Wire ground, Northampton. Towards the year 1830, insertions found their way to the public taste, Fig. 146. Till the middle of the 19th century, in lace-making districts, almost the only schools were the lace schools, and there were several in most villages where lace-making was the principal thing taught and a little reading added. I am indebted to Mrs. Roberts, formerly of Spratton, near Northampton, for the following description, which she kindly allows me to reprint. Illustration, Fig. 144. Valencians, Northampton. 389. Illustration, Fig. 145. Regency Point, Bedford. Illustration, Fig. 146. Insertion, Bedford. The following are the few particulars of the old lace school, for which this village was at one time famous. Indeed, it may be borne in mind that, owing to the great interest taken in education by a former squire and a former vicar, Spratton 50 years ago was far ahead of its neighbors in the matter of education. And the Spratton School and Mr. Pridmore, the Spratton schoolmaster, with his somewhat strict discipline, were well known, not only to the children of Spratton, but to the boys and girls of most of the adjacent villages. But the lace school was, no doubt, a commercial institution, and I think it will be admitted that the hours were long and the work severe. The girls left the 390-day school at the age of 8 years and joined the lace school, and here the hours were from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the summer, and from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the winter. Half an hour was allowed for breakfast and for tea, and 1 hour for dinner, so that there were 10 hours for actual work. The girls had to stick 10 pins a minute, or 600 an hour, and if at the end of the day they were 5 pins behind, they had to work for another hour. On Saturdays, however, they had a half holiday, working only to the dinner hour. They counted to themselves every pin they stuck, and at every 50th pin they called out the time, and the girls used to race each other as to who should call out first. They paid 2d. a week or 3d. in winter for lights, and in return they received the money realized from the sale of the lace they made, and they could earn about 6d. a day. Payday was a great event. It came once a month. In the evenings, 18 girls worked by 1 tallow candle, value 1 penny. The candle stool stood about as high as an ordinary table with 4 legs. In the middle of this was what was known as the pole board, with 6 holes in a circle and 1 in the center. In the center hole was a long stick with a socket for the candle at one end and peg holes through the sides, so that it could be raised or lowered at will. In the other 6 holes were placed pieces of wood hollowed out like a cup, and into each of these was placed a bottle made of very thin glass and filled with water. These bottles acted as strong condensers or lenses, and the 18 girls sat round the table, 3 to each bottle, their stools being upon different levels, the highest nearest the bottle, which threw the light down upon the work like a burning glass. In the daytime, as many as 30 girls, and sometimes boys, would work in a room about 12 feet square, with 2 windows, and in the winter they could have no fire for lack of room. The makers of the best laces would sit nearest the light, and so on in order of merit. A down in Northamptonshire is the parchment, 391 pattern, generally about 12 inches long. In Buckinghamshire they have 2 eaches, 10 inches long, and putting one in front of the other, so work round the pillow, which to many commends itself as a better plan than having one down, and moving the lace back on reaching the end of the down. The pillow is a hard round cushion, stuffed with straw and well hammered to make it hard for the bobbins to rattle on. It is then covered with the butcher blue pillow cloth all over. A lace cloth of the same, for the lace to lie on, goes over the top, then follows the lace paper to pin it in is made, covered with the lacing, which is a strip of bright print. The hinder of blue linen covers up all behind, the worker keeping the parchment clean in front where the hands rest. A bobbin bag and scissors are then tied on one side and a pin cushion on the top. A cloth heller is thrown over the hole when not used. The pins are fine brass ones made on purpose. The bobbins are of various sizes and makes very fine for fine lace, heavier and twisted round, with strips of brass for coarser laces and gimp for the threads, which are the tracing ones, dividing the different characters of patterns. Some are of bone with words tattooed round in columns. The usual bobbin is plain turned wood, with colored beads at the end for the necessary weight. The number varies from 20 to 500, according to the width of the pattern. 392. The exhibition of 1851 gave a sudden impulse to the traders, and from that period the lace industry rapidly developed. At this time was introduced the Maltese guipures and the plaited laces, a variety grafted on the old Maltese fig. 147. 5 years later appears the first specimen of the raised plait, now so thoroughly established in the market. At the time Queen Victoria's trousseau was made, in which only English lace was used, the prices paid were so enormous that men made lace in the fields. In those days, the parchments on which the patterns were pricked were worth their weight in gold. Many were extremely old, and their owners were very jealous of others copying their patterns. But of late years, we hear of so little store being set by these parchments that they were actually boiled down to make glue. Illustration, Fig. 147. Plaited lace, Bedford. The decay which threatened almost total extinction of the industry belongs to the last 20 years. The contributory causes were several, chiefly the rapid development of machinery, which enabled large quantities to be sold at lower rates than the handworkers could starve on, while the quality of the manufactured goods was good enough for the 393 large public that required lace to last but a short time. Foreign competition, the higher wages required by all, and the many new employments opening to women took away the young people from the villages. In 1874, more than 30 young lacewomen left a village of 400 inhabitants to seek work elsewhere. The old workers gave up making good laces and supplied the popular demand with Maltese, which grew more and more inferior both in design and quality of thread, and gradually the old workers died out and no new ones took their places. The Lace Association has been started with the object of stimulating and improving the local manufacture of pillow lace, of providing lace workers with greater facilities for the sale of their work at more remunerative prices. Its aim is also to save the old designs of the point, lace, and discourage the coarse Maltese, to get new designs copied from old laces, and insist on only the best thread being used, and good workmanship, and finally, to bring the lace before the public, and send it direct from worker to the purchaser, thus enabling the former to get the full value, saving the large profits which the dealers, buying for the shopkeepers, intercept for their own advantage. Illustration, Fig. 148. Raised plate Bedford. Pillow lace was also made to some extent in Derbyshire. 394. Suffolk. Suffolk has produced bobbin-made laces of little artistic value. The patterns in most of the specimens in the Victoria and Albert Museum collection are derived from simple Mechlin, Lille, and Valenciennes patterns. The make of the lace resembles that of Buckinghamshire laces and that of the Norman laces of the present time. The entire collection displays varied combinations of 6 ways of twisting and plaiting thread. Plate LXXXV. Illustration, English, Suffolk. Bobbin lace 19th century, resembling inferior Buckinghamshire, also Normandy and Saxony laces, Victoria and Albert Museum. To face page 394. 395. Chapter 31. Wiltshire and Dorsetshire. From Wiltshire and Dorset, counties in the 18th century renowned for their lace, the trade has now passed away. A few workers may yet be found in the retired seaside village of Charmouth, and these are diminishing fast. Of the Wiltshire manufactures we know but little, even from tradition, save that the art did once prevail. Puchet alludes to it. When Sir Edward Hungerford attacked Wardour Castle in Wiltshire, Lady Arundel, describing the destruction of the leaden pipes by the soldiers, says, "They cut up the pipe and sold it, as these men's wives in North Wiltshire do bone lace, at 6d. a yard." One Mary Hurdle, of Marlborough, in the time of Charles Roman II, tells us in her memoirs that, being left an orphan, she was apprenticed by the chief magistrate to a maker of bone lace for 8 years, and after that period of servitude, she apprenticed herself for 5 years more. Again, at the time of the Great Plague, cautions are issued by the mayor of Marlborough to all parents and masters how they send their children and servants to school or abroad in making bone lace or otherwise, in any public house, place, or school used for that purpose. In the Proceedings of the Anti-Gallican Society, it is recorded that the second prize for needle point ruffles was, in 1751, awarded to Mrs. Elizabeth Waterman of the Episcopal city of Salisbury. Such are the scanty notices we have been able to glean of the once flourishing lace trade in Wiltshire. 396 Dorset, on the other hand, holds a high place in the annals of lace-making. 3 separate towns, in their day Blandford, Sherborne, and Lyme, regis disputing the palm of excellence for their productions. Of Blandford, the earliest mention we find is in Owen's Magna Britannica of 1720, where he states, "The manufacture of this town was heretofore band strings, which were once risen to a good price, but now times hath brought both bands themselves and their strings out of use, and so the inhabitants have turned their hands to making straw works and bone lace, which perhaps may come to nothing, if the fickle humor of fashion-mongers take to wearing Flanders lace." Only 4 years later, Defoe writes of Blandford, "This city is chiefly famous for making the finest bone lace in England, and where they showed us some so exquisitely fine as I think I never saw better in Flanders, France, or Italy, and which, they said, they rated above £30 sterling a yard. But it is most certain that they make exceeding rich lace in this county, such as no part of England can equal." In the edition of 1762, Defoe adds, "This was the state and trade of the town when I was there in my first journey. But on June 4, 1731, the whole town, except 26 houses, was consumed by fire, together with the church." Postlethwaite, Hutchins, Lysons, and Knight Imperial Cyclopedia all tell the same story. Puchet cites the Blandford laces as comparables à celles quan fait en Flanders excepté Bruxelles, en France, et même dans les états de Venise. And Anderson mentions Blandford as a well-built town, surpassing all England in fine lace. More reliance is to be placed on the 2 last-named authorities than the former, who have evidently copied Defoe without troubling themselves to inquire more deeply into the matter. Illustration, Fig. 149. English needle-made lace, representing the defeat of the Spanish Armada. To face page 396. 397. It is generally supposed that the trade gradually declined after the Great Fire of 1731, when it was replaced by the manufacture of buttons, and no record of its former existence can be found among the present inhabitants of the place. Fig. 149 represents a curious piece of lace, preserved as an heirloom in a family in Dorsetshire. It formerly belonged to Queen Charlotte, and when purchased by the present owner, had a label attached to it, Queen Elizabeth's lace, with the tradition that it was made in commemoration of the defeat of the Spanish Armada, as the ships, dolphins, and national emblems testify. At this we beg to demur, as no similar lace was made at that period, but we do not doubt its having been made in honor of that victory, for the building is decidedly old Tilbury Fort, familiar to all by the pencil of Stanfield. But the lace is point d'Argenton, as we see by the hexagonal, bride, ground, and the workmanship of the pattern. None but the best laceworkers could have made it. It was probably the handiwork of some English lady, or the pattern, designed in England, may have been sent to Argenton to execute, perhaps as a present to Queen Charlotte. Since the Reformation, the clothing trade declined, writes Defoe of Sherborne. Before 1700, making buttons, haberdashery wares, and bone laces employed a great many hands, which said piece of information is repeated word for word in the Imperial Cyclopedia. Other authors, such as Anderson, declare, at a far later date, Sherborne to carry on a good trade in lace, and how, up to 1780, much blonde, both white and black and of various colors, was made there, of which a supply was sent to all markets. From the latter end of the 18th century, the lace trade of Sherborne declined and gradually died out. The points of Lyme Regis rivaled in the 18th century those of Honiton and Blandford, and when the trade of the last-named town passed away, Lyme and Honiton laces held their own, side by side, in the London market. The fabric of Lyme Regis, for a period, came more before the public eye, for that old, deserted, and half-forgotten mercantile city in the 18th century once more raised its head as a fashionable watering place. Prizes were awarded by the 398th Anti-Gallican Society to Miss Mary Channon of Lyme Regis and her fellow townswoman, Miss Mary Benn, for ruffles of needlepoint and bone lace. The reputation of the fabric, too, of Lyme Regis reached even the court, and when Queen Charlotte first set foot on English ground, she wore a head and lappets of Dorset manufacture. Some years later, a splendid lace dress was made for Her Majesty by the workers of Lyme, which, says the annalist of our southern coast, gave great satisfaction at court. The makers of this costly product, however, received but fourpence a day for their work. The laces of Lyme, like all good articles, were expensive. A narrow piece set quite plain round an old woman's cap would cost 4 guineas, nor was 5 guineas a yard considered an exorbitant price. It was a favorite custom at Lyme for lovers to have their initials entwined and work together on a piece of ornamental lace. The making of such expensive lace being scarcely found remunerative, the trade gradually expired. And when the order for the marriage lace of Queen Victoria reached the southern counties, not one lace maker was to be found to aid in the work in the once flourishing town of Lyme Regis. 399 Chapter 32. Devonshire. Bone lace and cider, Anderson. At Axminster, you may be furnished with fine flax thread there spun, at Honiton and Bradninch with bone lace much in request. Westcote. Honiton. The lace industry found its way to Devonshire, if the generally accepted theory be correct, by the Flemish refugees flying from the persecutions of the Duke of Alva. There is much probability to support the theory, and some names, of undoubted Flemish origin, appear among the entries of the church registers still preserved at Honiton. Towards the latter end of the 16th century names, all handed down to their descendants in the present generation, and in these families the fabric has continued for a long lapse of years. On the other hand, if there had been any considerable number of Flemings in Devonshire, they would surely have founded a company of their Reformed Church, and no reference is found in the published books of the archives of the London Dutch Church of any such company in Devonshire, whereas references abound to places in the eastern counties and Midlands where Flemings were settled. Lace was made on the pillow in the Low Countries by the middle of the 16th century, so by the date of the Alva persecution, 1568-77, the people might have learned it in sufficient numbers to start it wherever they set up their new home. Up to that date, in England, lace was made with the needle. 400 and it was not till we read of bone lace that it may be taken to mean pillow lace. The term bone, according to Fuller, was applied from the custom of using sheep's trotters as bobbins. In Devonshire, however, the tradition is that, owing to the high price of pins, the lace makers, being within reach of the sea, made use of fish bones, and thus pillow lace became bone lace. The term bobbin came into use soon afterwards, but was not so universal as bone. It occurs in the wardrobe accounts and royal inventories, where one entry runs, "Any shop, 4 As and a half of bobbing lace, 6s, 4d." Although the earliest known Ms. giving an account of the different towns in Devon makes no mention of lace, we find from it that Mrs. Minifie, one of the earliest named lace makers, was an Englishwoman. Queen Elizabeth was much addicted to the collecting and wearing of beautiful clothes, but no mention of English lace by name seems to occur in the inventories and accounts, and the earliest mention of Honiton lace is by Westcote, who, writing about 1620, speaks of bone lace much in request, being made at Honiton and Bradninch, and again referring to Honiton. "Here," says he, "is made abundance of bone lace, a pretty toy now greatly in request, and therefore the town may say with Mary Marshall, in praise for toys such as this Honiton second to none is." The oft-cited inscription let into a raised tombstone near the wall of Old Honiton Church, together with Westcote, 401 prove the industry to have been well established in the reign of James. The inscription runs, "Here lieth ye body of James Rodge, of Honiton, in ye county of Devonshire bone lace siller, hath given unto the poor of Honiton Peish, the benefit of £100 for ever, who deceased ye 27 of July, a OD I 1617 Edatis v 50. Remember the poor. There have been traditions that Raj was a valet who accompanied his master abroad, and their learning the fine Flemish stitches taught some Devonshire women on his return home and was enabled to make a comfortable competence by their work, bequeathing a sum of money to the poor of Honiton. But it is more probable that he was an ordinary dealer. Westcott, who wrote about the year 1620 when noticing bone lace, does not speak of it as a new manufacture. The trade had already taken root and flourished, for, including the above-mentioned Raj, the three earliest bone lace makers of the 17th century on record all at their decease bequeathed sums of money for the benefit of their indigent townspeople, viz. Mrs. Minifie, before mentioned, who died in 1617, and Thomas Humphrey, of Honiton, laceman, who willed in the year 1658-20 towards the purchase of certain tenements. A notice of which benefaction is recorded on a painted board above the gallery of the old parish church. By this time, English lace had advanced in public estimation. In the year 1660, a royal ordinance of France provided that a mark should be affixed to thread lace imported from England as well as on that of Flanders. And we have already told elsewhere how the Earl of Essex procures, through his countess, bone lace to a considerable amount as a present to Queen Anne of Austria. Speaking of bone lace, writes Fuller in his Worthies, much of this is made in and about Honiton, and weekly return to London modern is the use thereof in England, and that not exceeding the middle of the reign of 400 to Queen Elizabeth. Let it not be condemned for a superfluous wearing, because it doth neither hide nor heat, seeing it doth adorn. Besides, though private persons pay for it, it stands the state in nothing, not expensive of bullion like other lace, costing nothing save a little thread descanted on by art and industry. Hereby many children, who otherwise would be burthensome to the parish, prove beneficial to their parents. Yea, many lame in their limbs and impotent in their arms, if able in their fingers gain a livelihood thereby. Not to say that it saveth some thousands of pounds yearly, formerly sent overseas to fetch lace from Flanders. The English were always ready to protect their own trades and manufactures, and various were the acts passed to prohibit the importation of foreign lace, for the encouragement of home workers. In 1698, it was proposed to repeal the last preceding prohibition, and, from the text of a petition sent to the House of Commons, some interesting light is thrown on the extent of the trade at that time. The making of bone lace has been an ancient manufacture of England, and the wisdom of our parliaments all along thought it the interest of this kingdom to prohibit its importation from foreign parts. This has revived the said languishing manufacture, and there are now above 100,000 in England who get their living by it, and earn by mere labor £500,000 a year, according to the lowest computation that can be made. And the persons employed on it are, for the most part, women and children who have no other means of subsistence. The English are now arrived to make as good lace in fineness and all other respects as any that is wrought in Flanders, and particularly since the last act, so great an improvement is made that way that in Buckinghamshire, the highest prized lace they used to make was about 8 shillings per yard, and now they make lace there of above 30 shillings per yard, and in Dorsetshire and Devonshire they now make lace worth £6 per yard. The lace manufacture in England is the greatest, next to the woolen, and maintains a multitude of people, which otherwise the parishes must, and that would soon prove a heavy burthen, even to those concerned in the woolen manufacture. On the resolution, which shall be taken in this affair, depends the well-being or ruin of numerous families in their country. Many laws have been made to set our poor on work, and it is to be hoped none will be made to take away work from multitudes who are already employed. Plate LXXXVI. Illustration, English, Devonshire. Reproductions of Old Honiton with the Vry Raso, made under Mrs. Fowler's direction. Widths about 4 inches. Photo by A. Dryden. To face page 402. 403 even, in 1655, when the variety of points furnished matter for a letter from the members of the Baptist Church assembled at Bridgewater, the believin' men, unwilling to injure so nourishing a commerce, merely censure points and more laces than are required on garments, and these they desired might be proceeded against with all sweetness and tenderness and long-suffering. The conciliatory measures of the Puritans, maybe, affected the trade less than the doing of Lord Cambury and Lord Churchill's dragoons in the suppression of Monmouth's rebellion in 1680, by which time the lace-making art was carried on in many small country places in Devon. They pillaged the lace-makers right and left, and when quartered at Colleton, these unruly soldiers broke into the house of one William Bard, a dealer in bone lace, and there stole merchandise to the amount of 325 pounds. 9d. The valuable manufactures of lace, for which the inhabitants of Devon have long been conspicuous, are extending now from Exmouth to Torbay, writes Defoe in 1724. 404 these must, however, have received a check as regards the export trade, for says Savary, who wrote about the same date, Depuis quan emite les dentelles nemes point d'Angleterre en Flanders, Picardy et Champagne, en en entire plus de Landers pour la France. Great distress, too, is said to have existed among the Honiton lace-makers after the two great fires of 1756 and 1767. The second was of so devastating a character that the town had to be rebuilt. Shaw declares, writing at the end of the 18th century, "For its present condition, Honiton is indebted to that dreadful fire which reduced 3 parts of it to ashes. The houses now wear a pleasing aspect, and the principal street, extending from east to west, is paved in a remarkable manner, forming a canal, well shouldered up on each side with pebbles and green turf, which holds a stream of clear water with a square dipping place opposite each door. A mark of cleanliness and convenience I never saw before." 3 years previous to the Great Fire, among a number of premiums awarded by the Anti-Gallican Society for the encouragement of our lace trade, the first prize of 15 guineas is bestowed upon Mrs. Lydia Maynard, of Honiton, in token of 6 pairs of ladies' lappets of unprecedented beauty, exhibited by her. About this time we read 405 in Bowen's Geography that at Honiton, "The people are chiefly employed in the manufactory of lace, the broadest sort that is made in England, of which great quantities are sent to London. It acquired," says Lysons, some years since, "the name of Bath Brussels lace." To give a precise description of the earliest Devonshire lace would now be impossible. The bone or bobbin lace at first consisted of a small and simple imitation of the beautiful Venetian geometrical cutworks and points, mere narrow strips made by coarse threads plaited and interlaced. They became wider and more elaborate as the workers gained experience. Specimens may be seen on 2 Devonshire monuments, though whether the lace of the district is imitated on the effigies is another matter. In any case, similar patterns were probably made there at the time. One is on the monument of Lady Pole in Colleton Church, where the lady's cape is edged with 3 rows of bone lace. The other, which is in excellent preservation, is on the recumbent effigy of Lady Doddridge, a member of the Bampfylde family, in Exeter Cathedral, her cuffs and tucker being adorned with geometric lace of a good pattern. Both belong to the first part of the 17th century. In the same cathedral is the monument of Bishop Stafford. His collar appears to be of a network, embroidered in patterns of graceful design, Fig. 151. Belgium was noted for her linens and delicately spun flax. In consequence, the Flemings soon departed from the style of their Italian masters and made laces of their own fine threads. They worked out their own designs also, and being great gardeners and fond of flowers, it naturally came about that they composed devices of blossoms and foliage. 406 illustration, Fig. 151. Monument of Bishop Stafford, Exeter Cathedral. These alterations in course of time found their way to England, there being much intercourse between their brethren here established and those remaining in Flanders. The lace continued to get finer and closer in texture, the flax thread being required so fine that it became necessary to spin it in damp underground cellars. That the workers in England could not compete successfully against the foreigner with their homemade threads we find over and over again. They also altered the Brussels designs, and instead of the beautiful fillings and openwork stitches, substituted heavy guipure bars. By this period, cordonnet or gimp had come into use in Brussels lace. The vraie raceau or pillownet ground succeeded the bride about the end of the 17th century. This fashion enabled the flowers to be made separately and worked in with the net afterwards, or rather the net was worked into the flowers on the pillow. It was from the introduction of these separate sprigs that Honiton lace was able to compete with Brussels. The pattern in Fig. 153 is sewn on the plain pillow ground, which was very beautiful and regular, but very expensive. It was made of the finest thread procured from Antwerp, the market price of which, in 1790, was £70 per pound, and an old lace maker told the author her father, 407 had, during the war, paid 100 guineas a pound to the smugglers for this highly prized and then almost unattainable commodity. Nor were the laceworker's gains less remunerative. She would receive as much as 18 shillings a yard for the workmanship alone of a piece of this elaborate net, measuring scarce 2 inches in width, and one of the old lace dealers showed Mrs. Treadwin a piece of ground 18 inches square, for the making of which she was paid £15 shortly before the establishment of the machine net manufacture. The price of lace was proportionately high. A Honiton veil would often cost 100 guineas. Illustration, Fig. 152. Monument of Lady Doddridge, plus 1614, Exeter Cathedral. The Flemish character of Fig. 158 is unmistakable. The 408 design of the flower vase resembles those of the old Angleterre à Bride, and in execution this specimen may fairly warrant a comparison with the productions of Brabant. If really of English make, we should place its fabrication at the beginning of the 18th century, for it was long before the Devonshire lace makers could rival in beauty the cordonnet of the Flemish workers. Fig. 154 is an example of the pattern worked in the favorite design of the butterfly and the acorn, already familiar to us in the old Point d'Angleterre and in the smock of Queen Elizabeth. The American War had an evil effect upon the lace trade, and still worse was the French Revolution, which was followed by the fashion of classical dress. Lace became no longer necessary to a lady's wardrobe, and the demand for it declined to a serious extent for the workers. Worse than these, however, was the introduction of the machine net, the first factory being set up at Tiverton in 1815. Lysons writes shortly afterwards in 1822, "The manufactory of lace has much declined, although the lace still retains its superiority. Some years ago, at which time it was much patronized by the royal family, the manufacturers of Honiton employed 2,400 hands in the town and in the neighboring villages, but they do not now employ above 300. For 20 years the lace trade suffered the greatest depression, and the Honiton laceworkers, forsaking the designs of their forefathers, introduced a most hideous set of patterns, designed, as they said, out of their own heads. Turkey tails, frying pans, bullocks' hearts, and the most senseless sprigs and borderings took the place of the graceful compositions of the old school. Not a leaf, not a flower was copied from nature. Anxious to introduce a purer taste, Queen Adelaide, to whom a petition had been sent on behalf of the distressed lace-makers, gave the order for a dress to be made of Honiton sprigs, and commanded that the flowers should all be copied from nature. The order was executed by Mrs. Davy of Honiton. The skirt was encircled with a wreath of elegantly designed sprigs, the initial of each flower forming the name of Her Majesty. Illustration, Fig. 154. Old Devonshire. To face page 408. 409 The example of the Queen found new followers, and when, in the progress of time, the wedding lace was required for Queen Victoria, it was with difficulty the necessary number of workers could be obtained to make it. It was undertaken by Miss Jane Bidney, who caused the work to be executed in the small fishing hamlet of Beer and its environs. The dress cost £1,000. It was composed entirely of Honiton sprigs, connected on the pillow by a variety of openwork stitches. But the patterns were immediately destroyed, so it cannot be described. The bridal dresses of their Royal Highnesses the Princess Royal, the Princess Alice, and the Princess of Wales were all of Honiton point, the patterns consisting of the national flowers, the latter with princes' feathers intermixed with ferns, and introduced with the most happy effect. The application of Honiton sprigs upon bobbin net has been of late years almost entirely superseded by the modern guipure Fig. 155. The sprigs, when made, are sewn upon a piece of blue paper, and then united either on the pillow by cutworks or purlings, or else joined with the needle by various stitches lasset point, raceau, cutwork, and buttonhole stitch, the most effective of all. Purling is made by the yard. The Honiton guipure has an original character almost unique. The large pieces surpass in richness and 400 temperfection any lace of the same kind made in Belgium. The reliefs are embroidered with the greatest delicacy, and the beauty of the workmanship is exquisite. And whereas the guipure applications of Belgium require to be whitened with lead, the Honiton workers give up their lace in all its original brilliancy and whiteness. The fault in the Honiton lace has been its crowded and spiritless designs, but in these great improvement was manifested in the exhibition of 1867. Captain Marryat took much pains during a residence at Sidmouth to procure for the lacemakers new patterns of flowers, insects, and other natural objects. The younger members of the community accepted with gratitude these new patterns, and one even reproduced a piece of braidwork in imitation of Spanish point, and also a collar from Vesellio's book, in a manner most creditable to her ingenuity. In consequence of this movement, some gentlemen connected with the Bath and West of England Society proposed that an exhibition should take place at the annual agricultural show, held at Clifton, of Honiton lace, designs strictly after nature. Prizes to the amount of £100 were given. The exhibition was most successful. Queen Victoria expressed a desire that the articles exhibited should be sent to Windsor for her inspection, and graciously commanded that 2 flounces with a corresponding length of trimming lace should be made for her. A design executed by Miss Cecilia Marryat having been approved of by Her Majesty, the order for the lace was given to Mrs. Hayman, of Sidmouth. Fig. 156 is from one of the honeysuckle sprigs selected. Illustration, Fig. 155. Honiton guipure. To face page 410. 411 The Honiton lacemakers show great aptitude in imitating the Brussels designs, and through the efforts of Mrs. Tredwin have succeeded in reproducing the ancient lace in the most wonderful manner. Fig. 158 is a lappet in the Brussels style shown in the International Exhibition of 1874. Mrs. Tredwin produced admirable specimens after the pillow-made lace of Genoa and Flanders, and also a reproduction of the Venetian point in relief. Illustration, Fig. 156. Honeysuckle sprig of modern Honiton. A new branch of industry has lately opened to the Devonshire lacemaker, that of restoring or remaking old lace. The splendid mantles, tunics, and flounces which enrich the shop windows of the great lace dealers of London are mostly concocted from old fragments by the Devonshire laceworkers. It is curious to see the ingenuity they display in rearranging the old rags, and such they are sent from London for restoration. Carefully cutting out the 412 designs of the old work, they sew them upon a paper pattern of the shape required. The modes, or fancy stitches, are dexterously restored, any deficient flower supplied, and the whole joined together on the pillow. Illustration, Fig. 157. Old Devonshire point. Trolley lace. Trolley lace comes next in order. It was quite different from anything else made in Devonshire, and resembled many of the laces made in the Midlands at the present time. It was made of coarse British thread, and with heavier and larger bobbins, and worked straight on round and round the pillow. The origin of trolley was undoubtedly Flemish, but it is said to have reached Devonshire at the time of the French Revolution, through the Normandy peasants, driven by want of employment from their own country, where lace was a great industry during the 18th century. The origin of trolley is from the Flemish troll cant, where the design was outlined with a thick thread, or possibly it may be derived from a corruption of the French tillet, applied to distinguish a flat linen pattern from the ground or tray, a general term for a net ground. It is now almost extinct in Devonshire, remaining in the hands of the Midland counties, where it more properly belongs. Illustration, Fig. 158. Lappet made by the late Mrs. Tredwin, of Exeter, 1864. To face page 412. 413 trolley lace was not the work of women alone. In the flourishing days of its manufacture, every boy, until he had attained the age of 15 and was competent to work in the fields, attended the lace schools daily. A lacemaker of Sidmouth in 1869 had learned her craft at the village dame school, in company with many boys. The men, especially the sailor returned from sea, would again resume the employment of their boyhood in their hours of leisure, and the laborer, seated at his pillow on a summer's evening, would add to his weekly gains. Mrs. Treadwin, in her younger days, saw some 24 men lacemakers in her native village of Woodbury, two of whom, Palmer by name, were still surviving in 1869, and one of these worked at his pillow so late as 1820. Captain Marryat also succeeded in finding out a man of 60, one James Gooding, dweller in Salcombe parish, near Sidmouth, who had in his day been a lacemaker of some reputation. "I have made hundreds of yards in my time," he said, "both wide and narrow, but never worked regularly at my pillow after 16 years of age." Delighted to exhibit the craft of his boyhood, he hunted out his patterns. 400 Fortinand, setting to work, produced a piece of trolley edging, which soon found a place in the albums of sundry lace-collecting ladies, the last specimen of man-worked lace likely to be fabricated in the county of Devon. The lace schools of this time were a great feature, there being many in every village, and as few other schools existed, boys in addition to the girls of the place attended and learnt the industry. The usual mode of procedure was this. The children commenced attending at the age of 5 to 7 and were apprenticed to the mistress for an average of 2 years, who sold all their work for her trouble. They then paid 6 pence a week for a time and had their own lace, then 3 pence, and so on, according to the amount of teaching they still required. The young children went first from 10 to 12 in the morning, to accustom them to work by degrees. At Honiton, the full hours were from 8 to 8 in the summer and in the depth of winter, but in the spring and autumn less, on account of the light, as candles were begun only on September 3rd nutting day till Shrovetide. The old rhyme runs, "Be the Shrovetide high or low, out the candle we will blow." At Sidbury it was de rigueur that directly a young girl married, however young, she wore a cap, but till then the lace-makers were famous for the beautiful dressing of their hair. When school began, they stood up in a circle to read the verses. If any of them read jokily, they were given a penalty, and likewise for idleness so much extra work. In nearly all schools they were taught reading from the Bible, and in some they learnt writing, but all these are now things of the past. Illustration, Fig. 159. Venetian relief, in pointry produced by the late Mrs. Treadwin. To face page 414. 415. Speaking of the occupation of lace-making, Cook, in his Topography of Devon, observes, "It has been humanely remarked as a melancholy consideration that so much health and comfort are sacrificed to the production of this beautiful, though not necessary article of decoration. The sallow complexion, the weakly frame, and the general appearance of languor and debility of the operatives are sad and decisive proofs of the pernicious nature of the employment. The small unwholesome rooms in which numbers of these females, especially during their apprenticeship, are crowded together are great aggravations of the evil." He continues at some length, as indeed do many writers of the 18th century, to descant on this evil, but times are changed, sanitary laws and the love of fresh air have done much to remedy the mischief. The pillows, too, are raised higher than formerly, by which means the stooping, so injurious to health, is avoided. Old lace-makers will tell stories of the cruel severities practiced on the children in the dame schools of their day, of the length of time they sat without daring to move from the pillow, of prolonged punishments imposed on idle apprentices, and other barbarities, but these are now tales of the past. Ever since the Great Exhibition of 1851 drew attention to the industry, different persons have been trying to encourage both better design and better manufacture. But 416 the majority of the people have sought a livelihood by meeting the extensive demand for cheap laces. Good patterns, good thread, and good work have been thrown aside, the workers and small dealers recking little of the fact that they themselves were ruining the trade as much as the competition of machinery and machine-made lace, and tarnishing the fair name of Honiton throughout the world, among those able to love and appreciate a beautiful art. Fortunately, there are some to lead and direct in the right path, and all honor must be given to Mrs. Treadwin, who started reproducing old laces. She and her clever workers turned out the most exquisite copies of old Venetian rose point, Valencians, or Flemish. Her successor, Miss Herbert, carries it on, and while we have Mrs. Fowler and her school at Honiton, and Miss Radford at Sidmouth, it would be easier to say what the heads and hands of the Devon laceworkers could not do than to enumerate the many beautiful stitches and patterns they achieve. Needle point or pillow, tape guipure or vrithere are able fingers to suit all tastes. Mrs. Fowler of Honiton has made a spirited attempt to teach some young people. She employs women and girls all the year round who work under the factory axe. The girls are taught needlework in addition, and to put together the sprigs made by the outworkers, the arrangement of which requires great taste and careful superintendence. The county council grants courses of lessons in various places, some for all ages, others for children. The Italian laces made at Beer is a new branch, established by Miss Bowden, and ably carried on by Miss Audrey Trevelyan of Seaton. This Italian lace is made entirely on the pillow, and the way in which the women of Beer have picked up the stitches and mode of making speaks volumes for their skillfulness and adaptability. There are still a good number of workers left in this most picturesque village. Plate LXX6. Illustration. English, Devonshire. Made at Beer for the Paris exhibition of 1900. Miss A. Trevelyan adapted an Italian design to the old Honiton stitches. To face page 416. 417a beautiful county and a beautiful art have come down to us hand in hand. Let us do our best to prevent the one being marred and the other lost, and keep them both together to be a joy and a pleasure for all time. Japan. The versatile Japanese have copied the Honiton method of making bobbin lace. The government have encouraged a school at Yokohama for pillow lace making, under the supervision of an English lady, where they turn out lace of a distinctive Japanese character. 418 Chapter 33. Scotland. With the purlin above her brow, old Scotch song. Purlin lace as fine as spiders' webs, heart of Midlothian. From her constant intercourse with France, lace must have been early known in Scotland. Of its use for ecclesiastical purposes, at a period when it was still unknown to the laity, we have evidence in the mutilated effigy of a crociered ecclesiastic, which once stood in a niche of the now ruined Abbey Church of Arbroath. The lace which adorns the robes of this figure is very elaborately and sharply chiseled, and when first discovered, still preserved some remains of the gold leaf with which it had been ornamented. In the inventories of King James V, we find constant mention of passment of gold and silver, as well as an entry of ain gown of fresset claith of gold, with passment of pearl of gold Smythe work linet with cramoisy sating. And we have other proofs, in addition to the testimony of Sir Walter Scott, as given in the monastery, that passements of gold and silver as well as pearl were already in daily use during King James's reign. 419 Indeed, as early as 1575, the General Assembly of Scotland found necessary, as did the bishops in Denmark, to express its mind as to the style of dress befitting the clergy, and prohibit all begars, guards of velvet on gown, hose, or coat, all superfluous cut-out work, all sewing on of passements and laces. A parchment, too, found in the cabinet of the Countess of Mar, entitled the Passment Bond, signed by the Duke of Lennox and other nobles, by which they engaged themselves to leave off wearing passment, as a matter of expense and superfluity, shows that luxury in dress had early found its way into Scotland. Notwithstanding these entries, it was not until the arrival of Mary Stuart in her northern dominions that lace in all its varieties appears. The Inventory of the Queen's Effects in 1567, printed by the Bannatyne Club, gives entries of passements, gimpura d'or and gimpura d'argent, with which her robes de satin blanc at John were bordés and chamarrés. Each style of embroidery and lace is designated by its special name. There is the Nat d'argent fate par entrelacs, passement d'or at d'argent fate azur, chamarré de bicette, etc. The word dentelle, as told elsewhere, occurs but once. We have also alluded to the will made by the Queen previous to the birth of James Roman VI, and her bequest of her ouvrages machés. A relic of this expression is yet found in the word mosh, or mash, as the pinking of silk and muslin is termed in Scotland, an advertisement of which 420 accomplishment, done here, was seen a few years ago in the shop windows of the old town of Edinburgh. In the Palace of Holyrood is still exhibited a small basket lined with blue silk, and trimmed with a bone lace of rudely spun flax, run on with a ribbon of the same color, recorded to be an offering sent by Queen Elizabeth to her cousin previous to the birth of her godchild. Antiquaries assert the story to be a fable. Whether the lace be of the time or not, as a work of art it is of no credit to any country. How Queen Mary, in her youth, was instructed in the arts of point coupe and lascis, according to the works of Vinciolo, has been already related. Of her talents as a needlewoman there is ample proof in the numerous beds, screens, etc., treasured as relics in the houses of the nobles where she was held captive. She knitted headdresses of gold racé, with cuffs and collars en suite, to say nothing of nightcaps, and sent them as presents to Elizabeth, all of which, we are told, the Queen received most graciously. Mary, in her early portraits as Dauphine of France, wears no thread lace. Much fine gold embroidered with passement enriches her dresses, her sleeves are of gold rasuel. In those of a later date, like that taken when in Lochleven Castle, her veil is bordered with a narrow bone laces, yet a rarity may be one of the same noted in the inventory of 1578, as 5 lytle veils of woven rasser, race, of threed, ein meikle twa of thame, passmented with pearl and black silk. When the Queen of Scots ascended the scaffold, she wore 421 on her head, writes Burleigh's reporter, a dressing of lawn edged with bone lace, and a vest of lawn fastened to her caul, edged with the same material. This lace-edged veil was long preserved as a relic in the exiled Stuart family until Cardinal York bequeathed it to Sir John Cox Hippisley. Miss Pigott describes it of transparent zephyr gauze with a light check or plaid pattern interwoven with gold, the form as that of a long scarf. Sir John, when exhibiting the veil at Baden, had the indiscretion to throw it over the Queen of Bavaria's head. The Queen shuddered at the omen, threw off the veil, and retired precipitately from the apartment, evidently in great alarm. Cut-it outwork, collars of holly crisp, coifs of woven thread, cornets of laine, linen suet with cut-it outwork of gold, woven collars of threed, follow in quick succession. The cut-it outwork is mostly wrought in gold, silver, cramoisy, or black silk. The Queen's towel claiths are adorned in similar manner. The Chartley inventory of 1568 is rich in works of point coupe and rasuel, in which are portrayed with the needle figures of birds, fishes, beasts, and flowers, coupes chascune and sun carré. The Queen exercised much ingenuity in her labors, varying the pattern according to her taste. In the list are noted 52 specimens of flowers designed after nature, terres au natural, 124 birds, as well as 16 sorts of four-footed beasts, entre lescles yha un lion assailant un sanglier, with 52 fishes, all of 422 divers sorts giving good proofs of the poor prisoner's industry. As to the designs after nature, with all respect to the memory of Queen Mary, the lions, cocks, and fishes of the 16th century which have come under our notice, require a student of medieval needlework rather than a naturalist to pronounce upon their identity. James Roman VI, of Scotland, reared in a hotbed of Calvinism, had not the means, even if he had the inclination, to indulge in much luxury in dress. Certain necessary entries of braid pasmentes of gold, gold clinkant, braid pasmentes, cramoisy, for the ornamenting of clockies, coities, brachies, and rubes of the king, with twa unsea and ein half pasmentes of gold and silver to work the headies of the fockies, made up the amount of expense sanctioned for the royal wedding. While 34 ells braid pasmentes of gold to trim a robe for His Majesty's dearest bedfellow the Queen for her coronation, gives but a poor idea of the luxury of the Scottish court. Various enactments were passed during the reign of James Roman VI, against unnecessary sumptuousness in men's apparel, by which no one except noblemen, lords of session, prelates, etc., were allowed to wear silver or gold lace. Provosts were permitted to wear silk, but no lace purlin or passementerie, only a waddling silk lace on the seams. No one but the above same privileged persons were to have purlin on their ruffles, sarkies, napkins, and sockies, and that purlin to be made in the Kingdom of Scotland. This act, dated 1621, is the first mention we have found of Scottish-made lace. James Roman VI, having granted to one James Bannatyne of Leith a patent for the importing of foreign purlin into the country, in consequence of the great complaint of the embroiderers in 1639, this patent is rescinded, and the king forbids the entry of all foreign purlin. The word lace does not exist in the Scotch language. Purlin is the term used in old documents, defined in the 423 dictionaries to be a species of lace made with thread. In the Old Scotch songs it frequently occurs. Then, round the ring she dealt them ane by ane, clean in her pearlin keck and gown alane. Ross Helenora. Again, we maun hae pearlins and mabbes and cocks, and some other things that ladies call smocks. As the latter articles may appear more familiar to the world in general than kecks and mabbes and cocks, we may as well explain a pearlin keck to signify a linen cap with a lace border. A mabby, a mob, a cock or cock-up, no more eccentric headdress than the lofty fontinges or commode of the 18th century. Again, in Rob Roy we have the term pearlin. When Bailey Nicol Jarvie piteously pleads to his kinswoman, Helen MacGregor, he says, I hae been serviceable to Rob before now, for by a set of pearlins I sent yoursel when you were gone to be married. The recollection of these delicate attentions, however, has little effect on the Highland chieftainess, who threatens to have him chopped up, if ill befalls her lord, into as many square pieces as compose the MacGregor tartan, or throw him neck and heels into the Highland loch. Montrose, we read, sent his lace ruffles to be starched and dressed before they were sewn on the embroidered sark he had made only to wear at his execution. Pearlin was provided for him, which cost £10 an ell. The close-fitting velvet cap, enriched with lace, appears in the 17th century to have been adopted by the lawyers of the Scotch courts. An example may be seen in the portrait of Sir Thomas Hope, Lord Advocate of Scotland, who died in 1646, which hangs in the Hall of the Advocates of Edinburgh. Another fig. 160 appears in the engraving of Sir Alexander Gibson, Bart, Lord Dury, one of the Lords of Session, who died 2 years previously. In 1672, when lace point lace made of 424 thread came under the ban of the Covenanters, with a penalty of 500 merks toties quatties. The wearing such vanities on liveries is strictly forbidden. Servants, however, are allowed to wear out their masters' and mistresses' old clothes. In 1674, His Majesty, understanding that the manufacture of pearlin and whit lace made of thread, whereby many people gain their livelihood, was thereby much prejudiced and impaired, declares that from henceforth it shall be free to all and every person within this kingdom to wear whit lace, as well as the privileged persons above mentioned. Finding these exclusions of little or no avail, in January 1685, the Act remits the wearing of lace, both native and foreign, to all folks living. Illustration, Fig. 160. Sir Alexander Gibson, Bart, Lord Dury, Lord of Session, plus 1644. The dead now came under the scrutiny of the Scotch Parliament, who order all lace or point, gold or silver, to be disused at interments, under the penalty of £300 Scots. From the united effects of poverty, Covenanters, and 425 legislation, after the departure of the court for England, luxury, small though it was, declined in Edinburgh. It was not till 1680, when James Roman II, as Duke of York, accompanied by Mary of Modena and his duteous daughter Anne, visited the Scotch capital, that anything like gaiety or dress can be said to have surprised the straight-laced population. Dryden, sneering at the barbarism of the Scotch capital, writes, in the prologue to a play delivered at Oxford, referring to a portion of the troupe that accompanied the court to Scotland. Lace linen, there would be a dangerous thing. It might perhaps a new rebellion bring the Scot who wore it would be chosen king. The Highlander, however, when in full dress, did not disdain to adopt the falling band and ruffles of guipure or Flanders lace. The advertisements and inventories of the first years of the 18th century give us little reason to imagine any change had been effected in the homely habits of the people. At the marriage of a daughter of Thomas Smythe, of Methuen, in 1701, to Sir Thomas Moncrieff, the bride had a head suit and ruffles of cutwork which cost nearly £6 10s. Few and scanty advertisements of roups of white thread lace appear in the journals of the day. And in such a state matters continued till the Jacobites, 426 going and coming from St. Germain's, introduced French fashions and luxuries as yet unheard of in the then aristocratic Canongate. It sounds strange to a traveler, as he wanders among these now deserted closes of Edinburgh, to read of the gay doings and of the grand people who in the last century dwelt within these poor-looking abodes. A difficult matter it must have been to the Jacobite beauties, whose hoop, from 1725-8 measured 9 yards in circumference to mount the narrow winding staircases of their dwellings, and this very difficulty gave rise to a luxury of underclothing almost unknown in England or elsewhere. Every lady wore a petticoat trimmed with the richest point lace, nor was it only the jupe that was lace-trimmed. Besides, trois lappets at her head that flaunted gallantly. Ladies extended the luxury to finely laced garters. In 1720, the Bubble Company, for the trading in Flanders laces, appears advertised in the Scotch papers in large and attractive letters. We strongly doubt, however, it having gained any shareholders among the prudent population of Edinburgh. The prohibition of lace made in the dominions of the French king was a boon to the Jacobites, and many a lady, and gentleman too, became wondrous loyal to the exiled family, bribed by a packet from St. Germain's. In the first year of George Roman II, says the Gazette, a parcel of rich lace was secretly brought to the Duke of Devonshire by a mistake in the similarity of the title. On being opened, hidden among the folds, was found a miniature portrait of the pretender, set round with large diamonds. The packet was addressed to a noble lord high in office, one of the most zealous converts to loyalty. 427 smuggling was universal in Scotland in the reigns of George I and George Roman II. For the people, unaccustomed to imposts, and regarding them as an unjust aggression upon their ancient liberties, made no scruple to elude the customs whenever it was possible so to do. It was smuggling that originated the Porteous riots of 1736, and in his description of the excited mob, Sir Walter Scott makes Miss Grizel Dalmahoy exclaim, "They have ta'en awa our Parliament. They hae oppressed our trade. Our gentles will hardly allow that a Scots needle can sew ruffles on a sark or lace on an overlay." 428 Chapter 34. Lace Manufactures of Scotland. Sae put on your purlins, Marion, and kirtle o' the cramacy. Scottish Song. During the treasonable year of 1745, Scotland was far too occupied with her risings and executions to give much attention to her national industry. Up to that time, considerable pains had been taken to improve the spinning of fine thread, prizes had been awarded, and the art taught in schools and other charitable institutions. It was not till the middle of the 18th century that Anne, Duchess of Hamilton, known to society by tradition as one of the beautiful Miss Gunnings, seeing lace-makers at work when traveling on the continent, thought employment might be given to the women of her own country by introducing the art into Scotland. The Duchess therefore brought over women from France and caused them to teach the girls in her schools how to make bunt lace, as it was termed. Sir John Sinclair thus notices the fabric. A small manufacture of thread lace has long been carried on here. At an early period, it was the occupation of a good many women, but from the fluctuation of fashion, it has fallen greatly into disuse. Fashion again revived the demand, and the late Duchess of Hamilton, afterwards of Argyll, found still some lace workers remaining, to whom her own demand, and that of those who followed her example, gave employment. To these her Grace added 12 orphan girls, who were clothed, maintained, and taught at her expense. Others learned the art, and while the demand lasted, the manufacturer employed a good many hands. Though the number is again diminished, there are still above 40 at the business, who 429 make handsome laces of different patterns, besides those who work occasionally for themselves or their friends. Perhaps, under the patronage of the present respectable Duchess, the manufacture of Hamilton lace may again become as flourishing as ever. The Duchess of Hamilton, says the Edinburgh Amusement of 1752, has ordered a home to be set up in Hamilton for the reception of 12 poor girls and a mistress. The girls are to be taken in at the age of 7, clothed, fed, taught to spin, make lace, etc., and dismissed at 14. The work of the fair Duchess throve, for in 1754 we read how the Duchess of Hamilton has now the pleasure to see the good effects of her charity. Her Grace's small orphan family have, by spinning, gained a sum of money, and lately presented the Duke and Duchess with a double piece of Holland, and some suits of exceeding fine lace ruffles of their own manufacture, which their Graces did them the honor to wear on the Duke's birthday, July 14, and which vied with anything worn on the occasion, though there was a splendid company present. The yarn of which the ruffles were made weighed only 10 drops each hank. It was probably owing to the influence of this impulsive Irishwoman that, in the year 1754, was founded the Select Society of Edinburgh for encouraging the arts and manufactures of Scotland, headed by the Duke of Hamilton. This society was contemporary with the Anti-Gallican in England and the Dublin Society, though we believe, in this case, Dublin can claim precedence over the capital of North Britain. At a meeting of the society, it was moved that the annual importation of worked ruffles and of bone lace and edging into this country is considerable. By proper encouragement, we might be supplied at home with these ornaments. It was therefore resolved that a premium be assigned to all superior merit in such work, such a one as may be a mark of respect to women of fashion, and may also be of some solid advantage to those whose laudable industry contributes to their own support. 430 for the best imitation of Dresden work, or a pair of men's ruffles, a prize of 5 pounds. For the best bone lace, not under 20 yards, 5 pounds. The gainers of these two best articles may have the money or a gold medal at their option. As may be supposed, the newly founded fabric of the Duchess was not passed over by a society of which the Duke himself was the patron. In the year 1757, we have among the prizes adjudged one of 2 guineas to Anne Henderson, of Hamilton, for the whitest and best and finest lace, commonly called Hamilton lace, not under 2 yards. A prize had already been offered in 1755, but as stated the following year, no lace was given in. Prizes continued in 1758 and 1759 to be given for the produce of Hamilton, in the last year to the value of 4 guineas. The early death of the Duke of Hamilton and the second marriage of the Duchess did not in any way impede the progress of Hamilton lace, for, as late as 1778, we read in Locke's essays on the Scotch commerce, the lace manufactory, under the patronage of the amiable Duchess of Hamilton, now Argyll, goes on with success and spirit. With respect to the quality of this Hamilton lace, laudable as were the efforts of the Duchess, she succeeded in producing but a very coarse fabric. The specimens which have come under our notice are edgings of the commonest description, of a coarse thread, always of the lozenge pattern fig. 161, being strong and firm, it was used for nightcaps, never for dresses, and justified the description of a lady who described it as of little account and spoke of it as only Hamilton. It appears that the Edinburgh Society died a natural death about 1764, but notwithstanding the untimely demise of this patriotic club, a strong impetus had been given to the 431 lace-makers of Scotland. Lace-making was introduced into the schools, and, what was better far, many daughters of the smaller gentry and scions of noble Jacobite houses, ruined by the catastrophe of 1745, either added to their incomes or supported themselves wholly by the making of the finer points. This custom seems to have been general, and, in alluding to it, Mrs. Calderwood speaks of the helplessness of the English women in comparison to the Scotch. In the journals of the day, we have constant advertisements, informing the public of the advantages to be gained by the useful arts imparted to their offspring in their establishments. Inserted by ladies of gentle blood for the Scotchwomen of the last century, no more disdained to employ themselves in the training of youth than does now a French dame de qualité to place herself at the head of the Sacré-Cœur, or some other convent devoted to educational purposes. Illustration, Fig. 161. Hamilton. The entry of all foreign laces was excluded by law. The 432 Scotch nation of the Hanoverian persuasion were wrath at the frivolity of the Jacobite party. £400,000 have been sent out of the country during the last year, writes the Edinburgh Advertiser of 1764, to support our exiled countrymen in France, where they learn nothing but folly and extravagance. English laces were not included in the prohibition. In 1763, that neat shop near the Stinking Stile in the Lucan booths, held by Mr. James Bailey, advertises trolleys, English laces, and pearl edgings. 4 years later, black silk lace and guipure are added to the stock, menute, and very cheap bone lace. Great efforts, and with success, were made for the improvement of the thread manufacture, for the purchase of which article at Lille 200,000 were annually sent from Scotland to France. Badly spun yarn was seized and burned by the stamp master. Of this we have frequent mention. Huchet, speaking of Scotland, says, Il est formé prise d'Edinburgh une manufacture de fil de dentelle. On prétend que le fil de cette manufacture, cert affaire des dentelles qui non seulement égalant embuté celles, qui sont fabriquées avec le fil de l'étranger, mais encore la surpassant en durée. Cet avantage serait d'autant plus grand que l'importation de ces fils de l'étranger, occasion, aux habitants de ces royaumes une perte annuelle de £100,000. Whether about the year 1775, any change had taken place in the legislation of the customs of Scotland, and they had become regulated by English law we cannot say, but suddenly constant advertisements of Brussels lace and fine point appear in the Gazette. And this, at the very time Locke, 433, was doing his best to stir up once more Scotch patriotism with regard to manufactures. The Scotch foresters set the example at their meeting in 1766, and then we hear nothing more on the matter. The Weekly Magazine of 1776 strongly recommends the art of lace-making as one calculated to flourish in Scotland, young girls beginning to learn at 8 years of age, adding, "The directors of the Hospital of Glasgow have already sent 23 girls to be taught by Madame Puto, a native of Lisle, now residing at Renfrew. You will find the lace of Renfrew cheaper, as good and as neat as those imported from Brussels, Lisle, and Antwerp." David Locke also mentions the success of the young Glasgow lace-makers, who made lace, he says, from 10d to 4s, 6d per yard. He adds, "It is a pleasure to see them at work. I saw them 10 days ago." He recommends the managers of the workhouse of the Canongate to adopt the same plan, adding they need not send to Glasgow for teachers, as there are plenty at the Orphan Hospital at Edinburgh capable of undertaking the office. Of the lace fabricated at Glasgow we know nothing, save from an advertisement in the Caledonian Mercury of 1778, where one William Smith, lacemaker, at the Greenhead, Glasgow, informs the public he has for some years made and bleached candlewicks. Anderson and Locke did not agree on the subject of lace-making, the former considering it an unstable fabric, too easily affected by the caprices of fashion. 434b that as it may, the manufacture of thread for lace alone employed 500 machines, each machine occupying 36 persons. The value of the thread produced annually £175,000. Locke adds that in consequence of the cheapness of provisions, Scotland, as a country, is better adapted to lace-making than England. In consequence of Locke's remarks, His Majesty's Board of Trustees for the Fisheries and Manufactures, after asking a number of questions, determined to give proper encouragement and have mistresses for teaching the different kinds of lace made in England and France, and oblige them to take girls of the poorer class, some from the hospitals, and the mistress for 5 years to have the benefit of their work. A girl might earn from 10d to 1s per day. They gave a salary to an experienced person from Lisle for the purpose of teaching the making of thread, his wife to instruct in lace-making. With the records of 1788 end, all mention of lace-making in Scotland. 435 Chapter 35. Ireland. The undoubted aptitude for lace-making of the women of Ireland. Jurors Report, International Exhibition, 1862. It is peculiarly interesting to note the various foreign influences which have done their part in the creation of Irish lace. Italian and Flemish, Greek, French, and English all have lent their aid. A. Lloyd, The Queen, Feb. 6, 1897. Little is known of the early state of manufactures in Ireland, save that the art of needlework was held in high estimation. By the sumptuary laws of King Magha Nuadhad, killed at the Battle of Malian, AD 192, we learn that the value of a queen's raiment, should she bring a suitable dowry, ought to amount to the cost of 6 cows. But of what the said raiment consisted history is dark. The same record, however, informs us that the price of a mantle, wrought with the needle, should be a young bullock or steer. This hooded mantle is described by Giraldus Cambrensis as composed of various pieces of cloth, striped and worked in squares by the needle, maybe a species of cutwork. Morgan, who wrote in 1588, declares the saffron-tinted shirts of the Irish to contain from 20 to 30 ells of linen. No wonder they are described. With pleats on pleats they pleated are, as thick as pleats may lie. It was in such guise the Irish appeared at court before Queen Elizabeth, and from them the yellow starch of Mrs. Turner may have derived its origin. The Irish, however, 436 produced the dye not from saffron, but from a lichen gathered on the rocks. Be that as it may, the government prohibited its use, and the shirts were reduced in quantity to 6 Ls, for the making of which newfangled pair of galley cushes, i.e., English shirts, as we find by the Corporation Book of Kilkenny, 1537, 18 pence was charged if done with silk or cutwork. 9 pence extra was charged for every ounce of silk worked in. An Irish smock wrought with silk and gold was considered an object worthy of a king's wardrobe, as the inventory of King Edward Roman IV attests. Item, 1 Irish smock wrought with gold and silk. The rebellion at an end, a friendly intercourse as regards fashion was kept up between the English and the Irish. The ruff of geometric design, falling band, and cravat of Flanders lace all appeared in due succession. The Irish, always lovers of pomp and show, early used lace at the interments of the great, as appears from an anecdote related in a letter of Mr. O'Halloran. The late Lord Glandor told me, he writes, that when a boy under a spacious tomb in the ruined monastery at his seat, Ardford Abbey, Cokerry, he perceived something white. He drew it forth, and it proved to be a shroud of Flanders lace, the covering of some person long deceased. In the beginning of the 18th century, a patriotic feeling arose among the Irish, who joined hand in hand to encourage the productions of their own country. Swift was among the first to support the movement, and in a prologue he composed, in 1721, to a play acted for the benefit of the Irish weavers, he says, "Since waiting women, like exacting jades, hold up the prices of their old brocades, will dress in manufactures made at home." Plate XC. Illustration, Irish, Yole, needlepoint fan mount made at the Presentation Convent, Yole, for HRH Princess Maud of Wales on her marriage, 1896. Width in center 8.5 in. Photo in Victoria and Albert Museum. To face page 436. 437 shortly afterwards, at a meeting, he proposed the following resolution: that the ladies wear Irish manufactures. There is brought annually into this kingdom near £90,000 worth of silk, whereof the greater part is manufactured. £30,000 more is expended in muslin, holland, cambric, and calico. What the price of lace amounts to is not easy to be collected from the custom house book, being a kind of goods that, taking up little room, is easily run. But, considering the prodigious price of a woman's headdress at 10, 12, 20 pounds a yard, it must be very great. Though a club of patriots had been formed in Ireland since the beginning of the 18th century, called the Dublin Society, they were not incorporated by charter until the year 1749. Hence many of their records are lost, and we are unable to ascertain the precise period at which they took upon themselves the encouragement of the bone lace trade in Ireland. From their transactions we learn that, so early as the year 1743, the annual value of the bone lace manufactured by the children of the workhouses of the city of Dublin amounted to £164.14, 10.5d. In consequence of this success, the society ordained that 34 pounds, 6d, be given to the Lady Arabella Denny to distribute among the children for their encouragement in making bone lace. Indeed, to such a pitch were the productions of the needle already brought in Ireland, that in the same year, 1743, the Dublin Society gave Robert Baker, of Rowland Street, Dublin, a prize of £10 for his imitation of Brussels lace ruffles, which are described as being most exquisite both in design and workmanship. This Brussels lace of Irish growth was much prized by the patriots. From this time the Dublin Society acted under their good genius, the Lady Arabella Denny. The prizes they awarded were liberal, and success attended their efforts. In 1755, we find a prize of two 15 pounds, 6d, awarded to 438 Susanna Hunt, of Fishamble Street, aged 11, for a piece of lace most extraordinarily well wrought. Miss Elinor Brereton, of Rahinduf, Queen's County, for the best imitation of Brussels lace with the needle, 7 pounds. On the same occasion, Miss Martha M. Cullow, of Cork Bridge, gains the prize of 5 pounds for Dresden point. Miss Mary Gibson has 2 pounds for chain lace, of which we have scarcely heard mention since the days of Queen Elizabeth. Bone lace had never in any quantity been imported from England. In 1703, but two 333 yards, valuing only £116 13s, or ones, per yard, passed through the Irish Custom House. Ireland, like the rest of the United Kingdom, received her points either from France or Flanders. The thread used in the Irish fabric was derived from Hamburg, of which, in 1765, 2,573 pounds were imported. It was in this same year the Irish Club of Young Gentlemen refused, by unanimous consent, to toast or consider beautiful any lady who should wear French lace or indulge in foreign fopperies. During the 2 succeeding years, the lace of various kinds exhibited by the workhouse children was greatly approved of, and the thanks of the society offered to the Lady Arabella Denny. Prizes given to the children to the amount of 34 pounds, 6d, the same for bone lace made by other manufacturers, and one half the sum is also to be applied to thread lace made with knitting needles. A certain Mrs. Rachel Armstrong, of Inistioge, Co-Kilkenny, is also awarded a prize of 11 pounds, 6d, for having caused a considerable quantity of bone lace to be made by girls whom she has instructed and employed in the work. Among the premiums granted to poor gentlewomen we find, to Miss Jane Knox, for an apron of elegant pattern and curiously wrought, 6/16, 6d, and silver medals to 2 ladies who, we suppose, are above 439 receiving money as a reward. The Society recommend that the bone lace made be exposed for sale in the warehouses of the Irish Silk Company. In consequence of the emulation excited among all classes, advertisements appear in the Dublin News of Ladies, very capable of instructing young misses in fine lace-making, needlework point, broderie and tambour, all in the genteelest taste. Lady Arabella stood not alone as a patroness of the art. In 1770, we read how a considerable quantity of bone lace of extraordinary fineness and elegance of pattern, made at Castlebar in the Co of Mayo, being produced to the Society, and it appearing that the manufacture of bone lace was founded, and is at present supported there by Lady Bingham, it was ordered that the sum of £25 be paid into the hands of her ladyship, to be disposed of in such encouragements as she shall judge will most effectually conduce to the carrying on and improvement of the said manufacture at Castlebar. The thanks of the Society are at the same time voted to her ladyship. In consequence of the large quantity fabricated, after the lapse of a few years, the Society, in 1773, found themselves compelled to put some bounds to their liberality. No prizes are given for any lace exhibited at less than 11s, for a half-d. The yard, and that only to those not resident in the city of Dublin or within 5 miles of it. 20% will be given on the value of the lace, provided it shall not exceed £500 in value. The Society do not, however, withdraw the annual premium of £30 for the products of the famishing children of the city of Dublin workhouse, always directed by the indefatigable Lady Arabella Denny. From that period, we hear no more of the Dublin Society, and its prizes awarded for point, Dresden, Brussels, or bone lace. The manufacture of gold and silver lace having met with considerable success, the Irish Parliament, in 1778, gave it their protection by passing an act prohibiting the entry of all such commodities either from England or foreign parts. 440 and now for 40 years and more history is silent on the subject of lace-making by the famishing children of the Emerald Isle. No existing Irish lace industry is as old as the appliqué lace which has been made in the neighborhood of Carrickmacross since the year 1820. The process of its manufacture is simple enough, for the pattern is cut from cambric and applied to net with point stitches. Many accounts have been given of its origin. Some assign its genesis to India or to Persia, while the Florentine historian, Vasari, claims the artist Botticelli as its inventor. In any case, there can be no doubt that vast quantities were produced in Italy from the 13th to the 17th centuries. Such a specimen it was that Mrs. Gray Porter, wife of the then rector of Dunamoyne, taught her servant, Anne Stedman, to copy, and also spread the art amongst the peasant women in the neighborhood with such success that Miss Reed of Rahans gathered together the young women round Cullaville and taught them to make lace on the same model. The girls flocked in from the surrounding districts to learn the work. It was, however, only dependent on private orders, and gradually suffered from overproduction, and threatened to die out, until it was revived after the Great Famine of 1846. By Mr. Tristram Kennedy, the manager of the Bath estate, and Captain Morant, the agent of the Shirley estate. A vacant house was turned into a school, and this gave rise to the Bath and Shirley School, which has done so much to hand down this industry to the present day. Some samples of Brussels and guipure lace were brought to the school, where the teacher had them remodeled and placed in the hands of the best workers. And Carrickmacross became identified with some of the finest guipure that Ireland has produced. In the year 1829, the manufacture of Limerick tambour lace was first established in Ireland. Tambour work is of Eastern origin and was known in China, Persia, India, and 441 Turkey long before it spread to the United Kingdom. This work is still extensively carried on in the East, where it is much appreciated for its varied colors, as well as the labor expended upon it. Until the middle of the last century, tambour lace was unknown in Europe, with the exception of Turkey. It was about that time it was introduced into Saxony and Switzerland, but the knowledge of the art of making the lace did not reach England until 1820. Lace, in the strictest sense of the word, it cannot be termed. It is called tambour from the fact that the frame on which it is worked bears some resemblance to a drumhead or tambourine. On this is stretched a piece of Brussels or Nottingham net. A floss thread or cotton is then drawn by a hooked or tambour needle through the meshes of the net, and the design formed from a paper drawing which is placed before the worker. Run lace is of a finer and lighter character. The pattern is formed on the net with finer thread, which is not drawn in with the tambour, but run in with the point needle. This description of lace was made in Nottinghamshire during the 18th century, and appears to have been copied from foreign designs, chiefly from those of Lille. It came into fashion after Nottingham machine net had made the work possible, and is still called by old people Nottingham lace. This fabric was first introduced into Ireland by one Charles Walker, a native of Oxfordshire, who brought over 24 girls as teachers, and commenced manufacturing at a place in Limerick called Mount Kennet. His goods were made entirely for one house in St. Paul's churchyard, until that house became bankrupt in 1834, after which a traveller was sent through England, Scotland, and Ireland to take orders. Her Excellency Lady Normanby, wife of the Lord Lieutenant, gave great encouragement to the fabric, causing dresses to be made, not only for herself, but also for Her Majesty the Queen of the 442 Belgians and the Grand Duchess of Baden. The subsequent history of Limerick laces bears a close resemblance to that of the other Irish lace industries. Mr. Charles Walker died in 1842. Many of his workers returned to England. The stimulus of constant supervision was gone. Old designs deteriorated from inferior copying, and new designs were not forthcoming. It was mainly due to the Convent of the Good Shepherd that this lace industry was saved from absolute extinction. Mrs. R.V. O'Brien has, however, done valuable service in its revival by her energy in establishing and maintaining the Limerick Lace Training School, which may be said to owe its origin to a lecture delivered by Mr. Alan S. Cole at the Limerick Chamber of Commerce in September 1888, where photographs of ancient and modern lace and a lone collection of Limerick lace was shown. In this collection, the work of the early days of Limerick, when the design was of the highest order, was contrasted with the more modern specimens. The first attempt to adapt the point de Venise to the necessities of the Irish people was made at Tynan, in Co-Armagh on the borders of Tyrone. Mrs. Maclean, the wife of the Reverend William Maclean, then rector of the parish, was the owner of some old point de Venise, and she resolved to turn her collection to some practical use. The lace was examined and re-examined, until the secret workings underlying every stitch, every picote, every filling, and every relief had been grasped and understood. Steps were taken in 1849 to teach the people this industry, and by 1851 a handsome flounce was ready, which was purchased by Lord John George Beresford, then Archbishop of Armagh and Primate of Ireland. It was exhibited at the Great Exhibition of that year in London, and attracted a large amount of attention and brought many orders in its train. The business was thus considerably extended and enlarged, and the Primate and his nieces, Mrs. Eden and Mrs. Dunbar, did all they could to promote the sale of the work. The good fortune and prosperity of Tynan was, however, but of a temporary character. The Reverend William Maclean died in 1865, and with his death, the local industry died out from want of supervision and organization. Plate XCI. Illustration, Irish Carrick Macross. Insertion and border of appliqué lace made at the Bath and Shirley schools. End of 19th century, width of insertion 6 in, border 9¼ in. Victoria and Albert Museum. Plate XI. Illustration, Irish, Limerick lace. Tambour embroidery on net made at Kinsale, end of 19th century. Width 17 in. Victoria and Albert Museum. To face page 442. 443 Irish point also owes its genesis to the failure of the potato crop in 1846, and its original inspiration was given by a piece of point de Milan, which fell into the hands of Mother Mary Ann Smith, of the Presentation Convent at Youghal, Co. Cork. She there conceived the idea of setting up an industry for the children attending the convent school. She studied the lace which had come into her possession, examined the process by which it had been made, unraveled the threads one by one, and at last succeeded in mastering its many details. She then selected some of the convent children who had shown a taste for fine needlework and taught them separately what she herself learned. The convent school was opened in 1852. The main characteristic of this lace is that it is worked entirely with the needle. Though Irish point lace owes its origin to Youghal Convent, its workers have done much to spread their art in other parts of Ireland, and in few districts more effectually than in the neighbourhood of Kenmare, Co. Kerry, where the late Mother Abbess O'Hagan introduced the industry into the convent of the Poor Clares in 1861. The work is 444 based upon the same lines, though the Kenmare work claims as its speciality that it is entirely worked in linen thread, while at Youghal cotton is occasionally used. The convent of the Poor Clares devote themselves chiefly to the production of flat point, appliqué, and guipure laces. Many other convents and lace centres in Ireland have had their teachers from Youghal and Kenmare. Flat point has been made for 50 years under the supervision of the Carmelite convent at New Ross, Co. Wexford, though the workers are now better known for their adaptation of Venetian rose point and the perfection to which they have brought their crochet than for their plain Irish point. For the first 10 years, the Carmelite nuns confined their attention to cutwork, flat point, and net lace. As the workers grew more expert, a heavy rose point was introduced. This style proved too heavy for the fashion, hence it was that, in 1865, the nuns turned their attention to finer work. It was about that time that a traveling Jewish peddler called at the convent with a miscellaneous assortment of antique vestments, old books, and other curiosities, among which were some broken pieces of old rose point lace. The then prioress, the late Mother Augustine Dalton, purchased the specimens from the Jew, as she realized that they would give her the opportunity she wanted of varying the quality of the lace and making the design finer and lighter in the future than it had been in the past. For weeks and for months, she devoted herself to the task of ripping up portions, stitch by stitch, until she had mastered every detail. From this time dates the production of that fine rose point for which the convent at New Ross has deservedly earned so high a reputation. This rose point has gone on increasing in fineness of quality and in beauty of design. The defects in the earlier specimens were mainly due to the want of artistic culture in the girls, who could neither appreciate nor render the graceful sweeps and curves, nor the branching stems. Irish crochet is another widespread national industry. Its main centres have been Cork in the south and Monaghan in the north of Ireland. The industry can be traced as far back as 1845, when the Sisters of the Ursuline Convent at Blackrock, Co. Cork, received £90 for the work done by the poor children in their schools. It may indeed be said that 445 the growth of this great industry spread from this centre. So much so, that within the space of a few years, it formed part of the educational system of almost every convent in the land and spread from the southern shores of Cork to Wexford, to Monaghan, and to Sligo. Cork City was itself the natural centre of the industry, which extended so far and wide through the country that some 30 years ago there were no less than 12,000 women in the neighbourhood of Cork engaged in making crochet, lace collars, and edgings after Spanish and Venetian patterns. On the outbreak of the Franco-German War, a further impetus was given to the industry, when the supply of continental laces was cut off. Several years of unique prosperity followed, until the competition of the machine-made work of Nottingham and Switzerland ousted the Irish crochet from the market. At the present, there has been a reaction against the usurpation by machinery of the place that art ought to occupy, and the cork work is now once more coming to the fore. As cork has been the center on the south, so is clones in the north, and yet the industry which has for so many years done so much for the people of Monaghan owes its origin to the philanthropic efforts of Mrs. W.C. Roberts, of Thornton, Co-Kildare, who helped the poor to ward off the worst attacks of the famine of 1847 by the production of guipure and point de Venise crochet. After a few years of prosperity, the industry languished and disappeared from the neighborhood, but 24 of the best trained and most efficient of Mrs. Roberts's workers were sent out to other centers. One of these came to Mrs. Hand, the wife of the then rector of Clones. This parish is the biggest in the county, and the poor from the surrounding mountains flocked down to learn the crochet. And knotted and lifted as well as ordinary guipure, Greek and Spanish, and also Jesuit lace has been produced with the crochet needle in Clones, which still continues to be the most important center of the industry. At the Killarney Presentation Convent at Newton Barry and Cappoquin, drawn linen work in the style of 446 the Italian Redicella, and at Parsonstown pillow laces of the same character as Honiton are made. In Ardee, a novel lace is made with braid and cord. The rose point lace is often called Inishmixaint from the village in the county of Fermanagh, where the industry was transplanted on the death of the Reverend W. Maclean, of Tynan, by his daughter, who went to live with her sister, Mrs. George Tottenham, the wife of the rector. What was Tynan's misfortune proved a boon to Inishmixaint, and it became the chief center of the Irish rose point industry. Both the heavier and finer kinds are made there. As at Tynan, the art of making the lace has been learnt by the unraveling and close examination of Venetian point. As in English work, some of the Irish is spoilt by the woolly cotton thread. Foreign lace likewise in these days suffers from the same fault. The workmanship at the present time can be so good that every effort ought to be made to use only fine, silky linen thread. In Ireland, where flax can be grown, there should be no excuse for employing any other. Plate XCI. Illustration, Irish, crochet lace end of 19th century, width of cuff 5 in, length of plastron 12 in, Victoria and Albert Museum. To face page 446. 447 chapter 36. Bobbin net and machine-made lace. Illustration, Fig. 162. Arms of the Framework Knitters Company. Bobbin net. A sketch of the history of lace would be incomplete without a few words on bobbin net and machine lace, manufactures which have risen to so much importance both in England and France, and have placed lace within the reach of all classes of society. The subject has been so ably treated by Mr. Felkin that we refer our readers to his excellent work for its full history. This manufacture has its epochs. 1768, net first made by machinery. 1809, invention of bobbin net. 1837, the jacquard system applied to the bobbin net machine. It has been already told how Barbara Utman made a plain thread net in Germany 3 centuries before any attempt was made to produce it by machinery. This invention is usually assigned to Hammond, a stocking framework knitter of Nottingham, who, examining one day the broad lace on his wife's cap, thought he could 448 apply his machine to the production of a similar article. His attempt so far succeeded that, by means of the stocking frame invented the previous century, he produced, 1768, not lace, but a kind of knitting, of running loops or stitches, like that afterwards known as Brussels ground. In 1777, Else and Harvey introduced at Nottingham the pin or point net machine, so named because made on sharp pins or points. Point net was afterwards improved and the barleycorn introduced. Square and spider net appear in succession. But with all these improvements, machinery had not yet arrived at producing a solid net. It was still only knitting, a single thread passing from one end of the frame to the other. And if a thread broke, the work was unraveled. The threads, therefore, required to be gummed together to give stiffness and solidity to the net. To remedy this evil, the warp or chain machine was invented, uniting the knitter's and the weaver's mechanism. Van Dyck, a Flemish workman, and 3 Englishmen dispute the invention. This new machine was again improved and made Mechlin net, from which the machine took its name. For 40 years from Hammond's first attempt on the stocking frame, endless efforts were made to arrive at imitating the ground of pillow lace, and there are few manufactures in which so much capital has been expended and so much invention called forth. Each projector fancied, 449 he had discovered the true stitch, and patents after patents were taken out, resulting mostly in disappointment. The machine for making bobbin net was invented by John Heathcote, son of a farmer at Longwotton, Leicestershire. After serving his apprenticeship, he settled at Nottingham, and while occupied in putting together stocking and net machines, gave his attention to improving the Mechlin net frame. In 1809, in conjunction with Mr. Lacy, he took out a patent for 14 years for his new and highly ingenious bobbin net machine, which he called Old Loughborough, after the town to which he then removed. Bobbin net was so named because the threads are wound upon bobbins. It was twisted instead of looped net. Heathcote began by making net little more than an inch in width, and afterwards succeeded in producing it a yard wide. There are now machines which make it 3 yards and a half in width. In 1811, that vandal association called the Luddites entered his manufactory and destroyed 27 of his machines, of the value of £8,000. Indignant at their conduct, he removed to Tiverton, in Devonshire. 450 in 1818, the first power machines were put to work, and the year 1823 is memorable for the bobbin net fever. Mr. Heathcote's patent having expired, all Nottingham went mad. Everyone wished to make bobbin net. Numerous individuals, clergymen, lawyers, doctors, and others readily embarked capital in so tempting a speculation. Prices fell in proportion as production increased, but the demand was immense, and the Nottingham lace frame became the organ of general supply, rivaling and supplanting in plain nets the most finished productions of France and the Netherlands. Dr. Ure says, "It was no uncommon thing for an artisan to leave his usual calling and betake himself to a lace frame, of which he was part proprietor, and realize, by working upon it, 20, 30, nay, even 40 shillings a day." In consequence of such wonderful gains, Nottingham, with Loughborough and the adjoining villages, became the scene of an epidemic mania. Many, though nearly void of mechanical genius or the constructive talent, tormented themselves night and day with projects of bobbins, pushers, lockers, point bars, and needles of every various form, till their minds got permanently bewildered. Several lost their senses altogether, and some, after cherishing visions of wealth as in the olden time of alchemy, finding their schemes abortive, sank into despair and committed suicide. Such is the history of the bobbin net invention in England. 451 we now pass on to France. To the great trading nation, to the great manufacturing nation, no progress which any portion of the human race can make in knowledge, in taste for the conveniences of life, or in the wealth by which these conveniences are produced, can be matter of indifference. Macaulay. Since the failure of Lee, in 1610, to introduce the stocking frame into France, that country remained ignorant of a manufacture which was daily progressing in England, on whom she was dependent for stockings and for net. In 1778, Callan attempted a kind of net tricot dentelle, for which he obtained a gratuity from the Academy of £40, but his method did not succeed. It was, like the first efforts of our countrymen, only knitting. In 1784, Louis Roman XVI sent the Duc de Liancourt to England to study the improvements in the stocking and net machinery and to bring back a frame. He was accompanied by Rumbold, who worked in a manufactory at Nottingham, and having acquired the art, returned to France. Monarchy had fallen, but the French Republic, 1793, granted Rumbold the sum of 110,000 francs, £4,400. The machine he brought with him was the point net. The cessation of all commercial intercourse prevented France from keeping pace with the improvements making in England. Yet, singularly enough, at the beginning of the 19th century, more net was manufactured in France than in England. At the time of the Peace of Amiens, 1802, there were 2,000 frames in Lyon and Nimes, while there were scarcely 1,200 in England. But the superiority of the English net was incontestable, so, to protect the national manufacture, Napoleon prohibited the importation. This, of course, increased its demand. the net was in request in proportion as it was prohibited. The best mart for Nottingham was the French market, so the Nottingham net trade took every means to pass their produce into France. 452 Hayne, one of the proprietors of the barleycorn net, had gone to Paris to make arrangements for smuggling it over when the war broke out, and he was detained. Napoleon proposed that he should set up a machine in France, but he preferred continuing his illicit trade, which he carried on with great success until 1809, when his own agent informed against him, his goods were seized and burned, and having in one seizure lost 60,000, 1,500,000 fr. He was completely ruined and fled to England. The French manufacturers took out various patents for the improvement of their Mechlin machines, and one was taken, in 1809, for making a crossed net called fond de glace. But the same year Heathcote producing the bobbin net machine, the inventors could not sustain the competition. Every attempt was made to get over bobbin net machines, but the export of English machinery was punished by transportation, and the Nottingham manufacturers established at their own expense a line of surveillance to prevent the bobbin net machines from going out. In spite of all these precautions, Cutts, an old workman of Heathcote's, contrived to elude their vigilance and, in 1815, to import a machine to Valenciennes, whence he removed it to Douai, where he entered into partnership with M. Thomason. In 1816, they produced the first bobbin net dress made in France. It was embroidered by hand by a workwoman of Douai and presented by the makers to the Duchesse d'Angoulême. About the end of the year 1816, James Clark introduced a machine into Calais, which he passed in pieces by means of some French sailors. These two were the first bobbin net machines set up in France. It is not within our limits to follow the Calais lace manufacturers through their progress. Suffice it to say that it was in 1817 that the first bobbin net machine worked, concealed from all eyes, at Saint-Pierre-les-Calais now, if not the rival of Nottingham, at least the great, 453 center of the bobbin net and machinery lace manufactures in France. Saint-Quentin, Douai, Cambrai, Rouen, Caen have all in turn been the seats of the tulle manufacture. Some of these fabrics are extinct, the others have a very limited trade compared with Saint-Pierre and Lyon. At Lyon, silk net is mostly made. Dating from 1791, various patents have been taken out for its manufacture. These silk nets were embroidered at Condrieu, Rhône, and were, the black especially for veils and mantles, much esteemed, particularly in Spain. In 1825, the tulle bobbin grenadine, black and white, was brought out by M. Dagouin, who afterwards used the fine silks, and invented that popular material first called zephyr, since illusion. His son, in 1838, brought out the tulle Bruxelles. Belgium. In 1830, 4/8 bobbin net machines were set up in Brussels by Mr. Washer, for the purpose of making the double and triple twisted net, upon which the pillow flowers are sewn to produce the Brussels application lace. Mr. Washer devoted himself exclusively to the making of the extra fine mesh, training up workmen specially to this minute work. In a few years, he succeeded in excelling the English manufacture, and this net, universally known as Brussels net, has nearly superseded the expensive pillow ground and has thereby materially decreased the price of Brussels lace. It is made of English cotton, stated, in the specimens exhibited in 1867, as costing £44 per pound. 450 for machinery lace. Cuissate si la matière à toulny sera pas un jour, en quelque sorte, un vrai causen de dentelière, et les bobbins de véritables fuseaux manœuvres par des mains mécaniques. Aubrey, in 1851. If England boasts the invention of bobbin net, to France must be assigned the application of the jacquard system to the net frame, and consequently the invention of machinery lace. Shawls and large pieces in run lace, as it is termed, had previously been made after this manner at Nottingham and Derby. The pattern proposed to be run in is printed by means of engraved wood blocks on the ground, which if white is of cotton, if black, of silk. The ground is stretched on a frame. The lace runner places her left hand under the net, and with the right works the pattern. The filling up of the interior is termed either fining or open working, as the original meshes of the net are brought to a smaller or larger size by the needle. In 1820, Symes of Nottingham invented a pattern which he called Grecian net. This was followed by the spot or point disparate and various other fancy nets, bullet hole, tattings, and others. The jacquard system had been used at Lyon with the Mechlin frame in 1823-4 for making patterned net and embroidered blondes. This suggested the possibility of applying the jacquard cards to making lace, and in 1836 to 1838 Mr. Ferguson, by applying it to the circular bobbin net frame, brought out the black silk net called dentelle de Cambrai, an imitation of Chantilly. The pattern was woven by the machine, the brodé or relief run-in. Various patents were immediately taken out in England and France. Nottingham and Saint-Pierre-les-Calais rival, 455 each, other in the variety of their productions. At the International Exhibition of 1867, Nottingham exhibited Spanish laces, most faithful copies of the costly pillow-made Barcelona, imitations of Mechlin, the brodé and picot executed by hand Brussels needlepoint, Caen blondes, and Valenciennes rivaling those of Calais, also Cluny and the black laces of Chantilly and Mirecourt. The French, by adopting what is technically termed 8 motives, produced their lace of a finer make and more complex pattern. The Calais lace is an admirable copy of the square-grounded Valenciennes and is the staple trade of the manufacture. Calais also produces blondes, black and white, silver and gold, the white nearly approaching in brilliancy and whiteness the famed productions of Caen, which, by their cheapness, they have expelled from competition. She also imitates the woolen laces of Lepai, together with black and white laces innumerable. Broadly speaking, lace-making by machinery is more nearly like the pillow lace-making process than that of needlepoint. The machine continues to twist any desired threads around one another. In pillow lace-making, besides twisting, we have plaiting, and this plaiting has not been reproduced by the majority of lace machines. Quite recently, however, a French machine, called the dentelier, has been invented to do the plaiting. A description of this machine has been published in La Nature, March 3, 1881. Whilst the ordinary lace-making machine belongs to the family of weaving machines, the dentelier more nearly resembles the pillow of a laceworker, with the threads arranged over the pillow. In general appearance, it looks something like a large semicircular framework of iron with thousands of threads from the outer semicircle converging to the center, representing the table or pillow. Over this central table is the apparatus which holds the end threads side by side, and which regulates the plaiting of them. The cost of producing lace in this manner is said to be greater at present than by hand. 456 Almost every description of lace is now fabricated by machinery, and it is often no easy task, even for a practiced eye, to detect the difference. Still, we must ever be of opinion that the most finished productions of the frame never possess the touch, the finish, or the beauty of the laces made by hand. The invention of machine-made lace has this peculiarity: it has not diminished the demand for the finer fabrics of the pillow and the needle. On the contrary, the rich have sought more eagerly than ever the exquisite works of Brussels and Alencon, since machinery has brought the wearing of lace within the reach of all classes of society. Illustration, Fig. 163. The laguetta, or lacebark tree. The inner bark of the laguetta, or lacebark tree of Jamaica, may be separated into thin layers, and then into distinct meshes, bearing some resemblance to lace. Fig. 163. Of this material, a cravat and ruffles were presented to King Charles Roman II by the governor of Jamaica, and at the exhibition of 1851, a dress of the same fiber was presented to Queen Victoria, which Her Majesty was graciously pleased to accept. 457 caterpillars have been made to spin lace veils by the ingenious contrivance of a gentleman of Munich. These veils are not strong, but surprisingly light. One, a yard square, would scarcely weigh 5 grains, whilst a patent net veil of the same size weighs 262. Asbestos has also been woven into lace, and a specimen of this mineral lace is, we have been told, in the Cabinet of Natural History at the Garden of Plants, Paris.